What you describe, Itkovian, is an empire that was never meant to sustain itself, unless it could continue to expand without Circes. But even then, it would be alive only on its outer, ever-advancing edges, spreading out from a dead core, a core that grew with it. Itkovian nodded. Aye, sir. So, if Brood and Dujek are expecting battles at Seta, Lest, and Marik, they may be in for a surprise. So I believe. Those Malazans will end up doing a lot of pointless marching, Gruntle observed, if you're right. Perhaps there are other issues sufficient to justify the division of forces, Mottlesword. Not quite as united as they would have us believe. There are powerful leaders gathered within that command, sir. It is perhaps miraculous that a serious clash of wills has not yet occurred. Gruntle said nothing for a time. The broad wicker platforms were being anchored in place at the front of the barge, a company of mercenaries assembling the walkway with practiced efficiency. Let us hope, then, he finally rumbled, the siege at Coral is not a long one. It will not be, Itkovian asserted. I predict a single attack intended to overwhelm, a combination of soldiery and sorcery. The massive sundering of defences is the intention of the Warlord and the High Fist. Both are well aware of the risks inherent in any prolonged investment. Sounds messy, Itkovian. Stony Menakis came up behind them, leading her horse. Get moving, you two. You're holding us all up, and this damn barge is settling. If I get any mud on these new clothes, I will kill whoever's to blame, barbed or otherwise. Itkovian smiled. I'd intended complimenting you on your garb. The wonders of the Trigala, made to order by my favourite tailor in Darujistan. You seem to favour green, sir. Ever seen a Jalpada? Itkovian nodded. Such snakes are known in Elingarth. Deadly kisses, Jalpada. This green is a perfect match, isn't it? It had better be. It's what I paid for, and it wasn't cheap. And this pale gold, you see, lining the cloak. Ever looked at the underbelly of a white peralt? The spider? The death tickler, aye. This is the colour. I could not have mistaken it for otherwise, Itkovian replied. Good. I'm glad someone here understands the subtle nuances of high civilization. Now move your damned horse, or what you ain't used for far too long will get introduced to the toe of my shiny new boot. Yes, sir. Corporal Picker watched Datoran drag Hedge towards her tent. The two passed in silence along the very edge of the fire pit's light. Before they vanished once more into the gloom, Picker was witness to a comic pantomime as Hedge, the skin of his face stretched taut in a wild grimace, sought to bolt in an effort to escape Datoran. She responded by reaching up to grip the man's throat and shaking his head back and forth until his struggles ceased. After they had disappeared, Blend grunted, What night? Thankfully hides. Not well enough, alas, Picker muttered, poking at the fire with a splintered spear shaft. Well, she'll probably be gagging him right now, then ripping off his— All right, I take your point. Poor Hedge, nothing, Blend. If it didn't get him going, it wouldn't still be going on night after night. Then again, we're soldiers, one and all. And what's that mean? Means we know that following orders is the best way of staying alive. So Hedge had better stand to attention if he wants to keep breathing? Is that what you're saying? I'd have thought Terror'd leave it limp and dangling. Datoran used to be a master sergeant, remember? I once saw a recruit stay at attention for a bell and a half after the poor lad's heart had burst to one of her tirades. A bell and a half, Picker, standing there, dead and cold. Rubbish! I was there. It was about 1/10 of a bell, and you know it. My point still stands, and I'd bet my whole column of back pay that Hedges is doing the same. Picker stabbed at the fire. Funny that, she murmured after a while. What is? Oh, what you were saying. Not the dead recruit, but Datoran having been a master sergeant. We've all been busted about, us bridge burners, almost every damn one of us, starting right up top with Whiskey Jack himself. Mallet led a healer's cadre back when he had enough healers, and the Emperor was in charge. And didn't Spindle captain a company of sappers once? For 3 days, then one of 'em stumbled onto his own cusser. And then they all went up, yeah. We were 1,000 paces up the road, and my ears rang for days. That was the end of companies made up of sappers. Dasson broke 'em up after that, meaning that Spindle had no specialist corps to captain anymore. So, Picker, what about it? Nothing. Just that none of us is what we once was. I've never been promoted. Well, surprise! You've made a profession of not getting noticed. Even so, and Anstey was born a sergeant. And it stunted his growth, aye. He's never been busted down, granted, but that's because he's the worst sergeant there ever was. Keeping him, one punishes all of us, starting with Anstey himself. All I was saying was, we're all of us losers. Oh, that's a welcome thought, Picker. And who said every thought has to be a nice one? Nobody. I would, only I didn't think of it. Ha ha! The slow clump of horse hooves reached them. A moment later, Captain Parron came into view, leading his horse by the reins. Been a long day, Captain, Picker said. We got some tea if you'd like. Parron looped the reins over the saddle horn and approached. Last fire left among the bridge burners. Don't you two ever sleep? We could ask the same of you, sir, Picker replied, but we all already know that sleep's for weaklings, right? Depends on how peaceful it is, I'd think. Captain's right on that, Blen said to Picker. Well, the corporal sniffed, I'm peaceful enough when I sleep. Blen grunted. That's what you think. We've had word, Parron said, accepting the cup of steaming herbal brew from Picker. From the Black Moranth. They reconnoitred Seta. Aye. There's no one there. Not breathing, anyway. The whole city's one big necropolis. So why are we still marching there? Picker asked. Unless we're not... We are, Corporal. What for? We're marching to Seta because we're not marching to Lest. Well, Blen sighed, I'm glad that's been cleared up. Parron sipped his tea, then said, I have elected a second. A second, sir? Picker asked. Why? Obvious reasons. In any case, I've chosen you, Picker. You're now a lieutenant. Whiskey Jack has given his blessing. In my absence, you're to command the bridge burners. No thanks, sir. It's not up for discussion, Picker. Your lieutenancy is already inscribed in the rolls. Official, with Dujek's seal on it. Blen nudged her. Congratulations. Oh, I suppose I should have saluted. Shut up, Picker growled. But you're right on one thing. Don't ever bump me again, woman. That's a hard order to follow. Sir. Parron drained the last of his tea and straightened. I've only got one order for you, Lieutenant. She looked up at him. Captain? The bridge burners, Parron said, and his expression was suddenly severe. Keep them together, no matter what happens. Together, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. They watched Parron return to his horse and lead it away. Neither woman said much for a while thereafter. Then Blen sighed. Let's go to bed, Picker. Aye. They stamped out the remnants of the fire. Darkness closing around them, Blen stepped closer and hooked her arm around Picker's. It's all down, she murmured, to what the night hides. To Hood it is, Blen thought. It's all down to what the captain was saying behind what he said. That's what I need to figure out. Something tells me it's the end of sleeping peacefully for Lieutenant Picker. They strode from the dying embers and were swallowed by darkness. Moments later, no movement was visible, the stars casting their faint silver light down on the camp of the bridge burners. The oft-patched tents were colourless in the dull, spectral glow, a scene that was ghostly and strangely timeless, revealing its own kind of peace. Whiskey Jack entered Dujek's command tent. As expected, the High Fist was prepared for him. Hooded lantern on camp table, 2 tankards of ale, and a block of Gadrobi goat cheese. Dujek himself sat in one of the chairs, head lowered in sleep. "High fist," Whiskey Jack said, as he removed his gauntlets, eyes on the ale and cheese. The old commander grunted, sat straighter, blinking. "Right. We've lost her. Too bad. You must be hungry, so Oh, good. Keep filling your mouth and leave the talking to me, then." He leaned forward and retrieved his tankard. "Our 10th pound Paran and delivered the orders. So the captain will get the bridge burners ready. Ready for what, they won't know, and that's probably for the best. As for Paran himself, all right, Quick Ben convinced me. Too bad that, though I'll be honest and say as far as I can see, we'll miss the wizard more than we will that noble-born lad." Holding up one hand to stop Dujek, Whiskey Jack washed down the last of the cheese with a mouthful of ale. The high-fist sighed, waited. "Dujek, comb the crumbs from your beard," the high-fist growled, "since I expect you'll want me to take you seriously. A word on Paran. With the loss of Silver Fox, I mean, the captain's value to us can't be overestimated. No, not just us. The Empire itself. Quick Ben's been adamant on this. Paran is the master of the deck. Within him is the power to reshape the world, High-Fist." He paused, mulling on his own words. "Now, maybe there's no chance of Lassine ever regaining the man's favor, but at the very least, she'd be wise to avoid making the relationship worse." Dujek's brows lifted. "I'll so advise her the next time I see her." "All right. Sorry. No doubt the Empress is cognizant. No doubt. As I was saying, however, it's the loss of Quick Ben that stings the most. From my own point of view, that is. Well, sir, what the wizard has in mind, I agree with him that the less Brood and company know of it, the better. So long as the division of forces proceeds as planned, they'll have no reason but to believe that Quick Ben marches in step with the rest of us." "The wizard's madness..." "High-Fist, the wizard's madness has saved our skins more than once. Not just mine and the bridge burners, but yours as well." "I am well aware of that, Whiskey Jack. Forgive an old man his fears, please. It was Brood and Rake and the Tiste Andy, and the damned elder gods as well, who were supposed to step into the crippled god's path. They're the ones with countless warrens and frightening levels of potency. Not us. Not one mortal squad wizard and a young noble-born captain who's already died once. Even if they don't mess things up, look at the enemies we'll acquire, assuming our present allies are so short-sighted as to fail to comprehend. Whiskey Jack, we're the Malazans, remember? Nothing we do is ever supposed to reveal a hint of our long-term plans. Mortal empires aren't supposed to think that far ahead. And we're damned good at following that principle, you and I. Who'd take me? Lassine inverted the command structure for a reason, you know. So the right people would be there at ground level when Shadowthrone and Cantilian made their move. Aye. Not just them, Whiskey Jack. This should be made known to Quick Ben. To all the bridge burners, in fact. No. In any case, don't you think your wizard's figured things out yet? If so, then why did he send Kalam after the Empress? Because Kalam needs to be convinced in person. That's why. Face to face with the Empress. Quick Ben knew that. Then I must be the only thick-witted one in this entire Imperial game, Whiskey Jack sighed. Maybe the only truly honourable one, at any rate. Look, we knew the crippled god was getting ready to make a move. We knew the gods would make a mess of things. Granted, we didn't anticipate the elder gods getting involved, but that's neither here nor there, is it? The point was, we knew trouble was coming, from more than one direction. But how could we have guessed that what was going on in the Panyan Domain was in any way related to the efforts of the crippled god? Even so, I don't think it was entirely chance that it was a couple of bridge burners who bumped into that agent of the Chained One. that sickly artisan from Darujistan, nor that Quickben was there to confirm the arrival of the House of Chains. Lassine has always understood the value of tactical placement yielding results. Hood knows she taught that to the Emperor, not the other way round. The crippled god's pocket warren wanders. It always has. That it wandered to the hills between Pale and Darujistan was an opportunity the crippled god could not pass up. If he was going to do anything, he had to act. And we caught him. Maybe not in a way we had anticipated, but we caught him. "Well enough," Whiskey Jack muttered. "As for Perrin, there's a certain logic there as well. Taishran was grooming Tattersale to the role of Mistress of the Deck, after all. And when that went wrong, well, there was a residual effect. Straight to the man closest to her at the time. Not physically, but certainly spiritually. In all this, Whiskey Jack, if we look on things in retrospect, the only truly thick-witted player was Beladan Skullcrusher. We'll never know what happened between him and Tattersale on that plane, but by the abyss, it ranks as one of the worst foul-ups in Imperial history. That the role of Master of the Deck fell to a Malazan, and not to some Gadrobi herder who'd happened to be nearby. Well, Opon's luck played into our hands there, and that's about all we can say of that, I think. "Now I'm the one who's worried," Whiskey Jack said. "We've been too clever by far, leaving me wondering who's manipulating whom. We're playing shadow games with the Lord of Shadow, rattling the chains of the crippled god, and now buying Brood more time without him even knowing it, whilst at the same time defying the Talan Imas, or at least intending to. Opportunity, Whiskey Jack. Hesitation is fatal. When you find yourself in the middle of a wide, raging river, there's only one direction to swim in. It's up to us to keep Lassine's head above water, and through her, the Malazan Emperor. If Brood swings his hammer in Byrne's name, we drown. All of us. Law, order, peace, civilization. All gone. So to keep Brood from doing that, we sacrifice ourselves by challenging the crippled god. Us, one damned weary army already decimated by one of Lassine's panics. Best forgive her panics, Whiskey Jack. Show she's mortal, after all. Virtually wiping out the bridge burners at Pale was an accident, and while you didn't know it at the time, you know it now. Taishran ordered them to remain in the tunnels because he thought it was the safest place. The safest. Seemed more like someone wanted us to be a collateral fatality, Whiskey Jack said. No, not us, Whiskey Jack thought. Me. Damn you, Dujek. You lead me to suspect you know more of that than I'd hoped. Beru Fend, I hope I'm wrong. And with what happened at Darujistan? What happened at Darujistan was a mess. Miscommunication on all sides. It was too soon after the siege of Pale. Too soon for all of us. So I wasn't the only one rattled then. At Pale? No. Hood take us, we all were. That battle didn't go as planned. Taishran really believed he could take down Moonspawn and force Rake into the open. And had he not been left virtually on his own in the attack, things might well have turned out differently. From what I learned later, Taishran didn't know at the time who Nightchill really was, but he knew she was closing in on Rake's sword. Her and Beladan, who she was using to do her research for her. It looked like a play for power, a private one, and Lassine wasn't prepared to permit that. And even then, Taishran only hit her when she took out Acheronis, the very high mage who came to Taishran with his suspicions about her. When I said Beladan killing Tattersale was the worst foul-up in Malazan history, that day at Pale runs a close second. There have been more than a few lately. Dujek slowly nodded, his eyes glittering in the lantern light. All starting, I'd say, with the Talanai mass slaughtering the citizens of Aran. But, as even with that one, each disaster yields its truths. Laseen didn't give that order, but someone did. Someone returned to sit down in that first throne, and that someone was supposed to be dead, and he used the Talanai mass to wreak vengeance on Laseen, to shake her grip on the Empire. Lo, the first hint that Emperor Kellanved wasn't quite as dead as we would have liked. And still insane, aye. Dujek, I think we're heading for another disaster. I hope you're wrong. In any case, I was the one who needed his confidence boosted tonight, not you. Well, I guess that's the price of inverted commands. For all that I've been saying, a new observation comes to me, Whiskey Jack, and it's not a pleasant one. And that is? I'm beginning to think we're not half as sure of what we're up to as we think we are. Who's we? The Empire, Laseen, Taishran. As for you and I, well, we're the least of the players, and what little we know isn't even close to what we need to know. We stepped up to the assault on Moonspawn at Pale, knowing virtually nothing of what was really going on. And if I hadn't cornered Taishran after, we still wouldn't. Whiskey Jack studied the dregs of ale in the tankard in his hands. Quickben's smart, he murmured. I can't really say how much he's worked out. He can get pretty cagey at times. He's still willing, surely. Oh, yes, and he's made it plain that he has acquired a powerful faith in Ganoas Paran, in this new master of the deck. Does that strike you as odd, then? A little. Paran has been used by a god. He's walked within the sword Dragnipur. He has the blood of a hound of shadow in his veins. And none of us know what changes such things have wrought in him, or even what they portend. He's been anything but predictable, and he's almost impossible to manage. Oh, he'll follow orders I give him, but I think if Laseen believes she can use him, she might be in for a surprise. You like the man, don't you? I admire him, Dujek, for his resilience, for his ability to examine himself with a courage that is ruthless, and, most of all, for his inherent humanity. Sufficient to warrant faith, I'd say. Whiskey Jack grimaced. Stabbed by my own sword. Better that than someone else's. I'm thinking of retiring, Dujek, when this war is finished. I'd guessed as much, friend. Whiskey Jack looked up. You think she'll let me? I don't think we should give her the choice. Shall I drown like Crust and Urko did? Shall I be seen to be slain, then have my body vanish like Dassam did? Assuming none of those really happened. Do check. All right, but some doubt still remains, you have to admit. I don't share it, and one day I'll track down Diker and force the truth from him. If anyone knows, it's that cranky historian. Has Quickben heard from Kalam yet? He's not told me so if he has. Where's your wizard right now? I last saw him joying with those Tragala traders. The man should be getting some sleep with what's coming. Whiskey Jack set down the tankard and rose. So should we, old friend, he said, wincing as he settled too much weight on his bad leg. When are the Black Moranth arriving? 2 nights hence. Whiskey Jack grunted, then swung towards the tent's exit. Good night, Dujek. And to you, Whiskey Jack. Oh, one last thing. Yes? Taishran. He's been wanting to apologize to you for what happened to the bridge burners. He knows where to find me, Dujek. He wants a proper moment. What's proper? I'm not sure, but it hasn't happened yet. Whiskey Jack said nothing for a half-dozen heartbeats, then he reached for the tent flap. See you in the morning, Dujek. Aye, the High Fist replied. As Whiskey Jack made his way towards his own tent, he saw a tall, dark-robed figure standing before it. He smiled as he approached. "I'd missed you." "And I you," Corlat responded. "Brood's been keeping you busy. Come inside. It'll only be a moment before I get the lantern lit." He heard her sighing behind him as they entered the tent. "I'd rather you didn't bother." "Well, you can see in the dark, but—" She drew him round and settled against him, murmured, "If there is to be a conversation, keep it short, please. What I desire is not answered by words." He closed his arms around her. "I'd only wondered if you'd found Silver Fox." "No. It seems she is able to travel paths I did not think still existed. Instead, 2 of her undead wolves arrived to escort me home. They are unusual." Whiskey Jack thought back to when he had first seen the Talan Eye, rising as dust from the yellow grasses, finding their bestial shapes until the hills on all sides were covered. "I know. There's something strangely disproportionate about them." "Yes, you are right. They jar the eye. 2 long limbs, 2 large shoulders, yet short-necked and wide-jawed. But there is more than just their physical appearance that I found alarming." "More so than the Talan Mass?" She nodded. "There is, within the Talan Mass, an emptiness, as of a smoke-blackened cavity. But not with the Talan Eye. Within these wolves, I see sorrow, eternal sorrow." She shivered in his arms. Whiskey Jack said nothing. "You see in their eyes, dear lover, what I see in yours," she thought. "And it is the reflection, the recognition, that has shaken you so." "At the camp's edge," Corlat went on, "they fell to dust, one moment trotting on either side, then gone. I don't know why, but that disturbed me more than anything else." "Because it is what awaits all of us," Whiskey Jack thought. "Even you, Corlat." "This conversation was supposed to be short. It ends now. Come to bed, lass." She looked into his eyes. "And after tonight?" He grimaced. "It may be a while, aye." "Crone has returned." "Has she now?" Corlat nodded. She was about to say more, then hesitated, searching his eyes, and said nothing. Seta, Lest, Maurik. The cities were empty. Yet the armies were dividing nonetheless, and neither would speak of why. Both sides of the alliance had things to hide, secrets to maintain, and the closer they got to Coral, the more problematic it became maintaining those secrets. "Most of the Tista Andi have vanished," Whiskey Jack thought. "Gone with Rake, probably to Moonspawn. But where is Moonspawn? And what in Hood's name are they planning? Will we arrive at Coral only to find the city already fallen, the Panyan Seer dead, his soul taken by Dragnipur, and that massive mountain hanging overhead? The Black Maranth have searched for that damned floating rock, to no avail. And then there are our secrets. We're sending Paran and the bridge burners ahead. Hood, take us. We're doing a lot more than that. This is an unwelcome play for power, now imminent. We all knew it was coming. Seta, Lest, Maurik. The subtle game is no longer subtle." "My heart is yours, Corlat," Whiskey Jack said to the woman in his arms. "Nothing else matters to me. Nothing. No one. Please, do not apologize for what has not even happened yet. Don't talk about it at all." "I didn't think I was, lass." Liar, he thought. You were. In your own way. You were apologizing. She accepted the lie with a wry smile. "Very well." Later, Whiskey Jack would think back on his words and wish that they had been cleaner, devoid of hidden intent. Eyes grainy from lack of sleep, Paran watched Quickben close his conversation with Haradas, then leave the company of the Trigala trader to rejoin the captain. The sappers will howl, Perrin said, as the two of them resumed their walk towards the Malazan encampment, newly established on the south shore of Catlin River. Quickben shrugged. I'll take Hedge to one side for a word or two. After all, Fiddler's closer than a brother to him, and with the mess that Fid's got into, he needs all the help he can get. The only issue is whether the Trikala can deliver the package in time. They're an extraordinary lot, those traders. They are insane. Doing what they're doing. Sheer audacity is the only thing that keeps them alive. I'd add a certain skill for travelling inimical warrens, Quick. Let us hope it's sufficient, the wizard responded. It wasn't just Maranth munitions, was it? No. The situation in 7 cities couldn't be more desperate. Anyway, I've done what I could. As to its effectiveness, we'll see. You're a remarkable man, Quickben. No, I'm not. Now, best keep all this as private an affair as possible. Hedge will keep his trap shut, and so will Whiskey Jack. Gentlemen, such a lovely evening! Both swung at the voice booming directly behind them. Crupper, Quickben hissed. You slippery... Now, Crupper begs your indulgence. 'Twas mere happy accident that Crupper heard your admirable words, whilst almost stumbling ever so quietly on your heels, and indeed now desires nothing else than to partake, ever so humbly, in courageous enterprise. If you speak a word of this to anyone, Quickben growled, I will slit your throat. The Daru withdrew his decrepit handkerchief and mopped his forehead, 3 quick dabs that seemed to leave the silk cloth sodden with sweat. Crupper assures Deadly Wizard that silence is as Crupper's closest mistress, lover unseen and unseeable, unsuspected and unmitigable, whilst at the same time Crupper proclaims that the fair citizens of Darujistan will hark to such a noble cause. Baruch himself so assures, and would do so in person were he able. Alas, he has naught but this to offer. With that, Crupper withdrew with a flourish a small glass ball from the handkerchief, then dropped it to the ground. It broke with a soft tinkle. Mists rose, gathered knee-high between the Daru and the 2 Malazans, and slowly assumed the form of a Bokoral. Aye, Crupper muttered. Such ugly, indeed visually offensive creatures. Only because you resemble them all too closely, Quickben pointed out, his eyes on the apparition. The Bokoral twisted its neck to look up at the wizard, glittering black eyes in a black grapefruit-sized head. The creature bared its needle teeth. Greet! Baruch! Master! Wood! Help! Sadly terse effort on dear, no doubt overworked Baruch's part, Crupper said. His best conjurations display linguistic grace, if not amiable fluidity, while this thing, alas, evinces— Quiet, Crupper, Quickben said. He spoke to the Bokoral. Uncharacteristic as it sounds, I would welcome Baruch's help, but I must wonder at the alchemist's interest. This is a rebellion in 7 cities, after all, a Malazan matter. The Bokoral's head bobbed. Yes, Baruch, Master, Raraku, Azath, great. The head jumped up and down again. Great? Perrin echoed. Great, danger, Azath, Icarium, more, Coltane, admire, honour, allies. Yes. Yes? Something tells me this won't be easy, Quickben muttered. All right, let's get down to details. Perrin turned at the sound of an approaching rider. The figure appeared indistinct in the starlight. The first detail the captain noted was the horse, a powerful destrier, proud and clearly short-tempered. The woman astride the animal was by contrast unprepossessing, her armour plain and old, the face beneath the rim of the helm apparently undistinguished, middle-aged. Her gaze flicked to Crupper, the Bokoral, and Quickben, Her expression unchanged, she said to Perrin, "Captain, I would a word with you in private, sir." "As you wish," he replied, and led her off 15 paces from the others. "Private enough."
"This will suffice,"
the woman replied, reining in and dismounting. She stepped up to him.
"Sir, I am the destriant of the Grey Swords. Your soldiers hold a prisoner, and I have come to formally request that he be taken into our care."
Perrin blinked, then nodded. "Ah, that would be an Aster, who once commanded the Tennis-Cowrie."
"It would, sir. We are not yet done with him."
"I see." He hesitated.
"Has he recovered from his wounds?"
"The lost eye? He has been treated by our healers."
"Perhaps," the destriant said, "I should deliver my request to High-Fist Dujek."
"No, that won't be necessary. I can speak on behalf of the Malazans. In that capacity, however, it's incumbent that I ask a few questions first."
"As you wish, sir. Proceed."
"What do you intend to do with the prisoner?" She frowned.
"Sir?"
"We do not countenance torture, no matter what his crime. If it is required, we would be forced to extend protection over an Aster, and so deny your request." She glanced away briefly, then fixed her level gaze on him once more, and Perrin realized she was much younger than he had at first assumed.
"Torture, sir, is a relative term."
"Is it?"
"Please, sir, permit me to continue."
"Very well."
"The man, an Aster, might well view what we seek for him as torture, but that is a fear born of ignorance. He will not be harmed. Indeed, my shield anvil seeks the very opposite for the unfortunate man."
"She would take the pain from him." The destriant nodded. "That spiritual embrace, such as Ikovian did to Rathfena."
"Even so, sir."
Perrin was silent a moment. Then he said, "The notion terrifies an Aster?"
"Yes."
"Why?"
"Because he knows of nothing else within him. He has equated his entire identity with the pain of his soul, and so fears its end."
Perrin turned towards the Malazan camp. "Follow me," he said.
"Sir?"
she asked behind him. "He is yours, destriant, with my blessing." She staggered then, against her horse, which grunted and sidestepped. Perrin spun. "What?" The woman righted herself, lifted a hand to her brow, then shook her head.
"I am sorry. There was weight to your use of that word."
"My use? Oh."
"Oh. Hood's breath, Ganoes," he thought. "That was damned careless."
"And?" he reluctantly asked.
"And I'm not sure, sir. But I think you would be well advised to, exercise caution in the future."
"Aye, I think you're right."
"Are you recovered enough to continue?"
She nodded, collecting the reins of her horse. "Don't think about it, Ganoes Perrin," he thought. "Take it as a warning and nothing more. You did nothing to an Aster. You don't even know the man. A warning, and you'll damn well heed it." Chapter 22. Glass is sand, and sand is glass. The ant dancing blind, as blind ants do, on the lip of the rim and the rim of the lip. White in the night and grey in the day. Smiling spider, she never smiles, but smile she does, though the ant never sees, blind as it is, and now was. Tales to Scare Children. Malazan the Vindictive. Birth date unknown. "Mindless panic, alas, makes her twitch," the Seer Domin's voice above him said. "I believe it has grown excessive of late, Holy One." The Panionseer's reply was a shriek.
"Do you think I can't see that? Do you think I'm blind?"
"You are all-wise and all-knowing," the Seer Domin officer rumbled. "I was simply expressing my concern, Holy One. He can no longer walk, and his breath seems so laboured within that malformed chest."
"He, crippled, crumpled ribs, like skeleton hands, closing tighter on lungs, ever tighter. See it, Omin. This is me you describe.
Tok the younger thought.
But who am I? I'd felt power once, long ago. There is a wolf, trapped in this cage. My chest, these bones. Yes, he cannot breathe. It hurts so to breathe. The howls are gone, silenced. The wolf cannot call. Call? To whom? I'd rested my hand once on her furred shoulder, near the neck. We'd not yet awakened, she and I. So close, travelling in step, yet not awakened. Such tragic ignorance. Yet she'd gifted me her mortal visions, her only history, such as she knew it to be, whilst deep in her heart slept my beloved. Holy One, your mother's embrace will kill her, should he be returned to it.
You dare order me?
The seer hissed, and there was trembling in his voice. I do not command, Holy One. I state a fact.
Oltentha, dearest Septarch, come forward. Yes, look upon this man at your seer domin's feet. What think you?
Holy One, a new voice softer, my most trusted servant speaks true. This man's bones are so mangled.
I can see,
the seer screamed. Holy One, the Septarch continued, relieve him from his horror.
No, I will not. He is mine. He is mother's. She needs him. Someone to hold. She needs him.
Her love is proving fatal, the seer Domin said.
You both defy me. Shall I gather my winged ones, to send you to oblivion, to fight and squabble over what's left? Yes, shall I?
As the Holy One wills.
Yes, Oltentha, precisely as I will.
The seer Domin spoke. Shall I return him to the matron then, Holy One?
Not yet. Leave him there. I am amused by the sight of him. Now, Oltentha, your report.
The trenches are completed, Holy One. The enemy will come across the flats to face the city wall. They'll not send scouts to the forested ridge on their right. I will stake my soul on that.
You have, Oltentha, you have. And what of those damned great ravens? If but one has seen...
Your winged ones have driven them off, Holy One. The skies have been cleared, and so the enemy's intelligence is thus thwarted. We shall permit them to establish their camps on the flats. Then we shall rise from our hidden positions and descend upon their flank. This in time with the assault of the mage cadres from the walls and the winged ones from the sky, as well as Septarch Inal's sortie from the gates. Holy One, victory will be ours.
I want Caladan brood. I want his hammer delivered into my hands. I want the Malazans annihilated. I want the Barghast gods grovelling at my feet. But most of all, I want the grey swords. Is that understood? I want that man Itkovian. Then I will have a replacement for my mother. Thus, hear me well, if you seek mercy for Tok the Younger, bring to me Itkovian, alive.
It will be as you will, Holy One, Septarch Oltentha said.
It will be as he wills,
Tok the Younger thought.
He is my God. What he wills, all that he wills. The wolf cannot breathe. The wolf is dying. We are dying. And where is the enemy now, Altentha?
They have indeed divided, 2 days past, since they crossed the river.
Yet are they not aware that the cities they march towards are dead?
So their great ravens must have reported, Holy One.
Then what are they up to?
We are unsure. Your winged ones dare not draw too close. Their presence is yet to be noted, I believe, and best we keep it that way.
Agreed. Well, perhaps they imagine we have set traps, hidden troops, or some such thing, and fear a surprise attack from behind should they simply ignore the cities.
We are granted more time by their caution, Holy One.
They are fools, swollen with the victory at Kapustan.
Indeed, Holy One, for which they will dearly pay.
Everyone pays?
Tok the Younger thought.
No one escapes. I thought I was safe.
The wolf was a power unto himself, stretching awake. He was where I fled to. But the wolf chose the wrong man, the wrong body. When he came down to take my eye, that flash of grey, burning, that I'd thought a stone, I'd been whole, young, sound. But the matron has me now. Old skin sloughing from her massive arms, the smell of abandoned snake pits, the twitch of her embrace, and bones break, break, and break again. There has been so much pain. Its thunder endless of late. I have felt her panic, as the seer has said. This is what has taken my mind. This is what has destroyed me. Better I had stayed destroyed. Better my memories never returned. Knowledge is no gift. Cursed aware, lying here on this cold floor, the softly surging waves of pain receding. I can no longer feel my legs. I smell salt, dust, and mould. There is weight on my left hand. It is pinned beneath me, and now grows numb. I wish I could move. Salt the bodies. There's no shortage. Scurvy's taken so many of the Teniskari. It's all our troops can do to gather the corpses, Holy One.
Mundane diseases will not take the soldiers, Altentha. I have seen this in a dream. The mistress walked among the Teniskari, and lo, their flesh swelled. Their fingers and toes rotted and turned black. Their teeth fell out in streams of red spit. But when she came upon my chosen warriors, I saw her smile, and she turned away.
Holy One, the seer Domin said, why would Polael bless our cause?
I know not, nor do I care. Perhaps she has had her own vision of the glory of our triumph, or perhaps she simply begs favour. Our soldiers will be hale, and once the invaders are destroyed, we can begin our march once more, to new cities, new lands, and there grow fat on the spoils.
The invaders, Tok the Younger thought. Among them, my kin. I was Tok the Younger, a Malazan, and the Malazans are coming. The laugh that came from his throat began softly, a liquid sound, then grew louder as it continued. The conversation fell silent. The sound he made was the only one in the chamber. The seer's voice spoke from directly above him.
And what amuses you so, Tok the Younger? Can you speak? Ah, haven't I asked you that once before?
Breath wheezing, Tok answered. I speak, but you do not hear me. You never hear me.
Indeed.
One arm's host, seer. The deadliest army the Malazan Empire has ever produced. It's coming for you.
And I should quake?
Tok laughed again. Do as you like, but your mother knows.
You think she fears your stupid soldiers? I forgive your ignorance, Tok the Younger. Dear mother, it must be explained, has ancient terrors. Moonspawn. But let me be more precise, so as to prevent your further misunderstanding. Moonspawn is now home to the Tista Andi and their dreaded lord, but they are as lizards in an abandoned temple. They dwell unaware of the magnificence surrounding them. Dear mother cannot be reached by such details, alas. She is little more than instinct these days, the poor, mindless thing. The Jaghut remember Moonspawn. I alone am in possession of the relevant scrolls from Gothos's folly that whisper of the Kachane Naharuk, the short tales, misbegotten children of the matrons, who fashioned mechanisms that bound sorcery in ways long lost, who built vast floating fortresses from which they launched devastating attacks upon their long-tailed kin. No, they lost in the end, were destroyed, and but one floating fortress remained, damaged, abandoned to the winds. Gothos believed it had drifted north to collide with the ice of a Jaghut winter, and was so frozen, trapped for millennia, until found by the Tista Andi Lord. Do you comprehend, Tok the Younger? Anamander Rake knows nothing of Moonspawn's fullest powers. Powers he has no means of accessing, even were he to know of them. Dear mother remembers, or at least some part of her does. Of course, she has nothing to fear. Moonspawn is not within 200 leagues of here. My winged ones have searched for it, high overhead, through the warrens, everywhere. The only conclusion is that Moonspawn has fled, or failed at last. Was it not almost destroyed over Pale? So you've told me. So you see, Tok the Younger, your Malazan army holds no terror for any of us, including dear mother. One arm's host will be crushed in the assault on Coral, as will Brood and his Rivy. Moreover, the white faces will be shattered. They've not the discipline for this kind of war. I will have them all. And I will feed you bits of Dujek One-Arm's flesh. You'd like some meat again, wouldn't you? Something that hasn't been regurgitated. Yes?
He said nothing, even as his stomach clenched in visceral greed. The seer crouched lower and touched a finger to Tok's temple.
It's so easy breaking you. All your faiths, one by one. Almost too easy. The only salvation you can hope for is mine, Tok the Younger. You understand that now, don't you?
Yes, he replied.
Very good. Pray, then, that there is mercy in my soul. True, I've yet to find any myself, though I admit I've little searched. but perhaps it exists. Hold to that, my friend.
Yes. The seer straightened.
I hear my mother's cries. Take him back, Seer Domin.
As you command, Holy One. Strong arms gathered Tok the Younger, lifted him with ease from the cold floor. He was carried from the room. In the hallway, the Seer Domin paused.
Tok, listen to me, please. She's chained down below, and the reach does not encompass the entire room. Listen, I will set you down beyond her grasp. I will bring food, water, blankets. The seer will pay little heed to her cries, for she is always crying these days. Nor will he probe towards her mind. There are matters of far greater import consuming him.
He will have you devoured, Seer Domin.
I was devoured long ago, Malazan.
I am sorry for that. The man holding him said nothing for a long moment, and when he spoke at last, his voice cracked. You offer compassion. Abyss take me, Tok. I am ever surprised. Allow to me, please, my small efforts. With gratitude, Seer Domin. Thank you. He set off once more. Tok spoke. Tell me, Seer Domin, does the ice still grip the sea? Not for at least a league, Tok. Some expected twist of the currents has cleared the harbour, but the storms still rage over the bay, and the ice out there still thunders and churns like 10,000 demons at war. Can you not hear it? No. I'll grant you it's faint from here. From the keep's causeway, it is a veritable assault. I remember the wind. It no longer reaches us. Yet another wayward vagary, for which I am thankful. In the matron's cave, Tok said, there is no wind. Wood splintered, a sickening sound that trembled through the entire Mekros fragment. Lady Envy paused in her climb towards the street's ragged, torn end. The slope had grown suddenly steeper, the frost slick on the cobbles underfoot. She hissed in frustration, then drew on a warren and floated to where Lanus Tog stood on the very edge. The Talanai mast did not so much as sway on her perilous perch. Wind ripped at her tattered skins and bone-white hair. The swords still impaling her glistened with rime. Reaching her side, Lady Envy saw more clearly the source of the terrible, snapping sounds. A vast section of ice had collided with them, was grinding its way along the base in a forming sluice of jetting water and spraying ice. "Dear me," Lady Envy muttered. "It seems we are ever pushed westward. Yet we drive towards land, none the less," Lanus Tog replied, "and that is sufficient. 20 leagues from Coral by this course, and all of it wilderness, assuming my memories of the region's map are accurate. I was so weary of walking, alas. Have you seen our abode yet? Apart from the canting floor and alarming views through the windows, it is quite sumptuous. I cannot abide discomfort, you know." The Talanai mast made no reply, continued staring northwestward. "You're all alike," Lady Envy sniffed. "It took weeks to get Tool in a conversational mood." "You have mentioned the name earlier. Who is Tool?" "Onos Tulan, First Sword. The last time I saw him, he was even more bedraggled than you, dear, so there's hope for you yet." "Onos Tulan. I saw him but once. The first gathering, no doubt." "Yes, he spoke against the ritual. So, of course, you hate him." The Talanai mast did not immediately reply. The structure shifted wildly beneath them, their end pitching down as the flow punched clear, then lifting upward once more. There was not even a waver to Lanus Tog's stance. She spoke. "Hate him? No, of course I disagreed. We all did, and so he acquiesced. It is a common belief.
Lady Envy waited, then crossed her arms and asked,
What is? That truth is proved by weight of numbers. That what the many believe to be right must be so. When I see Onos Tulan once more, I will tell him. He was the one who was right. I don't think he holds a grudge, Lanastog. I suppose, thinking on it, that makes him unique among the Talani-mas, doesn't it? He is the first sword. I've had yet another, equally frustrating conversation with Mok. I'd been wondering, you see, why he and his brothers have not challenged you to combat yet. Both Senu and Thurul have fought Tul, and lost. Mok was next. Turns out the Sekula will not fight women, unless attacked. So by way of warning, do not attack them. I have no reason to, Lady Envy. Should I find one, however. All right, I'll be more direct. Tul was hard-pressed by both Senu and Thurul. Against Mok, well, it was probably even. Are you a match to the first sword, Lanastog? If you truly seek to reach the second gathering in one piece, to deliver your message, then show some restraint.
Iron grated against bone as Lanastog shrugged. Lady Envy sighed.
Now, which is more depressing? Attempting civil conversation with you and the Segula, or staring into the suffering eyes of a wolf? I cannot even comment on Gareth's mood, for the beast still seems upset with me. The eye has awakened, Lanastog said. I know, and truly my heart weeps on her behalf, or at least on behalf of the miserable goddess residing within her. Then again, they both deserve a few tears, don't they? An eternity alone for the not-quite-mortal eye cannot have been fun, after all.
The Talani-mas turned her head.
Who has granted the beast this edged gift?
Lady Envy shrugged, smiling with delight at the opportunity to return such a gesture.
A misguided sibling who'd thought he was being kind. All right, perhaps that was too simplistic an answer. My sibling had found the goddess, terribly damaged by the fall, and needed a warm-blooded place to lay her spirit, so that it could heal. Serendipity. The Eye's pack was dead, while she herself was too young to survive in normal circumstances. Worse yet, she was the last left on the entire continent. Your sibling has a misplaced sense of mercy, Lady Envy. I agree. We have something in common after all. How wonderful!
A moment later, as she studied the Talani-mas at her side, her effusiveness drained away.
Oh, she muttered, what a distressing truth that proved to be.
Lanastog returned her gaze to the tumultuous panorama, stretching away to the northwest.
Most truths are, she said. Well,
Lady Envy ran her hands through her hair.
I think I'll head down and stare into a wolf's miserable eyes for a time, just to improve my mood, you understand. You know, at least Tul had a sense of humour. He is the first sword.
Muttering under her breath as she made her way back down the street, slippered feet barely brushing the icy cobbles, Lady Envy only paused when she reached the entrance to the house.
Oh, that was quite funny, in an odd way. Well, how extraordinary.
Crone hopped about in a fury. Brood stood watching the great raven. Off to one side was Corlat. Lingering a half-dozen paces away was Kalor. The army marched in wide ranks down the raised road to their left, whilst to their right, at a distance of 2,000 paces, rumbled the herd of Bedouin. There were fewer of the beasts, Corlat noted. The crossing had claimed hundreds. A shrill hiss from Crone recaptured her wandering attention. The great raven had half spread her wings, halting directly in front of the warlord.
You still do not grasp the gravity of this. Fool! Ox! Where is Anamander Rake? Tell me. I must speak with him. Warn him.
Of what? Brood asked. That a few hundred condors have chased you away?
Unknown sorcery hides within those abominable vultures. We are being deliberately kept away, you brainless thug.
From Coral and environs, Calor noted dryly. We've just come in sight of Lest, Crone. One thing at a time.
Stupid! Do you think they're just sitting on their hands? They're preparing.
Of course they are, Calor drawled, sneering down at the great raven. What of it?
What's happened to Moonspawn? We know what Rake planned. Has it succeeded? I cannot reach it. I cannot reach him. Where is Moonspawn?
No one spoke. Crone's head darted down.
You know less than I, don't you? All this is bravado. We are lost.
The great raven wheeled to pin Corlat with her glittering black eyes.
Your lord has failed, hasn't he? And taken 3/4 of the Tista Andi with him. Will you be enough, Corlat? Will you?
Crone, Brood rumbled. We'd asked for word on the Malazans, not a list of your fears.
The Malazans? They march. What else would they do? Endless wagons on the road, dust everywhere. Closing on Sessa, which is empty but for a handful of sun-withered corpses.
Calor grunted. They're making a swift passage of it, then, as if in a hurry. Warlord, there is deceit here. Brood scowled, crossed his arms. You heard the bird, Calor. The Malazans march. Faster than we'd expected, true, but that is all. You dissemble, Calor grated. Ignoring him, Brood faced the great raven once more. Have your kin keep an eye on them. As for what's happening at Coral, we'll worry about that when we reach Marik and reunite our forces. Finally, regarding your master Anomander Rake, have faith, Crone.
Upon faith you hold to success? Madness! We must prepare for the worst!
Corlat's attention drifted once more. It had been doing that a lot of late. She had forgotten what love could do, as it threaded its roots through her entire soul, as it tugged and pulled at her thoughts, obsession ripening like seductive fruit. She felt only its life, thickening within her, claiming all she was. Fears for her lord and her kin seemed almost inconsequential. If truly demanded, she could attempt her warren, reach him via the paths of Curald Gulain. But there was no urgency within her to do any such thing. This war would find its own path. Her wants were held, one and all, in the eyes of a man. A mortal, of angled-edged nobility. A man past his youth, a soul layered in scars. Yet he had surrendered it to her. Almost impossible to believe. She recalled her first sight of him up close. She had been standing with the Mybe and Silverfox, the child's hand in her own. He had ridden towards the place of parley at Dujak's side. A soldier whose name she had already known, as a feared enemy, whose tactical prowess had defied Brood time and again, despite the odds against the Malazans' poorly supplied, numerically weakened forces. Even then, he had been as a lodestone to her eye. And not just hers alone, she realized. Her lord had called him friend. The rarity of such a thing still threatened to steal her breath. Anomander Rake, in all the time she had known him, had acknowledged but one friend, and that was Caladan Brood. And between those two men, thousands of years of shared experiences, an alliance never broken. Countless clashes, it was true, but not once a final, irretrievable sundering. The key to that, Corlat well understood, lay in their maintaining a respectable distance from each other, punctuated by the occasional convergence. It was, she believed, a relationship that would never be broken. And from it, after centuries, had been born a friendship. Yet Rake had shared but a few evenings in Whiskey Jack's company. Conversations of an unknown nature had taken place between them, and it had been enough.
Something in each of them has made them kin in spirit, Corlat thought. Yet even I cannot see it. Anomander Rake cannot be reached out to, cannot be so much as touched, not his true self. I have never known what lies behind my lord's eyes. I have but sensed its vast capacity, but not the flavour of all that it contains. But Whiskey Jack, my dear mortal lover, while I cannot see all that is within him, I can see the cost of containment. The bleeding, but not the wound. And I can see his strength, even the last time, when he was so weary. Directly south, the old walls of Lest were visible. There was no sign that repairs had been made since the Panian conquest. The air above the city was clear of smoke, empty of birds. The Rivi scouts had reported that there was naught but a few charred bones littering the streets. There had been raised gardens once, for which Lest had been known, but the flow of water had ceased weeks past, and fire had since swept through the city. Even at this distance, Corlad could see the dark stain of soot on the walls.
"Devastation!" moaned Crone. "This is the tale before us, all the way to Mauric, whilst our allegiance disintegrates before our eyes."
"It does nothing of the sort," rumbled Brood, his frown deepening.
"No, and where is Silver Fox? What has happened to the Maybe? Why do the Grey Swords and Drake's Legion march so far behind us? Why were the Malazans so eager to leave our sides? And now, Anomander Rake and Moonspawn have vanished. The Tister Andy
are alive," Corlat cut in, her own patience frayed at last. Crone wheeled on her.
"Are you certain?"
Corlat nodded. "Yet, am I?" she thought. "No. Shall I then seek them out? No. We shall see what is to be seen at Coral. That is all." Her gaze slowly swung westward. "And you, my dear lover, thief of all my thoughts, will you ever release me? Please, do not. Ever." Riding beside Gruntle, Itkovin watched the two grey-sword outriders canter towards the shield anvil and destriant.
"Where are they coming from?" Gruntle asked.
"Flanking rearguard," Itkovin replied.
"With news to deliver, it seems."
"So it appears, sir."
"Well, aren't you curious? They've both asked you to ride with them. If you'd said yes, you'd be hearing that report right now, instead of slouching along with us, riffraff. Hey, that's a thought. I could divide my legion into two companies, call one Riff, and the other—"
"Oh, spare us!"
Stoney snapped behind them.
Gruntle twisted in his saddle.
"How long have you been in our shadow, woman?"
"I'm never in your shadow, Gruntle. Not you, not Itkovin, not any man. Besides, with the sun so low on our right, I'd have to be alongside you to be in your shadow. Not that I would be, of course."
"So, instead," the mortal sword grinned, "you're the woman behind me."
"And what's that supposed to mean, pig?"
"Just stating a fact, lass."
"Really? Well, you were wrong. I was about to make my way over to the Grey Swords, only you two oafs were in the way."
"Stoney, this isn't a road. It's a plain. How in Hood's name could we be in your way when you could ride your horse anywhere?"
"Oafs! Lazy pigs! Someone here has to be curious. That someone needs a brain, of course, which is why you'll both just trot along, wondering what those outriders are reporting, wondering and doing not a damn thing about it. Because you're both brainless. As for me—"
"As for you," Itkovin said dryly, "you seem to be talking to us, sir. Indeed, engaged in a conversation—"
"Which has now ended," she snapped, neck-reining her horse to the left, then launching it past them. They watched her ride towards the other column. After a moment, Gruntle shrugged, then said, "Wonder what she'll hear."
"As do I," Itkovin replied.
They rode on, their pace steady if a little slow. Gruntle's legion marched in their wake, a rabble, clumped like sea raiders wandering inland in search of a farmhouse to pillage. Itkovin had suggested, some time earlier, that some training might prove beneficial, to which Gruntle had grinned and said nothing. Drake's mortal sword despised armies.
Indeed, despised anything even remotely connected to the notion of military practices. He was indifferent to discipline, and had but one officer, a Lastari soldier, fortunately, to manage his now 80 followers, stony-eyed misfits that he had laughingly called Trake's Legion. Gruntle was, in every respect, Itkovian's opposite. "Here she comes," the mortal sword growled. "She rides," Itkovian observed, "with much drama. Aye, a fierceness not unique to sitting a saddle, from all that I've heard." Itkovian glanced at Gruntle. "My apologies. I had assumed you and she a few times," the man replied. "When we were both drunk, alas. Her more drunk than me, I'll admit. Neither of us talk about it, generally. We stumbled onto the subject once, and it turned into an argument about which of us was the more embarrassed. Ah, lass, what news?" She reined in hard, her horse's hooves kicking up dust.
"Why in Hood's name should I tell you?"
"Then why in Hood's name did you ride back to us?"
She scowled. "I was simply returning to my position, oaf. And you, Itkovian, that had better not be a hint of a smile I see there. If it was, I'd have to kill you."
"Most certainly not, sir."
"Glad to hear it."
"So?" Gruntle asked her.
"What?"
"The news, woman."
"Oh, that. Wonderful news, of course. It's the only kind we hear these days, right? Pleasing revelations, happy times."
"Stoney."
"Old friends, Gruntle. Trundling after us about a league back. Big bone carriage, pulled by a train that ain't quite what it seems. Dragging a pair of flatbed wagons behind too, loaded with junk. Did I say junk? I meant loot, of course, including more than one sun-blackened corpse. And an old man on the driver's seat, with a mangy cat in his lap. Well, what do you know? Old friends, yes?"
Gruntle's expression had flattened, his eyes suddenly cold. "No Buke?"
"Not even his horse. Either he's flown or—"
The mortal sword wheeled his horse round, and drove his heels into the beast's flanks. Itkovian hesitated. He glanced at Stoney and was surprised to see undisguised sympathy softening her face. Her green eyes found him.
"Catch up with him, will you?"
she asked quietly. He nodded, lowered the visor of his Malazan helm. The faintest shift in weight and a momentary brush of the reins against his horse's neck brought the animal about. His mount was pleased with the opportunity to stretch its legs, and given its lighter burden, was able to draw Itkovian alongside Gruntle with 2/3 of a league remaining. The mortal sword's horse was already labouring. "Sir," Itkovian called. "Pace, sir, else we'll be riding double on the return." Gruntle hissed a curse, made as if to urge his horse yet faster, then relented, straightening in the saddle, reins loose, as the beast's gallop slowed, fell into a canter. "Fast trot now, sir," Itkovian advised. "We'll drop to a walk in 100 paces, so she can stretch her neck and open full her air passages." "Sorry, Itkovian," Gruntle said a short while later. "There's no heat to my temper these days, but that seems to make it all the deadlier, I'm afraid." "Trake would—" "No, don't even try, friend. I've said it before. I don't give a damn what Trake wants or expects of me, and the rest of you had best stop seeing me that way. Mortal sword, I hate titles. I don't even like being called captain when I guarded caravans. I only used it so I could charge more." "Do you intend to attempt harm upon these travellers, sir?" "You well know who they are." "I do." "I had a friend." "Aye, the one named Buke. I recall him. A man broken by sorrow. I once offered to take his burdens, but he refused me." Gruntle's head snapped round at that. "You did? He did?" Itkovian nodded. "Perhaps I should have been more direct." "You should have grabbed him by the throat and done it no matter what he wanted. That's what the new shield anvil's done to that one-eyed first shield of the Dead Seed, Anasta, isn't it? And now the man rides at her side." "Rides unknowing. He is naught but a shell, sir. There was naught else within him but pain. Its taking has stolen his knowledge of himself." Would you have had that as Buke's fate as well, sir? The man grimaced. Less than a third of a league remained, assuming Stoney's claim was accurate, but the roll of the eroded beach ridges reduced the line of sight, and indeed it was the sound that the carriage made, a muted clanking riding the wind, that alerted the two men to its proximity. They crested a ridge and had to rein in quickly to avoid colliding with the train of oxen. Emancipor Rees was wearing a broad, smudged bandage wrapped vertically about his head, not quite covering a swollen jaw and puffy right eye. The cat in his lap screamed at the sudden arrival of the two riders, then clawed its way up the servant's chest, over the left shoulder and onto the roof of the ghastly carriage, where it vanished into a fold of Cochencha bone and skin. Rees himself jumped in his seat, almost toppling from his perch before recovering his balance.
Bastards! Why do you do that? Who's breath?
Apologies, sir, Itkovian said, for startling you, sir. You are injured.
Injured? The tooth broke it. Oripith.
Itkovian frowned, glanced at Gruntle. The mortal sword shrugged. Olive pit, maybe?
Aye!
Rees nodded vigorously, then winced at the motion.
What do you want?
Gruntle drew a deep breath, then said, The truth, Rees. Where's Buke? The servant shrugged.
Gone.
Did they?
No. Gone. Thrown.
He jerked his arms up and down.
Slap, slap. Understand? Yes.
Gruntle sighed, glanced away, then slowly nodded. Well enough, he said a moment later. The carriage door opened and Beauchelain leaned out. Why have we stopped? Ah, the caravan captain. And the grey sword, I believe. But where, sir, is your uniform? I see no need. Never mind, Beauchelain interrupted, climbing out. I wasn't really interested in your answer. Well, gentlemen, you have business to discuss, perhaps? Indulge my rudeness, if you will. I am weary and short of temper of late, alas. Indeed, before you utter another word, I advise you not to irritate me. The next unpleasant interruption is likely to see my temper snap entirely, and that would be a truly fell thing, I assure you. Now, what would you with us? Nothing, Gruntle said. The necromancer's thin, black brows rose fractionally. Nothing? I came to inquire of Buke. Buke? Who? Oh, yes, him. Well, the next time you see him, tell him he is fired. I'll do that. No one spoke for a moment, then Itkovian cleared his throat. Sir, he said to Beauchelain, your servant has broken a tooth and appears to be in considerable discomfort. Surely, with your arts— Beauchelain turned and looked up at Rees. Ah, that explains the head garb. I admit I'd been wondering. A newly acquired local fashion, perhaps. But no, as it turns out. Well, Rees, it seems I must once more ask Corporal Broach to make ready for surgery. This is the third such tooth to break, yes? More olives, no doubt. If you still persist in the belief that olive pits are deadly poison, why are you so careless when eating said fruit? Never mind.
Thou, surgery, please! Thou, please!
What are you babbling about, man? Be quiet. Wipe that drool away. It's unsightly. Do you think I cannot see your pain, servant? Tears have sprung from your eyes, and you are white, deathly white. And look at you shake so. Not another moment must be wasted. Corporal Broach, come out, if you will, with your black bag. Corporal! The wagon rocked slightly in answer. Gruntle swung his horse round. Itkovian followed suit. Until later, then, gentlemen, Beauchelain called out behind them. Rest assured, I am grateful for your advising me of my servant's condition, as he is equally grateful, no doubt, and were he able to speak coherently, I am sure he would tell you so. Gruntle lifted a hand in a brusque wave. They set off to rejoin Trake's Legion. Neither spoke for a time, until a soft rumbling from Gruntle drew Itkovian's attention. The mortal sword, he saw, was laughing. What amuses you so, sir? You, Itkovian. I expect Rhys will curse your concern for the rest of his days. An odd expression of gratitude that would be. Will he not be healed? Oh, yes, I am sure he will, Edkovian. But here's something for you to ponder on, if you will. Sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. Can you explain that? Ask Emancipor Rhys the next time you see him. Very well. I will do just that, sir. The stench of smoke clung to the walls, and sufficient old stains blotting the rugs attested to the slaughter of acolytes down hallways and in anterooms and annexes throughout the temple. Cole wondered if Hood had been pleased to have his own children delivered unto him, within the god's own sanctified structure. It appeared to be no easy thing to desecrate a place made sacred to death. The Daru could feel the breath of unabated power, cool and indifferent, as he sat on the stone bench outside the chamber of the sepulchre. Murillo paced up and down the wide main hallway to his right, stepping into his line of sight, then out again, over and over. In the holy chamber beyond, the Knight of Death was preparing a place for the Maybe. 3 bells had passed since Hood's chosen servant had walked into the chamber of the sepulchre, the doors closing of their own accord behind him. Cole waited until Murillo reappeared once more. He can't let go of those swords. Murillo paused, glanced over. So? Well, Cole rumbled, it might well take him 3 bells to make a bed. His friend's expression filled with suspicion. That was supposed to be funny? Not entirely. I was thinking in pragmatic terms. I was trying to imagine the physical awkwardness of attempting to do anything with swords stuck to your hands. That's all. Murillo made to say something, changed his mind with a muttered oath, wheeled, and resumed his pacing. They had carried the Maybe into the temple 5 days past, settling her into a room that had once belonged to a ranking priest. They had unloaded the wagon and stored their food and water in the cellars amidst the shards of hundreds of shattered jugs and the floor and the walls made sticky with wine, the air thick and cloying and rank as an innkeeper's apron. Every meal since had tasted wine-soaked, reminding Cole of the almost 2 years he had wasted as a drunk, drowning in misery's dark waters, as only a man in love with self-pity can. He would have liked to call the man he had been a stranger now, but the world had a way of spinning unnoticed, until what he had thought he had turned his back on suddenly faced him again. Even worse, introspection, for him at least, was a funnel in sand, a spider waiting at the bottom. And Cole well knew he was quite capable of devouring himself. Murillo strode into view again. The ant danced blind, Cole said. What? The old children's tale. Remember it? You've lost your mind, haven't you? Not yet. At least, I don't think so. But that's just it, Cole. You wouldn't know, would you? He watched Murillo spin round once more, step past the wall's edge and out of sight. The world spins about us unseen, Cole thought. The blind dance in circles. There's no escaping what you are, and all your dreams glittered white at night, but grey in the light of day. And both are equally deadly. Who was that damned poet? The Vindictive, an orphan, he had claimed, wrote 1,000 stories to terrify children, was stoned by a mob in Darujistan, which she survived. I think that was years ago. His tales live in the streets now, sing-song chants to accompany the games of the young. Damned sinister, if you ask me. He shook himself, seeking to clear his mind before stumbling into yet another pitfall of memory. Before she'd stolen his estate, before she'd destroyed him, Simtal had told him she carried his child. He wondered if that child had ever existed. Simtal fought with lies where others used knives. There'd been no announcement of any birth, though of course the chance of his missing such an announcement was pretty much certain in those days that followed his fall. But his friends would have known, would have told him, if not then now. Murillo stepped into view. "A moment there," Cole growled. "Now what? The beetle flipped on its back? The worm circling the hole?" "A question, Murillo." "All right, if you insist." "Did you ever hear tell of a child born to Simtal?" He watched his friend's face slowly close, the eyes narrowing. "That is a question not to be asked in this temple, Cole." "I'm asking it nonetheless." "I do not think you're ready." "Not for you to judge, and you should know better, Murillo. Damn it, I've been sitting on the council for months, and I'm still not ready? What absurdity is—" All right. It's just this. There's only rumours." "Don't lie to me." "I'm not. There was a span of more than a few months, just after your, demise, when she made no public appearance. Explained away as mourning, of course, though everyone knew." "Yes, I know what everyone knew. So she hid out for a time. Go on." "Well, we believed she was consolidating her position, behind the scenes. Rallick was keeping an eye on her. At least, I think he was. He'd know more." "And you two never discussed the details of what she was up to? What she looked like?" "Murillo, well, what would Rallick know of mothering?" "When they're with child, their bellies swell and their breasts get bigger. I'm sure our assassin friend has seen one or two so afflicted women on Darujistan streets. Did he just think they were eating melons whole?" "No need to be sarcastic, Cole. All I'm saying is he wasn't sure." "What about the estate servants? Any women who'd just given birth?" "Rallick never mentioned—" "My, what an observant assassin!" "Fine," Murillo snapped. "Here's what I think. She had a child. She sent it away, somewhere. She wouldn't have abandoned it, because at some point she would have wanted to use it, as a verifiable heir, as marriage bait, whatever. Simtal was lowborn. Whatever contacts she had from her past were private ones, kept from everyone but those involved, including you, as you well know. I think she sent the child that way, somewhere no one would think of looking." "Almost 3 now," Cole said, leaning back to rest his head against the wall. He closed his eyes. 3 years of age? "Maybe so. But at the time there wasn't any way of finding—" "You'd have needed my blood. Then Baruch." "Right," Murillo snapped. "We'd just go and bleed you one night when you were passed out drunk." "Why not?" "Because, you ox, back then there didn't seem much point." "Fair enough. But I've walked a straight line for months now, Murillo." "Then you do it, Cole. Go to Baruch." "I will, now that I know." "Listen, friend. I've known a lot of drunks in my time. You look at 4, 5 months being sober and think it's eternity. But me, I see a man still brushing the puke from his clothes. A man who could get knocked right back down. I wasn't going to push. It's too soon." "I hear you. I don't curse your decision, Murillo. You were right to be cautious. But what I see now, that is a reason. Finally, a real reason to hold myself up." "Cole, I hope you're not thinking you can just walk into whatever household your child's being raised in and take it away."
"Why not? It's mine."
"And there's a place waiting for it on your mantelpiece, right?"
"You think I can't raise a child?"
"I know you can't, Cole. But if you do this right, you can pay to see it grow up well, with opportunities that it might not otherwise have."
"A hidden benefactor. That would be noble."
"Be honest. It would be convenient, Cole. Not noble, not heroic."
"And you call yourself a friend?"
"I do."
Cole sighed. "And so you should, though I don't know what I've done to deserve such friendship."
"Since I don't want to depress you further, we'll discuss that subject some other time."
The massive stone doors to the chamber of the sepulchre swung open.
Grunting, Cole rose from the bench. The Knight of Death stepped into the hallway to stand directly before Murillo. "Bring the woman," the warrior said. "The preparations are complete." Cole strode to the entrance and looked within. A large hole had been carved through the floor's solid stone in the center of the chamber. Shattered stone rose in heaps banked against a side wall. Suddenly chilled, the Daru pushed past the Knight of Death. "Hood's breath!" he exclaimed. "That's a damn sarcophagus!" "What?" Murillo cried, rushing to join Cole. He stared at the burial pit, then spun to the knight. "The maybe's not dead, you fool!" The warrior's lifeless eyes fixed on Cole's companion. "The preparations," he said, "are complete." Ankle-deep in dust, she stumbled across a wasteland. The tundra had disintegrated, and with it the hunters, the demonic pursuers who had been such unwelcome company for so long. The desolation surrounding her was, she realized, far worse. No grasses underfoot, no sweet, cool wind. The hum of the black flies was gone, those avid companions so eager to feed on her flesh, though her scalp still crawled as if some had survived the devastation. And she was weakening, her youthful muscles failing in some undefinable way. Not weariness alone, but some kind of chronic dissolution. She was losing her substantiality, and that realization was the most terrifying of all. The sky overhead was colorless, devoid of cloud or even sun, yet faintly illuminated by some unseen source. It seemed impossibly distant. To look upward for too long was to risk madness, mind railing at its inability to comprehend what the eyes were seeing. So she held her gaze fixed directly ahead as she staggered on. There was nothing to mark the horizon in any direction. She might well be walking in circles for all she knew, though if so, it was a vast circle, for she'd yet to cross her own path. She had no destination in mind for this journey of the spirit, nor the will to seek to fashion one in this deathly dreamscape, had she known how. Her lungs ached, as if they too were losing their ability to function. Before long, she believed, she herself would begin to dissolve, this young body defeated in a way that was opposite to what she had feared for so long. She would not be torn to pieces by wolves. The wolves were gone. No, she knew now that nothing had been as it had seemed. It had all been something different, something secret, a riddle she had yet to work out. And now it was too late. Oblivion had come for her. The abyss she had seen in her nightmares of so long ago had been a place of chaos, of frenzied feeding on souls, of miasmic memories detached and flung on storm winds. Perhaps those visions had been the products of her own mind, after all. The true abyss was what she was now seeing, on all sides, in every direction. Something broke the horizon's flat line, something monstrous and crouched, bestial, off to her right. It had not been there a moment ago. Or perhaps it had. Perhaps this world itself was shrinking, and her few frail steps had unveiled what lay beyond the land's curvature. She moaned in sudden terror, even as her steps shifted direction, drew her towards the apparition. It grew visibly larger with every stride she took, swelled horribly until it claimed a third of the sky. Pink-streaked, raw bones, rising upward, a cage of ribs, each rib scarred, knotted with malignant growths, calcifications, porous nodes, cracks, twists, and fissures. Between each bone, skin was stretched, enclosing whatever lay within. Blood vessels spanned the skin, pulsing like red lightning, flickering and dimming before her eyes. For this, the storm of life was passing. For this, and for her as well.
Are you mine?
She asked in a rasping voice as she stumbled to within 20 paces of the ghastly cage.
Does my heart lie inside, slowing with each beat? Are you me?
Emotions suddenly assailed her, feelings that were not her own, but came from whatever lay within the cage. Anguish, overwhelming pain. She wanted to flee, yet it sensed her. It demanded that she stay, that she come closer, close enough to reach out, to touch. The Maybe screamed. She was in a cloud of dust that clawed her eyes blind, on her knees suddenly, feeling as if she was being torn apart. Her spirit, her every instinct for survival, rearing up one last time, to resist the summons, to flee. But she could not move. And then the force reached out. It began to pull. And the land beneath her shifted, tilted. The dust slicked. The dust became as glass. On her hands and knees, she looked up through streaming eyes, the scene dancing before her. The ribs were ribs no longer. They were legs. And skin was not skin. It had become a web. And she was sliding. Chapter 23. Were the Black Marantha loquacious people, the history of Achievement Twist would be known. And were it known, from what preceded first mention of him following the alliance with the Malazan Empire, his sojourn during the Genebacan campaigns of that same empire, and of his life within the Marantha hegemony itself, one cannot but suspect that the tale would be worthy of more than one legend. Lost Heroes, Bad Ark of Nathii. The Vision Mountains loomed dark and massive, blotting the stars to the west. Her back to the vertical root wall of a toppled tree, Corporal Picker drew her rain-cloak tighter against the chill. On her left, the distant walls of Seta formed a ragged black line on the other side of the starlit river. The city had proved closer to the mountains and to the river than the maps had indicated, which had been a good thing. Her gaze remained fixed on the path below, straining in search of the first smudge of motion. At least the rain had passed, though mist had begun to gather. She listened to the drip of water from the pine boughs on all sides. Her boots squelched in mossy mud, then grated on granite. Picker glanced over, nodded, then returned her attention to the trail. "Expect a while yet," Captain Perrin murmured. "They've considerable ground to cover."
"Aye," Picker agreed. "Only Blend runs a fast point, sir. She has eyes like a cat."
"Let's hope she doesn't leave the others behind, then."
"She won't."
"She'd better not," Picker thought. Perrin slowly crouched at her side. "I suppose we could have flown directly over the city and saved ourselves the trouble of checking it out on foot."
"And if there'd been watchers, they'd have seen us. No need to second-guess yourself, Captain. We don't know what the Panions here's got for eyes in this land, but we'd be fools to think we were entirely alone. We're already risking big with thinking we can travel at night and not be detected."
"Quickpen says it's the condors and nothing else, Lieutenant, and they only take to the sky during the day. So long as we keep under cover when the sun's out, we should be able to pull this off." Picker slowly nodded in the darkness.
"Spindle agrees. So do Blue Pearl and Shank and Toes. Captain, with us and just bridge burners frog-hopping with the Black Maranth, I'd have little concern. But since we're flying point on—"
"Shh!" There, down below, saw something. Blend was her usual admirable self, moving like a shadow, vanishing entirely for 1, 2, 3 heartbeats, then reappearing 10 paces closer, zigzagging her way to where Picker and Perrin waited. Though neither officer had moved nor made a sound, Blend had somehow found them. Her teeth flashed white as she squatted down in front of them. "Very impressive," Perrin muttered. "Are you here to report, or will you leave that to the man who's supposed to be doing that? Unless, of course, you've left Antsy and the rest stumbling lost half a league in your wake."
The smile disappeared.
No, sir. They're about 30 paces back. Can't you hear 'em? There. That was Spindle. His hair shirt snagging on a branch. And those steps out front. That's Ansi. He's bandy-legged, walks like an ape. Those clunks? Hedge. The quietest one of the lot is Titoran, oddly enough. You making this up, soldier? Perrin asked. Because I don't hear a thing. No, sir, Blen said innocently. Picker wanted to reach out and cuff the woman. Go down and find them, Blend, she growled. If they're that loud, they've lost the trail, you idiot, she thought. Not that they are. Not that they have. Perrin struck you right sharp and you don't like it. Fine. Now! Aye, Lieutenant, Blen sighed. They watched her slither and slide her way back down to the path, then vanish. Perrin grunted. She almost had me there. Picker glanced over. She thinks she's done just that. That's right, she does. She said nothing, then grinned. Damn, I think you're our captain now. Finally, we found a good one, Picker thought. Here they come, Perrin observed. They were a match to Blend, or close enough to make little difference. Flowing silent, weapons bound, armour muffled. They watched Ansi raise a hand, halt those following with a gesture, then inscribe a circle in the air with his index finger. The squads dispersed to the sides, each one seeking a place of cover. The patrol was done. The sergeant made his way up to where Perrin and Picker waited. Before he arrived, Quickben slipped down to join the two officers. Captain, he said under his breath, I've been talking with Twister's second. And? And the Maranth is worried, sir. About his commander. That killer's infections moved up past the shoulder. Twist only has a few weeks left, and he's living with a lot of pain right now. Hood knows how he stays in control. All right, Perrin sighed. We'll resume conversation on that subject later. Let's hear Ansi now. Right. The sergeant arrived, settled down in front of them. Picker handed him a flask and he took it, swallowed a half-dozen mouthfuls of wine, handed it back. Ansi cleared both nostrils with explosive snorts, then wiped his moustache and spent another few moments grooming and patting it down. If you start washing your armpits next, Perrin warned, I'll kill you. Once I get over the nausea, that is. So, you visited Seta. What did you see, Sergeant? Yes, sir. Captain. Seta. A ghost city, damned eerie. All those empty streets, empty buildings, feast piles. Feast what? Feast piles, in the squares. Big mounds of burnt bone and ash. Human. Feast piles. Oh, and huge bird's nests on the city's 4 towers. Blend climbed close to one. She did? Well, closer anyway. We'd noticed the guano on the tower sides when the sun's light was still clinging up high. Anyway, there's those mountain vultures bedded down in them. Quickben cursed. And Blend's sure she wasn't seen? Absolutely, Wizard. You know Blend. We kept to blocking lines of sight just in case, which wasn't easy. Those towers were well placed. But those birds had bedded down for real. See any great ravens? Quickben inquired. The sergeant blinked. No. Why? Nothing. But the rule holds. Trust nothing in the sky, Ansi. Be sure everyone knows and remembers that. Right? Aye, as you say, Wizard. Anything else? Perrin asked. Ansi shrugged. No, not a thing. Seta's dead as dead gets. Mauric's probably the same. Never mind Mauric, Perrin said. We're bypassing Mauric. He had Picker's fullest attention with that. Just us, Captain. We're flying point all the way, Quickben answered. Ansi growled something under his breath. Speak clearly, Sergeant, Perrin ordered. Nothing, sir. Let's have it, Ansi. Well, just Hedge and Spindle and the other sappers, Captain. Been complaining about that missing crate of munitions. They were expecting to get resupplied at Mauric. They'll squeal, sir. Picker saw Perrin glance at Quickben. The wizard scowled. I forgot to have a word with Hedge, Sorry, I'll get right on it. The thing is, Anstey said, we're undersupplied, and that's the truth of it. If we run into trouble— Really, Sergeant, Picker muttered. When you've burned the bridges behind you, don't go starting a fire on the one in front of you. Tell those sappers to stiffen their spines. If we get into a situation where the 15 or so available cussers and 30 or 40 sharpers aren't enough, we're just one more feast pile anyway.
Chat's over, Perrin announced. Quick, get the Moranth ready. We're making one more jump tonight.
I want us within sight of the River Erin come the dawn.
Picker, check the cans one more time, please. I don't want them obvious. We give ourselves away now, and things will get hot.
Aye, sir.
All right, let's move. He watched as his soldiers scrambled. A few moments later, he sensed a presence and turned. The Black Moranth commander, Twist, had come to stand beside him. Captain Perrin. Yes? I would know if you blessed the Barghast gods. In Kapustan, or perhaps thereafter. Perrin frowned. I was warned that they might ask, but no, I've not been approached. The black-armoured warrior was silent for a moment. Then he said, Yet you acknowledge their place in the Pantheon.
I don't see why not.
Is that a yes, Captain?
All right, yes. Why? What's wrong?
Nothing is wrong. I will die soon, and I wish to know what will await my soul.
Have the Barghast shouldermen finally acknowledged that the Moranth share the same blood?
Their pronouncements one way or the other are without relevance.
Yet mine are?
You are the master of the deck.
What caused the schism, Twist? Between the Moranth and the Barghast?
The chieftain slowly raised his withered arm. Perhaps, in another realm, this arm is hale, whilst the rest of me is shrunken and lifeless. Perhaps, he went on, it already feels the clasp, firm and strong, of a spirit. Who now but waits for my complete passage into that world?
An interesting way of viewing it.
Perspective, Captain. The Barghast would see us withered and lifeless, to be cut away. While you see it the other way round. Twist shrugged. We do not fear change. We do not resist it. The Barghast must accept that growth is necessary, even if painful. They must learn what the Moranth learned long ago, when we did not draw our swords and instead spoke with the Tista Idur, the grey-skinned wanderers of the seas. Spoke, to discover they were as lost as we were, as weary of war, as ready for peace.
Tista Idur?
Children of the Shattered Warren. A fragment had been discovered in the vast forest of Moranth that would become our new homeland. Corralled Umalan, the true face of Shadow. There were so few Tista Idur left, we chose to welcome them. The last of them are gone now from Moranth Wood, long gone, but their legacy is what has made us as we are.
Achievement, it may take me a while to make sense of what you've just described. I have questions.
Twist shrugged again. We did not slay the Tista Idur. In Barghast eyes, that is our greatest crime. I wonder, however, if the elder spirits, now gods, see it in similar light.
They've had a long time to think, Perrin murmured. Sometimes that's all that's needed. The heart of wisdom is tolerance. I think.
If so, Captain, then you must be proud.
Proud?
The achievement slowly turned away as soft calls announced the troop was ready. I now return to Dujek Wonom. He paused, then added, The Malazan Empire is a wise empire. I think that rare and precious. And so I wish it, and you, well. Perrin watched Twist stride away. It was time to go.
Tolerant, he thought. Maybe.
Keep that word in mind, Ganois. There's a whisper that it will prove the fulcrum in what's to come. Cropper's mule carried him swiftly up the embankment, through a press of marching Marines on the road, who scattered from its path, then down the other side and out onto the plain. Shouts and helpful advice followed him.
Brainless beast!
Blind, stubborn, braying creature of the abyss! Stop! Crupper cries. Stop! No, not that way! The mule charged a tilting path back round, fast-trotted smartly for the nearest clan of white-faced Barghast. A dozen savagely painted children raced out to meet them. The mule balked in sudden alarm, pitching Crupper forward onto its neck. The animal then wheeled and slowed to a placid walk, tail switching its rump. The Daru managed to right himself with a succession of grunts. "Exercise is madness," he exclaimed to the children, who jogged up alongside. "Witness these frightening urchins, already so muscle-bound as to laugh with stupid delight at Crupper's woeful fate. The curse of vigour and strain has addled them. Dear Crupper, forgive them as befits your admirable nature, your amiable equanimity, your effortlessly estimable ease among the company of those sadly lacking in years. Ah, you poor creatures, so short of leg, yet self-deluded into expressions witlessly wise. You strut in step with this confounded mule, and so lay bare the tragic truth. Your tribe is doomed, Crupper pronounces. Doomed!"
"They understand not a word, man of lard." Crupper twisted round to see Heaton and Kafal riding to join him. The woman was grinning. "Not a word, Daru, and a good thing, too. Else they tear your heart from your chest at such damnations."
"Damnations? Dear woman, Crupper's deadly temper is to blame. His white-hot rage that so endangers all around him. It is this beast, you see."
"Not even worth eating," Heaton noted. "What think you, brother?"
"Too scrawny,"
Kafal agreed.
"None the less, Crupper pleads for forgiveness on behalf of his worthy self, and the conversely worthless beast he rides. Forgive us, somewhat longer-legged spawn of Humbrel Tor, we beg you."
"We've a question for you, man of lard."
"You need only ask, and Crupper shall answer, shining with truth, his words smooth as oil to scent your unblemished skin. There, just above the left breast, perhaps, Crupper has in his possession—"
"No doubt," Heaton interrupted. "And were you to carry on, this war would be over before I had the chance to ask you the question. Now shut up, Daru, and listen. Look, if you will, upon the Malazan ranks on yonder road. The tent-covered wagons, the few foot-dragging companies who walk alongside them and between them, raising skyward clouds of dust."
"Dear lass, you are one after Crupper's own heart. Pray, resume this non-interrogative question at length. Wax your words into the thickest candle, so that I may light an unquenchable flame of love in its honour."
"I said, look, Daru. Observe. Do you find nothing odd about our allies at present?"
"At present? Past and no doubt future, too," Crupper asserts. "Malazan mysteries, yes. Peculiar people," Crupper proclaims. "Discipline in said march approaching dishevelled dissolution. Dust rising to be seen for leagues, yet what is seen? Well, naught but dust."
"Just my point," Heaton growled.
"And a sharp one it is."
"So you'd noticed, then?"
"Noticed what, my dear? The sumptuous curves of yourself? How could Crupper not notice such wondrous, if slightly barbaric, beauty? As a prairie flower."
"About to kill you," Heaton said, grinning.
"A prairie flower," Crupper observes, "such as blooms on prickly cactus."
"Wear the misstep, man of lard."
"Crupper's wares are without misstep, for he wears wariness well."
"This morning," Heaton resumed after a moment, "I watched one company of Marines strike the tents of 3 companies, all through the Malazan camp, 1 for 3, again and again."
"Aye, one can count on the Malazans."
Heaton rode closer, reached out, and closed a hand on Crupper's cloak collar.
She half dragged him from his saddle, her smile broadening.
"Man of lard," she hissed, "when I bed you, soon, this mule will need a travois to carry what's left of you. Dragging everyone along in your dance of words is a fine talent. But come tonight, I will pump the breath from your lungs. I will leave you speechless for days to come. And I will do all this to prove who is the master between us. Now, another utterance from you, and I won't wait until tonight. I will give these children and everyone else a show that you, Daru, will never live down. Ah, I see by your bulging eyes that you understand. Good. Now, stop clenching that mule with your knees. The beast hates it. Settle in that saddle as if it was a horse, for it believes itself to be so. It notes how everyone else rides, notes how the horses carry their charges. Its eyes never rest. Have you not noticed? This is the most alert beast this world has ever seen, and don't ask me why. There. My words are done. Until tonight, man of lard, when I will see you melt.
She released him. Gasping, Cropper dropped back into the saddle. He opened his mouth to say something, then snapped it shut. Kafal grunted.
He learns fast, sister.
She snorted. You all do, brother. The two rode away. Staring after them, Cropper removed his handkerchief from a sleeve and patted the sweat from his brow. Dear me, dearest me. You heard, mule. It is Cropper who is doomed. Doomed! Whiskey Jack studied the two women standing before him, then said, Permission denied.
She ain't here, sir,
one of the Marines reiterated.
We got no one to watch, right?
You will not rejoin your company, soldiers. You stay with me. Any other issues you wanted to discuss? No? Dismissed. The two Marines exchanged a glance, then saluted and marched off.
Sometimes,
Artanthor said from a half-dozen paces away,
it comes back and sinks its teeth into you, doesn't it?
Whiskey Jack eyed the man. What does?
Dasamultor's style of command. Soldiers given permission to think, to question, to argue.
Making us the best army this world has ever seen, Standard-Bearer.
Nonetheless.
There is no nonetheless. It is the reason why we're the best. And when time comes for the hard orders, you'll see the discipline. You may not have seen it here and now, but it's there, under the surface, and it's solid.
As you say,
Artanthos replied with a shrug. Whiskey Jack resumed leading his horse to the corral. The sun was already pulling the last of its lurid light below the horizon. On all sides, soldiers hurried to pitch tents and prepare cook fires. They were, he could see, a weary lot. Too many double-time shifts through the day, then the added bell's worth of marching through dusk. He realized he'd need to tail that off over at least 3 days, then add 2 more bells of stationary rest before reaching Coral, to give his infantry sufficient recovery time. An exhausted army was a defeated army. A stabler collected Whiskey Jack's horse, and the commander set off towards Dujek's tent. A squad of Marines sat on their packs in front of the entrance, helms and armor on, still wearing the scarves that had covered their faces against the day's dust. None rose at Whiskey Jack's arrival. "Carry on," he growled sarcastically, as he strode between the soldiers and entered the tent. Within, Dujek was on his knees. He'd thrown a map down on the carpeted floor and was studying it by lantern light, muttering under his breath. "So," Whiskey Jack said, as he pulled a camp chair close and settled, "the divided army divides yet again." Dujek glanced up, his bushy brows knitting into a momentary frown, before he resumed his perusal of the map. "My bodyguard outside? Aye, they're a miserable lot at the best of times, and this isn't exactly best." Whiskey Jack stretched out his legs, wincing as old pain awoke once more in the left one. "They're all hunting, aren't they? Haven't seen them around much of late." "You haven't seen them around because I told them to get scarce. Calling them miserable was being kind. They're not of the host, and as far as they're concerned, they'll never be. And damn, I agree with them. Anyway, they wouldn't have saluted you, even if we wasn't splitting into two commands. It's a struggle, them saluting even me, and I'm the one they're sworn to protect.
We've got a tired army out there.
I know. With Opon's luck, the pace will return to sanity once we're the other side of Maurik. That's 3 days of loose reins and stretched necks to Coral. We've managed with less.
Managed to get mauled, you mean? That run to Mott damn near finished us, Dujek. We can't afford a repetition. There's a lot more to lose this time.
The High Fist leaned back and began rolling up the map. Have faith, friend. Whiskey Jack glanced around, noted the cross-slung backpack resting against the center pole, the old short sword in its equally ancient scabbard draped over it. So soon? You ain't been paying attention, Dujek said. We've been peeling off without a hitch every night since the divide. Do the roll call, Whiskey Jack. You're 6,000 short. Come the morning, you've got your command back. Well, slightly under half of it, anyway. You should be dancing round the pole.
No, I should be the one flying out tonight, not you, Dujek. The risk.
Precisely, the High Fist growled. The risk. You never seem to realize, but you're more important to this army than I am. You always have been. To the soldiers, I'm just a one-armed ogre in a fancy uniform. They damned well see me as a pet. Whiskey Jack studied Dujek's battered, unadorned armor and grinned sourly. A figure of speech, the High Fist said. Besides, it's as the Empress has commanded. So you keep saying. Whiskey Jack, 7 cities is devouring itself. The whirlwind has risen over blood-soaked sands. The adjunct has a new army, and it's on its way, but too late for the Malazan forces already there. I know you were talking about retirement, but look at it from Lassine's point of view. She has 2 commanders left who know 7 cities, and before long, only 1 seasoned army, stuck here on Genabacchus. If she has to risk one of us in the Panion War, it has to be me. She plans on sending the host to 7 cities? Hood take us, Dujek. If the new adjunct falls to Shaikh, what choice does she have? More important, she wants you in command. Whiskey Jack slowly blinked. What about you? Dujek grimaced. I don't think she expects me to survive what's about to come. And if by some miracle I do, well, the campaign in Corel is a shambles. You don't want Corel. What I want doesn't matter, Whiskey Jack.
And Lassine would say the same of me, I gather.
Dujek, as I said before, I intend to retire, to disappear if I need be. I'm done with all of this. Some log cabin in some frontier kingdom, a long way away from the Empire. And a wife swinging a pot at your head. Marital domestic bliss. You think Corlat will settle for that? Whiskey Jack smiled at the High Fist's gentle mockery. It's her idea, not the pot-swinging. That's your particular nightmare, Dujek. But all the rest, all right, not a log cabin, more like a remote, wind-battered keep in some mountain fastness. A place with a forbidding view. Well, Dujek drawled, you can still plant a small vegetable garden in the courtyard. Wage war against weeds. All right, that's our secret then. Too bad for Lassine. Should I survive, Coral, I'll be the one taking the host back to 7 cities. And should I not survive, well, I won't be in a position to care one whit about the Malazan Empire. You'll scrape through, Dujek. You always do. A weak effort, but I'll take it. So, share one last meal with me? The Moranth won't be here till after the midnight bell. It was an odd choice of words, and they hung heavy between the 2 old friends for a long moment. One last meal before I leave, I meant, Dujek said with a faint smile. until Coral." "I'd be delighted," Whiskey Jack replied. The wastes southwest of River Erin stretched out beneath the stars, the sands rippled by inland winds born on the dwelling plain in the heart of the continent. Ahead, on the horizon's very edge, the God's Walk Mountains were visible, young and jagged, forming a barrier to the south that stretched 60 leagues. Its easternmost edge was swallowed by forest that continued unbroken all the way to Ortnall's Cut and Coral Bay, resuming on the other side of the water to surround the city of Coral itself. The River Erin became Ortnall's Cut 20 or more leagues from Coral Bay, the river's red water plunging into a deep chasm and reputedly turning oddly black and impenetrable. Coral Bay seemed to be but a continuation of that chasm. The cut was not yet visible to Perrin, even from this height, yet he knew it was there. Scouts from the flight of Black Moranth, now winging him and his bridge-burners down the river's path, had confirmed its nearness. Sometimes the maps were wrong, after all. Fortunately, most of the Black Moranth had been positioned in the Vision Mountains for months, making nightly sorties to study the lie of the land, to formulate the best approach to Coral in anticipation of this moment. They would likely reach Erin's mouth before dawn, assuming the stiff, steady winds rushing towards the God's Walk Mountains continued unabated, and the following night would see them skimming over the cut's black waters towards Coral itself. And once there, Perrin thought, we work out what the sea has planned for us. Work it out and, if possible, dismantle it. And once that's done, it'll be time for me and Quickben. Some unseen signal had the qualls plunging earthward, angling towards the river's western bank. Perrin gripped hard the bony projections on the Black Moranth's rider's armour, the wind whistling through his helm's visor to shriek in his ears. Gritting his teeth, Perrin ducked his head low behind the warrior as the dark ground swiftly rose to meet them. A snap of wings less than a man's height above the boulder-strewn shore slowed them abruptly, and then they were slipping silently along the strand. Perrin twisted round to see the others in single file behind them. He tapped a finger against his rider's armour, leaned forward. "What's happening?" "There is carrion ahead," the Black Moranth replied, the words strangely clicking, a sound the captain knew he would never get used to. "You're hungry?" The chitin-armoured warrior did not reply. All right, so that was a little low, he thought. The stench of whatever lay on the shore ahead reached Perrin. Do we have to do this? Is it the qualls who need to feed? Have we time, Moranth? Our scouts saw nothing the night last, Captain. Never before has this river yielded such a creature. Perhaps that it has done so now is important. We shall investigate. Perrin relented. Very well. The quall beneath them angled to the right, up and over the grassy embankment, then settled on the level ground beyond it. The others followed suit. Joints aching, Perrin released the saddle straps and cautiously dismounted. Quickben limped to his side. "Abyss take me," he grumbled. "Much more of this, and my legs will fall off." "Any idea what they found?" the captain asked him. "Only that it stinks. Some dead beast, apparently." A half-dozen Black Moranth had gathered around the lead rider. Clicks and buzzes were exchanged among them in a rapid discussion. Then the officer, whose quall Perrin had been riding, gestured for the captain and the wizard to approach. "The creature," the officer said, "lies directly ahead. We would have you examine it, as we shall. Speak freely, so that we might finally circle the truth, and so know its hue. Come." Perrin glanced at Quickben, who simply shrugged. "Lead the way, then," the captain said. The corpse lay among the boulders high on the strand, 15 paces from the southward rushing water. Limbs twisted, revealing broken bones, some of them jutting through torn flesh. The figure was naked, bloated with decomposition. The ground around it seethed with crayfish, clicking and scraping and, here and there, locked in titanic battle over possession of the feast. A detail Perrin found amusing at first, then ineffably disturbing. His attention only momentarily drawn away from the body by the scavengers, he fixed his gaze once more on the figure. Quickben spoke a soft question to the Moranth officer, who nodded. The wizard gestures, and a muted glow rose from the boulders on all sides, illuminating the corpse. Wood's breath, Perrin thought. Is that a Tista Andi? Quickben stepped closer, squatted, and was silent for a long moment. Then he said, If he is, he's not one of Andamanda Rake's people. No, in fact, I don't think he's Tista Andi at all. Perrin frowned. He's damned tall, wizard, and those facial features, such as we can see. His skin's too pale, Captain. Bleached by water and sun. No, I've seen a few Tista Andi bodies, in Black Dog Forest, and in the swamplands surrounding it. I've seen 'em in all sorts of conditions. Nothing like this. He's heat-swelled from the day, aye, and we have to assume he came from the river. But he's not waterlogged. Captain, have you ever seen a victim of Cirque sorcery? The Path of the Sky? Not that I recall. There's one spell that bursts the victim from the inside out. Has to do with pressure, with violently altering it, even taking it away entirely. Or, as this looks like, increasing it outside the body 100-fold. This man was killed by implosive pressure, as if he'd been hit by a mage using high cirque. All right. Not all right, Captain. All wrong, in fact. Quickben looked up at the Moranth officer. Circle the truth, you said. Okay. Talk. Tista Idur. The name. Oh, yes. Twiss spoke of them, Perrin thought. Some old war, a shattered warren. Agreed, though I've never seen one before. He did not die here. You're right, he didn't. And he didn't drown either. The Moranth nodded. He did not drown, nor was he killed by sorcery, for the smell is wrong. Aye, no taint of magic. Keep circling. The blue Moranth, who plies the seas and sink nets into the deep trenches. Their catch arrives upon the deck already dead. This effect concerns the nature of pressure. I imagine it does. This man was killed by the reverse, by appearing suddenly in a place of great pressure. Aye, Quickben sighed. He glanced out over the river. There's a trench, a crevasse out there. You can see it by the current's upstream pull out in the middle. Ortnall's cut reaches this far unseen, cracking the riverbed. That trench is deep. Hold it, Perrin said. You're suggesting that this Tista Idur appeared, suddenly, somewhere down in that underwater trench. The only way that could be true is if he'd opened a warren in order to get there. That's a seriously complicated means of suicide. Only if he'd intended to do as he did, Quickben replied. Only if he was the one who opened the warren in the first place. If you want to kill someone, nastily, you throw them, push them, trip them, whatever, into an inimical portal. I think this poor bastard was murdered. By a high mage of Cirque? More like a high mage of Rus, the path of the sea captain. The Malazan Empire is a seafaring empire, or at least its roots are seafaring. You won't find a true high mage of Rus in all the empire. It's the hardest warren to master. Quickben turned to the Moranth. And among your blue Moranth, your silver or gold, any high mages of Rus? The warrior shook his helmed head. Nor do our annals reveal any in our past. How far back do those annals go? Quickben asked casually, returning his attention to the corpse. 7 tens. Decades? Centuries. So, the wizard said, straightening, a singular killer. Then why, Perrin murmured, do I now believe that this man was killed by another Tista Idur? The Moranth and Quickben turned to him, were silent. Perrin sighed. A hunch, I suppose.
A gut whisper. "Captain," the wizard said, "don't forget what you've become." He fixed his attention once more on the corpse. "Another Tista Edur. All right. Let's circle this one, too."
"There is no objection," the Maranth officer said, "to the possibility."
"The Tista Edur are of elder shadow," Quickben noted.
"Within the seas, shadows swim," corralled Emolan. "The warren of the Tista Edur, elder shadow, is broken and has been lost to mortals."
"Lost?"
Quickben's brows rose.
"Never found, you mean? Mianas, where Shadowthrone and Cantilian and the hounds dwell?"
"Is naught but a gateway," the Maranth officer finished. Perrin grunted.
"If a shadow could cast a shadow, that shadow would be Mianas. Is that what you two are saying? Shadowthrone rules the guardhouse?"
Quickben grinned.
"What a delicious image, Captain."
"A disturbing one," he muttered in reply.
"The Hounds of Shadow," he thought. "They are the guardians of the gate. Damn, that makes too much sense to be an error. But the warren is also shattered, meaning that gate might not lead anywhere. Or maybe it belongs to the largest fragment. Does Shadowthrone know the truth? That his mighty throne of shadows is what? A castellan's chair? A gatekeeper's perch? My, oh my, as Crupple would say.
"Ah," Quickben sighed, his grin fading.
"I think I see your point. The Tista Edur are active once more, by what we've seen here. They're returning to the mortal world. Perhaps they've reawakened the true throne of shadow, and maybe they're about to pay their new gatekeeper a visit."
Another war in the Pantheon. The crippled god's chains are no doubt rattling with his laughter. Perrin rubbed at the bristle on his jaw. "Excuse me. I need some privacy. Carry on here if you like. I won't be long." "I hope," he thought. He strode inland 20 paces, stood facing northwest, eyes on the distant stars. "All right, I've done this before. Let's see if it works a second time." The transition was so swift, so effortless, that it left him reeling, stumbling across uneven flagstones in swirling, moat-filled darkness. Cursing, he righted himself. The carved images beneath his feet glowed faintly, cool and vaguely remote.
"So, I'm here," he thought. "As simple as that. Now, how do I find the image I'm looking for? Raced? You busy at the moment?" What a question. If you were busy, we'd all be in trouble, wouldn't we? Never mind. Stay where you are, wherever that is. This is for me to work out, after all. Not in the deck of dragons. I don't want the gateway after all, do I? Thus the elder deck, the deck of holds. The flagstone directly before him twisted into a new image, one he had not seen before, yet he instinctively recognized it as the one he sought. The carving was rough, worn, the deep grooves forming a chaotic web of shadows. Perrin felt himself being pulled forward, down, into the scene. He appeared in a wide, low chamber. Unadorned, dressed stone formed the walls, water-stained and covered in lichen, mould and moss. High to his right and left were wide windows, horizontal slits, both crowded with a riot of creepers and vines that snaked down into the room, onto the floor, and through a carpet of dead leaves. The air smelled of the sea, and somewhere outside the chamber, seagulls bickered above a crashing surf. Perrin's heart thudded loud in his chest. He had not expected this. I'm not in another realm. This is mine. 7 paces ahead, on a raised dais, stood a throne. Carved from a single trunk of crimson wood, unplaned broad strips of bark on its flanks, many of them split, had pulled away from the wood beneath. Shadows flowed in that bark, swam the deep grooves, spilling out to dart through the surrounding air, before vanishing in the chamber's gloom. The throne of shadow, not in some hidden, long-forgotten realm. It's here on, or rather in, my world. A small, tattered fragment of Corral Ghislaine. And the Tista Idur have come to find it. They're searching, crossing the seas, seeking this place. How do I know this? He stepped forward. The shadows raced over the throne in a frenzy. Another step. You want to tell me something, throne, don't you? He strode to the dais, reached out. The shadows poured over him. Hound, not hound, blood and not blood, master and mortal. Oh, be quiet. Tell me of this place. The Wandering Isle wanders not, flees, yes. The children are corrupted. The souls of the Idur are poisoned. Storm of madness, we elude. Protect us, hound, not hound. Save us, they come. The Wandering Isle. This is Drift Avalii, isn't it? West of Quantali. I thought they were supposed to be Tista Andi on this island. Sworn to defend, spawn of Anamander Rake, gone, leaving a blood trail, leading the Idur away with the spilling out of their own lives. Oh, where is Anamander Rake? They call for him, they call and call. They beg for his help. He's busy, I'm afraid. Anamander Rake, son of darkness. The Idur have sworn to destroy Mother Dark. You must warn him. Poisoned souls, led by the one who has been slain 100 times. Oh, where this new emperor of the Idur, this tyrant of pain, this deliverer of midnight tides? Perrin pulled himself back with a mental wrench, staggered a step further away, then another. He was sheathed in sweat, trembling with the aftermath of such visceral terror. Barely conscious of his own intent, he whirled, the chamber around him blurring, swallowed by darkness then, with a grinding shift, something deeper than darkness. Oh, abyss! A rumble-strewn plain beneath a dead sky. In the distance to his right, the groan of massive wooden wheels, the slither and snap of chains, countless plodding footfalls. In the air, a pall of suffering that threatened to suffocate Perrin where he stood. Gritting his teeth, he swung towards the dreadful sounds, pushed himself forward. Grainy shapes appeared ahead, coming directly for Perrin. Leaning figures, stretched chains. Beyond them, 100 or more paces distant, loomed the terrible wagon, massed with writhing bodies, clunking and shifting over stones, swallowed in a haze of mist. Perrin stumbled forward. "Draconis!" he shouted. "Where in Hood's name are you? Draconis!" Faces lifted, then all but one, hooded and indistinct, lowered once more. The captain slipped between victims of Dragnipur, closing on the one shadowed face still regarding him, stepping within reach of the mad, the numbed, the failing. Not one of whom sought to impede him, or even acknowledged his presence. He moved as a ghost through the press. "Greetings, mortal," Draconis said. "Walk with me, then." "I wanted Rake." "You found his sword instead, for which I am not sorry." "Yes, I've spoken with Nightshield, Draconis. But don't press me on that subject. When I reach a decision, you'll be the first to know. I need to speak with Rake." "Aye," the ancient warrior rumbled. "You do. Explain to him this truth, mortal. He is too merciful to wield Dragnipur. The situation is growing desperate." "What are you talking about?" "Dragnipur needs to feed. Look around us, mortal. There are those who at long last fail in pulling this burden. They are carried to the wagon, then, and tossed onto it. You think this preferable? Too weak to move, they are soon buried by those like them. Buried, trapped for eternity. And the more the wagon bears, the greater its weight. The more difficult the burden for those of us still able to heave on those chains.
Do you understand? Dragnipur needs to feed. We require fresh legs. Tell Rake he must draw the sword. He must take souls, powerful ones preferably. And he must do so soon.
What will happen if the wagon stops, Draconis? The man who forged his own prison was silent for a long time.
Project your vision, mortal, onto our trail. See for yourself what pursues us.
Pursues? Perrin thought. He closed his eyes, yet the scene did not vanish. The wagon lumbered on, there in his mind, the multitudes passing by him like ghosts. Then the massive contrivance was past, its groans fading behind him. The ruts of its wheels flanked him, each one as wide as an imperial road. The earth was sodden with blood, bile, and sweat, a foul mud that drew his boots down, swallowed them up to his ankles. His gaze followed those tracks, back to the horizon, where chaos raged. Filling the sky, a storm such as he had never seen before. Rapacious hunger poured from it, frenzied anticipation. Lost memories, power born from rendered souls. Malice and desire, a presence almost self-aware, with hundreds of thousands of eyes all fixed on the wagon behind Perrin. So eager to feed. He recoiled. With a gasp, Perrin found himself stumbling once more alongside Draconis. The residue of what he had witnessed clung to him, making his heart drum savagely in his chest. Another 30 steps passed before he was able to raise his head, to speak. "Draconis," he grated, "you have made a very unpleasant sword."
Darkness has ever warred against chaos, mortal, ever retreated. And each time that Mother Dark relented, to the coming of light, to the birth of shadow, her power has diminished, the imbalance growing more profound. Such was the state of the realms around me in those early times, a growing imbalance, until chaos approached the very gate to corralled Ghislaine itself. A defense needed to be fashioned. Souls were required.
"Wait, please. I need to think."
Chaos hungers for the power in those souls, for what Dragnipur has claimed. To feed on such power will make it stronger, tenfold, 100-fold, sufficient to breach the gate. Look to your mortal realm, Ganoes Perrin. Devastating, civilization-destroying wars, civil wars, pogroms, wounded and dying gods. You and your kind progress at a perilous pace on the path forged by chaos, blinded by rage, lusting for vengeance, those darkest of desires.
Wait,
where history means nothing, lessons are forgotten, memories of humanity, of all that is humane, are lost. Without balance, Ganoes Perrin.
But you want me to shatter Dragnipur?
Ah, now I understand your resistance to all that I say. Mortal, I have had time to think, to recognize the grave error I have made. I had believed, Ganoes Perrin, in those early times, that only in darkness could the power that is order be manifested. I sought to help Mother Dark, for it seemed she was incapable of helping herself. She would not answer. She would not even acknowledge her children. She had withdrawn deep into her own realm, far from all of us, so far that we could not find her.
Draconis,
hear me, please. Before the houses, there were holds. Before holds, there was wandering. Your own words, yes? But you were both right and wrong. Not wandering, but migration, a seasonal round, predictable, cyclical. What seemed aimless, random, was in truth fixed, bound to its own laws, a truth, a power I failed to recognize.
So the shattering of Dragnapur will release the gate once more, to its migration.
To what gave it its own strength to resist chaos, yes. Dragnapur has bound the gate of darkness to flight, for eternity. But should the soul's change to it diminish,
the flight slows down.
Fatally.
So either Rake begins killing, taking souls, or Dragnapur must be destroyed.
The former is necessary to buy us time. Until the latter occurs, the sword must be shattered. The purpose of its very existence was misguided. Besides which, there is another truth I have but stumbled on. Far too late for it to make any difference. At least, to me.
And that is?
Just as chaos possesses the capacity to act in its own defense, to indeed alter its own nature to its own advantage in its eternal war, so too can order. It is not solely bound to darkness. It understands, if you will, the value of balance.
Perrin felt an intuitive flash. The houses of Azath, the deck of dragons. The hooded head shifted slightly, and Perrin felt cold, unhuman eyes fixing upon him.
Aye, Gano is Perrin.
The houses take souls,
and bind them in place, beyond the grasp of chaos.
So it shouldn't matter then, if darkness succumbs.
Don't be a fool. Losses and gains accumulate, shift the tide, but not always in ways that redress the balance. We are in an imbalance, Gano is Perrin, that approaches a threshold. This war, which has seemed eternal, to us trapped within it, may come to an end. What awaits us all, should that happen? Well, mortal, you have felt its breath, there in our wake.
I need to speak with Rake.
Then find him, assuming, of course, he still carries the sword.
Easier said than done, it seems, he thought. Hold on, what do you mean by that? About still carrying the sword?
Just that, Gano is Perrin.
But why wouldn't he be? Perrin thought. What in Hood's name are you hinting at, Draconis? This is Anomander Rake we're talking about, damn it. If we were living in one of those bad fables with some dim-witted farm boy stumbling on a magical sword, well, then losing the weapon might be possible. But Anomander Rake? Son of Darkness? Lord of Moonspawn? A grunt from Draconis drew his attention. Directly in their path, tangled in chains gone slack, lay a huge demonic figure.
Biris, I myself killed him so long ago. I did not think.
He came up to the black-skinned creature, reached down, and to Perrin's astonishment, heaved it over a shoulder.
To the wagon, Draconis said, my old nemesis. Who summoned me, the demon rumbled, to do battle with you? Ever the same question, Biris. I do not know. I have never known. Who summoned me, Draconis, to die by the sword? Someone long dead, no doubt. Who summoned?
As Draconis and the demon, draped across his shoulders, continued their pointless conversation, Perrin felt himself drawing away, the words growing indistinct, the image dimming, until he stood once more on flagstones, far beneath the finished house. Anomander Rake, Knight of Dark, High House Dark. His eyes strained to see the rise of the image he had summoned,
out among the endless sprawl of etched flagstones. But nothing came. Feeling a sudden chill in the pit of his stomach, Perrin mentally reached out, questing into High House Dark, seeking the place, the figure with his black sword trailing ethereal chains. He had no comprehension of what rushed up to meet him, blinding, hammering into his skull. A flash, then oblivion. He opened his eyes to dappled sunlight. Water traced cool rivulets down his temples. A shadow slipped over him, then a familiar round face with small, sharp eyes.
"Mallet," Perrin croaked. "We were wondering if you'd ever return, Captain." He held up a dripping cloth. "You'd run a fever for a while there, sir, but I think it's broke." "Where?" "Mouth of River Erin, Ortnall's Cut. It's midday. Quick Ben had to go find you last night, Captain. The risk of getting caught out in the open before dawn. We just strapped you to your quarrel and rode hard those winds."
"Quick Ben," Perrin muttered. "Get him here. Fast."
"Easily done, sir."
Mallet leaned back, gestured to one side. The wizard appeared.
"Captain, we've had 4 of those condors pass nearby since sunrise. If they're looking for us—"
Perrin shook his head. "Not us. Moonspawn."
"You might be right, but that would mean they haven't sighted it yet, and that seems damned unlikely. How do you hide a floating mountain? More likely,
Anamander Rake."
"What?"
Perrin closed his eyes. "I sought him out, through the deck, the night of dark. Wizard, I think we've lost him. And Moonspawn. We've lost the Tista Andi, Quick Ben. Anamander Rake is gone."
"Gruesome city. Ghastly. Ghoulish. Grimy. Crupper regrets said witnessing of said settlement."
"So you said," Whiskey Jack murmured.
"It bodes ill, those iller bodes. Cause for dread, such ghostly streets, and such enormous vultures roosting and winging about ever so freely in yon sky over Crupper's noble head. When, oh, when will darkness come? When will merciful darkness fall? Crupper reiterates, so that blessed blindness enwreaths proper selves, thus permitting inspiration to flash, and thus reveal the deceit of deceits, the slightest of sleight of hands, the non-illusion of illusions, the—"
2 days, Heaton growled from Whiskey Jack's other side. "I stole his voice. For 2 days. I had been expecting longer, since the man's heart damn near gave out."
"Shut him up again," Kafal said.
"Tonight, and with luck, he'll be in no shape to say a word until Malric, at the very least."
"Dear lass has misunderstood Crupper's uncharacteristic silence. He swears, nay, he veritably begs, that you spare him pending thrash and oof on the night to come and every night to follow. He is too tender of spirit, too easily bruised, scratched, and bodily thrown about. Crupper has never known the horror of cartwheels before, nor does he wish to ever experience said discombobulation of sorted self again. Thus, to explain extraordinary terseness, these 2 days of muted apparel so unstylishly clothing honourable Crupper, worse indeed than a shroud of despond. To explain, Crupper has, dear friends, been thinking. Thinking, aye, such as he never thought to have before, ever, nor never. Thoughts to shine with glory, so bright as to blind mortal ken, so appalling as to pillage appalling fears to leave naught but purest courage, upon which one sails as on a raft into the mouth of paradise."
Heaton sniffed.
"Those tumbles weren't cartwheels. They were flops. Very well, I will give you cartwheels in plenty tonight, slippery one."
Crupper prays, oh how he prays, that darkness never falls, that from the depths the flash is but muted in a world vast with light and wonder. Hold back, merciful darkness. We must march on, brave Whiskey Jack, and on, without pause, without surcease, without delay. Wear our feet to mere nubs, Cropper pleads. Night, oh, night! Beckoning fatal lures to weak self. The mule was there, after all, and look upon poor beast, exhausted by what its eyes could not help but witness, exhausted unto near death by simple empathy. Oh, hear naught of Cropper and his secret desires for self-destruction at hands of delicious woman. Hear naught until meaning itself disperses.
Picker stared out on the black waters of Ortnall's Cut. Chunks of ice blunted the current, grinding and pushing their way upstream. To the southeast, Coral Bay was white as a winter field under the stars. The journey from Erinmouth had taken but half the night. From this point on, the bridge burners would travel on foot, staying under cover as they edged round the dark, forest-clad mountains, skirting the relatively level region between the Cut and the range. She glanced down the slight slope to where Captain Parran sat with Quickben, Spindle, Shank, Toes, and Blue Pearl. A gathering of mages always made her nervous, especially when Spindle counted among them. Beneath the skin beneath the hair shirt, there scrabbled the soul of a sapper, half mad, as were the souls of all sappers. Spindle's magery was notoriously unpredictable, and more than once she had seen him unveiling his warren with one hand, while throwing a Moranth munition with the other. The three other bridge-burner wizards weren't much to crow over. Blue Pearl was a pigeon-toed Napan who shaved his head and pretended to heirs of vast knowledge concerning the Warren of Ruse. Shank had Seti blood, the importance of which he exaggerated by wearing countless charms and trinkets from the North Quantali tribe, even though the Seti themselves had long since ceased to exist except in name, so thoroughly had they been assimilated into Quan culture. Shank, however, wore as part of his uniform a strangely romanticized version of Seti plains garb, all of which had been made by a seamstress in the employ of a theatre company in Unter. Picker was unsure which warren Shank specialized in, since his rituals calling upon power usually took longer than the average battle. Toes had earned his name by his habit of collecting toes among the enemy's dead, whether he had been personally responsible for killing them or not. He had concocted some kind of drying powder with which he treated his trophies before sewing them onto his vest. The man smelled like a crypt in dry weather, like a pauper's pit before the lime when it rained. He claimed to be a necromancer, and that some disastrously botched ritual in the past had left him oversensitive to ghosts. They followed him, he would assert, adding that by cutting off their mortal toes, he took from the ghosts all sense of balance, so that they fell down so often that he was able to leave them far behind. Indeed, he looked a haunted man, but, as Blend had pointed out, who wouldn't be haunted with all those dead toes hanging from him? The journey had been an exhausting one. Being strapped to the rear saddle of a quall and shivering in the fiercely cold winds, as league after league passed beneath, had a way of leaving one enervated, stiff-limbed, and leaden. The sudden nature of this mountainside forest didn't help. She was frozen down to her bones. There'd be rain and mist all morning. The warmth of the sun would not arrive until the afternoon. Mallet moved to her side. "Lieutenant," he said. She scowled at him. "Any idea what they're talking about, Healer?" Mallet glanced down at the mages. "They're just worried, sir, about those condors. They've had close enough looks at them of late, and there doesn't seem much doubt that those birds are anything but birds." "Well, we'd all guessed that." "Aye," Mallet shrugged, added, "and, I expect, Parran's news about Anamander Rake and Moonspawn hasn't left their minds at ease. If they've been lost, as the captain believes, taking Coral and taking down the Panyan Seer will be a lot uglier." "We might get slaughtered, you mean?" "Well," Picker's attention slowly fixed on the healer. "Out with it," she growled. "Just a hunch, Lieutenant."
Which is? Quick, Ben and the captain, sir. They've got something else planned, stewed up between them, that is. Or so I suspect. I've known Quick a long time, you see, up close. I've picked up a sense of how he works. We're here covertly, right? The lead elements for Dujek. But for those two, it's a double blind. There's another mission hiding under this one, and I don't think One Arm knows anything about it.
Picker slowly blinked.
And Whiskey Jack?
Mallet grinned sourly.
As to that, I can't say, sir. Is it just you with these suspicions, Healer? No. Whiskey Jack's squad. Hedge. Trots. The damned Barghast is showing his sharp teeth a lot, and when he does that, it usually means he knows something's going on, but he doesn't know exactly what, only he won't let on with that last bit, if you gather my meaning.
Picker nodded. She'd seen Trots grinning almost every time she'd set eyes on the warrior the past few days. Unnerving, despite Mallet's explanation. Blend appeared in front of them. Picker's scowl deepened.
Sorry, Lieutenant, she said. Captain sniffed me out. Not sure how, but he did. I didn't get much chance to listen in, I'm afraid. Anyway, I'm to tell you to get the squads ready. Finally, Picker muttered. I was about to freeze in place.
Even so, Mallet said, but I'm already missing the Moranth. These woods are damned dark.
But empty, right?
The healer shrugged.
Seems so. It's the skies we've got to worry about, come the day.
Picker straightened.
Follow me, you two. Time to rouse the others.
Brood's march to Maurik had become something of a race, the various elements of his army straggling out depending on whatever speed they could maintain, or, in the case of the Greyswords and Gruntle's Legion, what they chose to maintain. As a consequence, the forces were now stretched over almost a league of scorched farmland, along the battered trader road leading south, with the Greyswords, Trake's Legion, and another ragtag force in effect forming a rearguard by virtue of their leisurely pace. Itkovian had chosen to remain in Gruntle's company. The big Daru and Stunny Manakis wove a succession of tales from their shared past that kept Itkovian entertained, as much from the clash of their disparate recollections as from the often outrageous events the two described. It had been a long time since Itkovian had last allowed himself such pleasure. He had come to value highly their company, in particular their appalling irreverence. On rare occasions he rode up to the Greyswords, spoke with the shield anvil and the destriant, but the awkwardness soon forced him to leave. His old company had begun to heal, drawing into its weave the Tenaskari recruits, training conducted on the march and when the company halted at dusk. And, as the soldiers grew tighter, the more Itkovian felt himself to be an outsider, the more he missed the family he had known all his adult life. At the same time, they were his legacy, and he allowed himself a measure of pride when looking upon them. The new shield anvil had assumed the title and all it demanded, and for the first time, Itkovian understood how others must have seen him when he had held the Rev's title. Remote, uncompromising, entirely self-contained. A hard figure, promising brutal justice. Granted, he had had both Brucalion and Carnidus from whom he could draw support. But for the new shield anvil, there was naught but the destriant, a young Kappan woman of few words who had herself been a recruit not too long ago. Itkovian well understood how alone the shield anvil must be feeling, yet he could think of no way to ease that burden. Every word of advice he gave came, after all, from a man who had, in his own mind at least, failed his god. His return to Gruntle and Stoney, each time, held the bitter flavour of flight.
"You chew on things like no other man I've known," Gruntle said.
Blinking, Itkovian glanced over at the Daru.
"Sir?"
"Well, not quite true. Come to think of it, Buke." On Itkovian's other side, Stoney sniffed.
"Buke? Buke was a drunk."
"More than that, you miserable woman," Gruntle replied. "He carried on his shoulders."
"None of that,"
Stoney warned. To Itkovian's surprise, Gruntle fell abruptly silent.
"Buke,
I recall, Itkovian thought. On his shoulders, the deaths of loved ones. There is no need, Stani Manakis, for such uncharacteristic sensitivity. I see how I appear, to you both, similar to Buke. I am curious. Did your sad friend seek redemption in his life? While he may have refused me when I was Shield Anvil, he might well have drawn strength from some inner resolve.
Not a chance, Itkovian, Stani said. Buke drank to keep his torment at bay. He wasn't looking for redemption. He wanted death, plain and simple.
Not simple, Gruntle objected. He wanted an honourable death, such as his family was denied. But that honour he would redeem them in exchange. I know, a twisted notion, but what went on in his mind is less a mystery to me than to most, I suspect.
Because you've thought the same, Stani snapped. Even though you didn't lose a family to some tenement fire. Even though the worst thing you've lost is maybe that harlot who married that merchant.
Stani, the Daru growled. I lost Harlow. I nearly lost you. The admission clearly left her speechless. Ah, these two, Itkovian thought. The distinction, he said, between myself and Buke lies in the notion of redemption. I accept torment, such as it is for me, and so acknowledge responsibility for all that I have and have not done. As Shield Anvil, my faith demanded that I relieve others of their pain. In the name of Fena, I was to bring peace to souls, and to do so without judgment. This I have done.
But your god's gone, Stani said. So who in Hood's name did you deliver those souls to?
Why, no one, Stani Manakis. I carry them still. Stani was glaring across at Gruntle, who answered her with a despondent shrug. As I told you, lass, he muttered. She rounded on Itkovian.
You damned fool! That new Shield Anvil! What about her? Won't she embrace your burden, or whatever it is you do? Won't she take those souls? She has a god, damn her!
Stani gathered her reins.
If she thinks she can...
Itkovian stayed her with a hand. No, sir. She has offered, as she must. But she is not ready for such a burden. It would kill her, destroy her soul. And that would wound her god, perhaps fatally so. Stani pulled her arm away, but remained beside him. Her eyes were wide.
And what, precisely, do you plan on doing with all of those souls?
I must find a means, Stani Manakis, of redeeming them, as my god would have done.
Madness! You're not a god. You're a damned mortal. You can't...
But I must. So you see, I am like, yet unlike your friend Buke. Forgive me, sirs, for chewing on such things. I know my answer awaits me. Soon, I believe. And you are right. I would do better to simply exercise calm patience. I have held on this long, after all. Be as you are, Itkovian, Gruntle said. We talk too much, Stani and I. That's all. Forgive us. There is nothing to forgive, sir.
Why can't I have normal friends? Stani demanded. Ones without tiger stripes and cat eyes. Ones without 100,000 souls riding their backs. Here comes a rider from that other lagging company. Maybe he's normal. Hood knows. He's dressed like a farmer and looks inbred enough to manage only simple sentences. A perfect man. Hey, you! Now, what are you hesitating for? Come to us, then. Please.
The lanky figure riding what seemed to be an odd breed of dray horse cautiously walked his mount forward. In terribly accented Daru, he called out, "Hello, friends. Is this a bad time? It seems you argue." "Argue?" Stani snorted. "You've been living in the woods too long, if you think that was an argument. Come closer. And how by the abyss did you come by such a huge nose?" The man wilted, hesitated. "Stani," Gruntle admonished. He addressed the rider. "This woman is rude and miserable to everyone, soldier." "I wasn't being rude," she exclaimed. "Big noses are like big hands, that's all." No one spoke. Slowly the stranger's long, narrow face deepened to crimson. Welcome, sir, Itkovian said. Regrets that we have not met before, especially since we all seem to have been left behind by Brood's vanguard, and the Rivy, and all the other companies. The man managed a nod.
Yeah, we'd noticed. I am High Marshal Straw of the Mott Irregulars. His pale, watery eyes flicked to Gruntle. Nice tattoos. I've got one too. He rolled up a grimy sleeve, revealing a muddled, misshapen image on his dirt-smeared shoulder. Not sure what happened to it, but it was supposed to be a tree frog on a stump. Of course, tree frogs are hard to see, so it might be pretty good at that. That smudge, here. I think that's the tree frog. Could be a mushroom, though. His smile revealing enormous teeth, he rolled down his sleeve once more and settled back in his saddle. He suddenly frowned. Do you know where we're marching to? And why is everyone in such a hurry? It seemed all Gruntle could manage, so Itkovian spoke up.
Excellent question, sir. We march to a city called Maurik, there to rejoin the Malazan army. From Maurik, we will proceed further south to the city of Coral.
Straw frowned. Will there be a battle at Maurik?
No, the city is abandoned. It is simply a convenient locale for the reunification.
And Coral?
There will likely be a battle there, yes.
Cities don't run away, so why are they all rushing?
Itkovian sighed. A perspicacious inquiry, sir. One that leads to certain challenges to previously held assumptions for all concerned.
What? Good question, he said, Stoney drawled. The Marshal nodded. That's why I asked it. I'm known for asking good questions. We see that, she replied levelly.
Brood's in a hurry, Gruntle said, because he wants to get to Maurik before the Malazans, who seem to be marching at a faster pace than we'd thought possible.
So?
Well, the alliance has become rather uncertain of late.
They're Malazans. What did you expect?
To be honest, Gruntle said, I don't think Brood knew what to expect.
Are you saying you're not surprised by the recent schism? Schism? Oh, right. No. Anyway, it's obvious why the Malazans are moving so fast.
Itkovian leaned forward in his saddle. It is?
Straw shrugged. We've some of our people there.
You have spies among the Malazans? Gruntle demanded.
Sure, we always do. It pays to know what they're up to, especially when we was fighting them. Just because we allied with them there was no reason not to keep watching.
So why are they marching so fast, Marshal Straw?
The Black Maranth, of course. Coming each night, taking whole companies away. There's only about 4,000 Malazans left on the road, and half of them support. Duchek's gone, too. Whiskey Jack leads the march. They've come to Maurik River and are making barges.
Barges?
Sure, to float down the river, I guess. Not to cross, since there was a ford there anyway, and the barges are downriver of it besides.
And the river, of course, Gruntle muttered, will take them straight to Maurik, in only a few days. Itkovian addressed the Marshal. Sir, have you made Caladan Brood aware of this information?
No.
Why not? Straw shrugged again.
Well, me and the Bowl brothers, we talked about that some.
And?
We decided that Brood's kind of forgotten.
Forgotten, sir? Forgotten what?
About us, the Mott Irregulars. We think maybe he'd planned on leaving us behind. Up north, Black Dog Forest. There might have been some kind of order back then, something about us staying while he went south. We're not sure. We can't remember.
Gruntle cleared his throat. Have you considered informing the warlord of your presence?
Well, we don't want to make them mad. I think there was some kind of order, you see. Something like, go away, maybe.
Go away? Why would Brood say that to you?
That's just it. Not the warlord. Calor. That's what had us confused. We don't like Calor. We usually ignore his orders. So, anyway,
here we are. Who are you people?
I think, sir, Itkovian said, you should send a rider to Brood, with your report on the Malazans.
Oh, we have people there too, up in the vanguard. They'd been trying to reach the warlord, but Carlo kept turning them back.
Now that's curious, Gruntle murmured.
Calor says we shouldn't even be here. Says the warlord will be furious. So we're not going close anymore. We're thinking of turning round, in fact. We miss Mottwood. There's no trees here. We like wood, all kinds. We've just reacquired this amazing table. No legs, though. They seem to have snapped off.
For what it's worth, Gruntle said, we'd rather you didn't leave the army, Marshal. The man's long face grew glum.
There's trees,
Stoney suddenly exclaimed.
South, a forest, around Coral.
The High Marshal brightened.
Really?
Indeed, Itkovian said. Purportedly a forest of cedars, firs, and spruce.
Oh, that's okay then. I'll tell the others. They'll be happy again, and it's better when they're all happy. They've been blunting their weapons of late. A bad sign when they do that.
Blunting, sir? Straw nodded.
Dull the edges. Make nicks. That way, the damage they do is a lot messier. It's a bad sign when they get into that kind of mood. Very bad. Pretty soon they start dancing around the fire at night. Then that stops, and when it stops, you know it couldn't get worse, because that means the lads are ready to make war parties, head out in the night, looking for something to kill. They've been eyeing that big wagon on our trail.
Oh, Gruntle said. Don't do that. Tell them not to do that, Marshal. Those people...
Necromancers, yeah. Doer, very doer. We don't like necromancers. Especially the Ball brothers don't like necromancers. They had one squatting on their land, you know, holed up in some old ruined tower in the swamp. Wraiths and spectres every night. So finally the Balls had to do something about it, and they went and rousted the squatter. It was messy, believe me. Anyway, they strung up what was left of him at the low crossroads, just as a warning to others. You see?
These Bull brothers, Itkovian said, sound to be a formidable pair.
Pair?
Straw's tangled brows rose.
There's 23 of them. Not one of them shorter than me. And smart. Some of them, anyway. Can't read, of course, but can count past 10, and that's something, isn't it? Anyway, I got to go. Tell everyone about the trees down south. Goodbye.
They watched the man ride off. He never did get an answer to his question, Gruntle said after a while. Itkovian glanced at him.
Which was?
Who we are.
Don't be an idiot, Stoney said. He knows precisely who we are.
You think that was an act?
High Marshal Straw. Abyss take me, of course it was. And he had you both, didn't he? Well, not me. I saw right through it. Instantly.
Do you think Brood should be informed, sir? Itkovian asked her.
About what?
Well, the Malazans, for one.
Does it make any difference? Brood will still reach Malric first. So we wait 2 days instead of 2 weeks. What of it? Just means we get this whole mess over with that much sooner. Who knows? Maybe Ducek's already conquered Coral, and he can have it, as far as I'm concerned.
You've got a point, Gruntle muttered.
Itkovian glanced away. Perhaps she has, he thought. To what am I riding? What do I still seek from this world? I do not know. I care nothing for this Panyan seer. He'll accept no embrace from me, after all, assuming the Malazans leave him breathing, which is itself unlikely. Is this why I lag so far behind those who will reshape the world? Indifferent, empty of concern? I seem to be done. Why can I not accept that truth? My God is gone, my burden is my own. Perhaps there is no answer for me. Is that what the new shield anvil sees, when she looks upon me with such pity in her eyes? Is the entirety of my life now behind me, save for the daily, senseless trudge of this body? Perhaps I am done. Finally done.
"Cheer up, Itkovian," Gruntle said. "The war might be over before we get even close. Wouldn't that be a wild whimper to close this tale, eh?"
"Rivers are for drinking from and drowning in,"
Heaton grumbled, one arm wrapped about a barrel. Whiskey Jack smiled.
"I thought your ancestors were seafarers," he said.
"Who finally came to their senses and buried their damn canoes once and for all."
"You are sounding uncharacteristically irreverent, Heaton."
"I'm about to puke on your boots, old man. How else should I sound?"
"Ignore my daughter,"
Umbral Tor said, hide-wrapped feet thumping as he approached.
"She's been bested by a Daru."
"Do not mention that slug," Heaton hissed.
"You'll be pleased to know he's been on another barge these last 3 days whilst you suffered," Whiskey Jack told her. "Recovering."
"He only left this one because I swore I'd kill him," Heaton muttered. "He wasn't supposed to get besotted, the slimy worm. Spirits below. Such an appetite."
Umbral Tor's laugh rumbled.
"I had never thought to witness such delicious—"
"Oh, be quiet, father."
The huge Barghast war chief winked at Whiskey Jack.
"I now look forward to actually meeting this man from Darujistan." "Then I should forewarn you that appearances deceive," Whiskey Jack said, "particularly in the person of Krappa. Oh, I have seen him from afar, being dragged hither and thither by my daughter, at least in the beginning. And then of late I noted that the role of the master had reversed. Remarkable. Heaton is very much my wife's child, you see."
"And where is your wife?"
"Almost far enough away, back in the Whiteface Range, to leave me breathing easily. Almost. Perhaps by coral."
Whiskey Jack smiled, feeling once more his wonder at the gifts of friendship he had received of late. The once-tamed shore of River Marik swept past opposite him. Reeds surrounded fishing docks and mooring poles. Old boats lay rotting and half-buried in silts on the bank. Grasses grew high around fisher shacks further up the strand. The abandonment and all it signified darkened his mood momentarily.
"Even for me," Umbral Tor growled beside him, "it is an unwelcome sight."
Whiskey Jack sighed.
"We approach the city, yes?"
The Malazan nodded.
"Perhaps another day."
Behind them, Heaton groaned in answer to that.
"Do you imagine that Brood knows?" "I think so, at least in some part. We've got Mott Irregulars among the stablers and handlers." "Mott Irregulars? Who or what is that, Commander?" "Something vaguely resembling a mercenary company, War Chief. Woodcutters and farmers, for the most part. Created by accident. By us Malazans, in fact. We'd just taken the city of Oraz and were marching west to Mott, which promptly surrendered, with the exception of the outlanders in Mott Wood. Dujek didn't want a company of renegades preying on our supply lines, with us pushing ever inland. So we sent the bridge burners into Mott Wood with the aim of hunting them down. A year and a half later, and we were still there. The irregulars were running circles around us, and the times they'd decided to stand and fight, it was as if some dark swamp god possessed them. They bloodied our noses more than once. Did the same to the Gold Moranth. Eventually, Dujek pulled us out, but by then the Mott Irregulars had been contacted by Brood. He drew them into his army. In any case, he shrugged, they're a deceptive bunch, keep coming back like a bad infestation of gutworms, which we've learned to live with." "So you know what your enemy knows of you," Umbral nodded. "More or less." "You Malazans," the Barghast said, shaking his head, "play a complicated game." "Sometimes," Whiskey Jack conceded. "At other times, we're plain simple. One day, your armies will march to the Whiteface Range." "I doubt it." "Why not?" Umbral Tor demanded. "Are we not worthy enough foes, Commander?" "Too worthy, War Chief. No, the truth is this.
We have treated with you, and the Malazan Empire takes such precedence seriously. You will be met with respect and offers to establish trade, borders, and the like, if you so desire. If not, the envoys will depart, and that will be the last you ever see of the Malazans, until such time as you decide otherwise. Strange conquerors, you foreigners. Aye, we are at that. Why are you on Janabakis, Commander? The Malazan Empire? We're here to unify, and through unification, grow rich. We're not selfish about getting rich, either. Humbrol Tor thumped his coin-threaded hauberk. And silver is all that interests you? Well, there's more than one kind of wealth, War Chief. Indeed. The huge warrior's eyes had narrowed. Whisky Jack smiled. Meeting the white-faced clans of the Barghast is one such reward. Diversity is worth celebrating, Humbrol Tor, for it is the birthplace of wisdom. Your words? No. The imperial historian, Dika. And he speaks for the Malazan Empire? In the best of times? And are these the best of times? Whisky Jack met the warrior's dark eyes. Perhaps they are.
Will you two be quiet? Heaton growled behind them. I'm about to die.
Humbrol Tor swung about to study his daughter where she crouched against the barrels of grain. A thought, he rumbled.
What?
Only that you might not be seasick, daughter.
Really? Then what?
Heaton's eyes went wide.
Spirits below!
Moments later, Whisky Jack was forced to lean unceremoniously, feet first, over the barge's gunwale, the current tugging at his boots, the flowing water giving them a thorough cleansing. A sea storm had struck Maurik some time since its desertion, toppling ornamental trees and heaping seaward-tangled dunes of sand against building walls. The streets were buried beneath an unmarred, evenly rippled white carpet of sand, leaving no bodies or other detritus visible. Corlat rode alone down the port city's main thoroughfare. Squat, sprawling warehouses were on her left, civic buildings, taverns, inns, and trader shops on her right. Overhead, hauling ropes linked the upper floors of the warehouses to the flat rooftops of the trader shops, festooned now with seagrasses, as if decorated for a maritime festival. Apart from what came with the warm wind's steady sigh, there was no movement down the length of the street, nor in the alleys intersecting it. Windows and doorways gaped black and forlorn. The warehouses had been stripped bare, their wide sliding doors facing onto the street left open. She approached the westernmost reaches of the city, the smell of the sea behind her giving way to a sweeter taint of freshwater decay from the river beyond the warehouses on her left. Caladan Brood, Calor, and the others had elected to ride round Maurik, inland, on their way to the flats, Crone flying overhead for a time before once more winging away. Corlat had never known the matron Great Raven to be so rattled. If indeed the loss of contact meant that Anamander Rake and Moonspawn had been destroyed, then Crone had lost both her master and her murder's roost. Unpleasant notions both. More than enough to crook the Great Raven's wings with despair as she continued on, south once more. Corlat had decided to ride alone, taking a route longer than the others, through the city. There was no need for haste, after all, and anticipation had a way of drawing out any stationary wait. Better, then, to lengthen the approach at a controlled pace. There was much to think about, after all. If her lord was well, then she would have to stand before him and formally sever her service, ending a relationship that had existed for 14,000 years, or rather, suspending it for a time. For the remaining years of a mortal man's life, she thought. And if some calamity had befallen Anamander Rake, then Corlat would find herself the ranking commander to the dozen Tisti Andi, who, like her, had remained with Brood's army. She would make that responsibility short-lived, for she had no wish to rule her kin. She would free them to decide their own fates. Anamander Rake had unified these Tisti Andi by strength of personality, a quality Corlat well knew she did not share. The disparate causes in which he chose to engage himself and his people were, she had always assumed, each a reflection upon a single theme. But that theme and its nature had ever eluded Corlad. There were wars, there were struggles, enemies, allies, victories and losses. A procession through centuries that seemed random not just to her, but to her kin as well. A sudden thought came to her, twisting like a dull knife in her chest. Perhaps Anamander Rake was equally lost.
Perhaps this endless succession of causes reflects his own search. I had all along assumed a simple goal, to give us a reason to exist, to take upon ourselves the nobility of others for whom the struggle meant something. Was that not the theme underlying all we have done? Why do I now doubt? Why do I now believe that if a theme does indeed exist, it is something other, something far less noble?
She attempted to shake off such thoughts before they dragged her towards despair.
For despair is the nemesis of the Tista Andii. How often have I seen my kin fall on the field of battle, and have known deep in my soul that my brothers and sisters did not die through an inability to defend themselves. They died because they had chosen to die, slain by their own despair. Our gravest threat. Does Anamander Rake lead us away from despair? Is that his only purpose? His only goal? Is his a theme of denial? If so, then, dear Mother Dark, he was right in seeking to confound our understanding, in seeking to keep us from ever realizing his singular, pathetic goal. And I should never have pursued these thoughts, should never have clawed my way to this conclusion. Discovering my Lord's secret holds no reward. Curse of the light, he has spent centuries evading my questions, discouraging my desire to come to know him, to pierce through his veil of mystery. And I have been hurt by it. I have lashed out at him more than once, and he has stood before my anger and frustration, silent. To choose not to share what I had seen as arrogance, as patronizing behavior of the worst sort, enough to leave me incensed. Ah, Lord, you held to the hardest mercy, and if despair assails us, it assails you 100-fold.
She knew now she would not release her kin. Like Rake, she could not abandon them, and like Rake, she could voice no truth when they begged or demanded justification.
And so, should that moment come soon, I must needs find strength, the strength to lead, the strength to hide the truth from my kin. Oh, Whiskey Jack, how will I be able to tell you this? Our desires were simplistic, foolishly romantic. The world holds no paradise for you and me, dear lover. Thus, all I can offer is that you join me, that you stay at my side. And I pray to Mother Dark, how I pray, that it will, for you, be enough.
The city's outskirts persisted along the river's edge in a straggly ramshackle ribbon of fisher huts, smoke shacks, and drying nets, storm-battered and rubbish-strewn. The settlement reached upriver to the very edge of the flats, and indeed a half-score shacks on stilts, connected by raised causeways, encroached upon the reedy swamp of mud itself. Twin lines of poles on this side of the river marked out the wide underwater trench that had been excavated, leading to the edge of the flats, where broad, solid platforms had been built. River Maoric's mouth to the east was impassable to all but the most shallow-drafted craft, for its bed constantly shifted beneath the clash of tide and current, raising hidden bars of sand in the span of a few bells, then sweeping them away to create others elsewhere. Supplies brought downriver offloaded west of the mouth, here at the flats. The warlord, Kalor, Outrider Herlakel, and Korlat's second, Orphantal, stood on the platform, their horses tethered on the road at the platform's inland edge. All four men faced upriver. Corlat guided her horse onto the causeway linking the city and the platform. As she reached the slightly higher elevation of the raised road, she saw the first of the Malazan barges. Sorcery had aided in their construction, she concluded. They were solid, sound craft, flat-bottomed and broad. Massive, untrimmed logs framed the hulls. Tarpaulins roofed at least half of each deck. She saw no fewer than 20 of them from her vantage point. Even with sorcery, she thought, building these must have been a huge undertaking. Then again, to have completed them so quickly. Ah, is this what the Black Maranth were up to all this time? If so, then Dujek and Whiskey Jack had planned for this from the very beginning. Great ravens circled the flotilla, their shrieks audibly derisive. Soldiers, barghast and horses were visible on the lead barge. At the inland edge of the platform, Corlat reined in beside the greeting party's horses, dismounted. Arivi collected the reins. She nodded her thanks and strode the length of the platform to come alongside Caladan Brood. The warlord's face revealed no expression, whilst Calor's was twisted into an ugly sneer. Orphantal moved to join Corlat, bowing his greeting. "Sister," he said in their native tongue, "was the ride through Marik pleasing? How long have you been standing here, brother? Perhaps a bell and a half? Then I have no regrets." He smiled. "A silent bell and a half at that. Almost long enough to drive a Tista Andi to distraction. Liar! We can stand around in silence for weeks, as you well know, brother." "Ah, but that is without emotion, is it not? I know for myself. I simply listen to the wind, and so am not troubled." She glanced at him. "Without emotion?" she thought. "Now your lying is no jest." "And, I dare say," Orphantal continued, "the tension still rises."
"You two," Calor growled, "speak a language we can understand, if you must speak at all. There's been enough dissembling here to last a lifetime."
Orphantal faced him and said in Daru, "Not your lifetime, surely, Calor." The ancient warrior bared his teeth in a silent snarl.
"That will do," Brood rumbled. "I'd rather the Malazans not see us bickering."
Corlat could see Whiskey Jack now, standing near the broad, blunt bow of the lead barge. He was helmed in full armour. Humbrol Tor stood beside him, his coin hauberk glittering. The barghast was clearly enjoying the moment, standing tall and imperious, both hands resting on the heads of the throwing axes belted to his hips. The standard-bearer, Artanthos, hovered in the background, arms crossed, a half-smile on his lean face. Soldiers were manning the sweeps, shouting to one another as they guided the craft between the poles. The manoeuvre was deftly done, as the huge barge slipped from the stronger currents and glided gently down the approach. Corlat watched, her eyes on Whiskey Jack, who had in turn seen her, as the craft drew closer to the platform. The crunch and grind as the barge came alongside the landing was muted. Soldiers with lines poured from the side onto the platform and made fast. Out on the river, the other barges were each pulling towards the shore to make their own landing along the muddy strand. Heaton appeared between her father and Whiskey Jack and pushed forward to leap onto the platform. There was no colour in her face, and her legs almost buckled beneath her. Orphantal rushed forward to offer a supporting arm, which she battered away with a snarl before stumbling past them all towards the far end of the platform.
"Well thought!"
Humbrol Tor boomed with a laugh.
"But if you value your life, Tista Andi, leave the lass to her gravid misery. Warlord, thank you for the formal greeting. We've hastened the day to Coral, yes?"
The barghast war chief stepped onto the platform, Whiskey Jack following.
"Unless there's another 100 barges upstream," Brood growled. "You've lost 2/3 of your forces. Now, how did that come to be?" "3 clans came for the float, Warlord," Humbrol Tor replied, grinning. "The rest elected to walk. Our spirit gods were amused, yes? Though, I grant you,
Sourly so. Well met, Warlord, Whiskey Jack said. We'd not the watercraft to carry the entire force, alas. Thus, Dujek One-Arm decided to split the army.
And where in Hood's name is he?
Calor demanded.
As if I need to ask,
he added. Whiskey Jack shrugged. The Black Marenth are taking them.
To Coral, yes,
Calor snapped.
To what end, Malazan? To conquer the city in the name of your empire?
I doubt that is possible, Whiskey Jack replied. But if it were, would you so dearly resent arriving at a pacified Coral, Calor? If your bloodlust needs appeasing.
I never thirst for long, Malazan,
Calor said, one gauntleted hand lifting towards the bastard sword strapped to his back. It seems, Brood said, ignoring Calor, that there have been considerable changes to what we had agreed was a sound plan. Indeed, he continued, eyes shifting to the barge, that plan was clearly created with deceit in your mind, from the very start. I disagree, Whiskey Jack said. Just as you had Moonspawn and whatever Rake intended to do with it as your own private plan, we concluded that we'd best fashion something similar. The precedent is yours, Warlord, so I do not think you are in a position to voice complaint.
Commander, Brood grated, we had never intended Moonspawn to launch a preemptive strike on Coral in order to gain advantage over our presumed allies. The timing we have held to has been towards a combined effort.
And Dujek still agrees with you, Warlord, as do I. Tell me, has Crone managed to get close to Coral?
She attempts to do so yet again.
And she will likely be driven back once more, meaning we've no intelligence as to the preparations being made against us. If the Panionseer or his advisers have even a modicum of military acuity, they will have set up a trap for us, something we cannot help but march into by virtue of drawing within sight of Coral's walls. Warlord, our Black Maranth have delivered Captain Parran and the bridge-burners to within 10 leagues of the city, to make a covert approach and so discover what the Panions have devised. But the bridge-burners alone are not sufficient to counter those efforts, whatever they may be. Thus, Dujek leads 6,000 of the host, delivered by the Black Maranth, with the intention of destroying whatever the Panions have planned.
And why, in Hood's name, should we believe you?
Calor demanded.
You've done nothing but lie, since the very beginning.
Whiskey Jack shrugged once more. If 6,000 Malazan soldiers are sufficient to take Coral and destroy the Panion Domin, then we have seriously overestimated our enemy. I don't think we have. I think we're in for a fight, and whatever advantage we can achieve beforehand, we will likely need.
Commander, Brood said, the Panion forces are augmented by mage cadres, as well as these unnatural condors. How does Dujek hope to defend against them? Your army has no sorcerers to speak of.
Quickben's there, and he's found a means to access his warrens without interference. Secondly, they have the Black Maranth to challenge for control of the skies, and a respectable supply of munitions. But, I will grant you, it might not be enough.
You might see more than half your army slaughtered, Commander.
It's possible, Warlord. Thus, if it is agreeable to you, we should now make all haste to Coral.
Indeed,
Calor snarled.
Perhaps we'd be better off to leave the Panions to exhaust themselves destroying Dujek and his 6,000, and then we arrive. Warlord, hear me. The Malazans have fashioned their own potentially fatal situation, and now come begging that we relieve them of the cost. I say, let the bastards rot.
Corlat sensed that Calor's judgment reached through to Brood. She saw the Warlord hesitate. A rather petty response, she sniffed, stained by emotion. Therefore, probably tactically suicidal on all our parts. Calor wheeled.
You, woman, cannot pretend to objectivity. Of course you'd side with your lover.
If his position was untenable, I most certainly would not, Calor. And there lies the difference between you and me.
She faced Caladan Brood.
I now speak for the Tista Andi, accompanying your army, warlord. I urge you to hasten our march to Coral, with the aim of relieving Dujek. Commander Whiskey Jack has arrived with sufficient barges to effect a swift crossing to the south shore. 5 days of quick march will bring us within sight of Coral.
Or 8 days at a normal pace, Calor said, ensuring that we arrive well rested. Is one arms host so overrated that they cannot hold out an extra 3 days?
Trying a new tack? Orphantal asked Calor.
The grey warrior shrugged. Brood's breath hissed between his teeth. He now speaks with reasoned consideration, Tista Andi. 5 days or 8. Exhausted or rested, and thus capable of engaging the enemy at once. Which of the two is more tactically sound? It could mean the difference between joining a sound, efficacious force and finding naught but chopped-up corpses, Whiskey Jack said. He shook himself. Decide what you will, then. We will leave you the barges, of course, but my forces will cross first. We'll risk the exhaustion. He swung about and gestured towards Artanthos, who had remained on the barge. The standard-bearer nodded, reached down and collected a half-dozen signal flags, then set off towards the stern.
You anticipated this,
Calor hissed. Didn't you?
That you would win the day? Yes, I think he did.
Whiskey Jack said nothing. And so, your forces reach Coral first. After all, very clever, bastard. Very clever indeed.
Corlat stepped up to Brood. Warlord, do you hold to your faith in the Tista Andi?
The huge man frowned. To you and your kin? Aye, of course I do.
Very well. Then we will accompany Commander Whiskey Jack, Umbral Tor, and their forces, and so represent your interests. Orphantal and I are soul-taken. One of us can, if need be, bring swift word back to you, either of peril or of betrayal. Further, our presence might well prove decisive, should it be necessary to effect Dujek's withdrawal from an unwinnable engagement.
Calor laughed.
Ha! The lovers rejoined, and we are asked to bow before false objectivity.
Orphantal took a step towards Calor. That was the last insult you will deliver to the Tista Andi.
Stop!
Bellowed Caladan Brood.
Calor, know this. I hold to my trust in the Tista Andi. Nothing you can say will shake that faith, for it was earned centuries ago, 100-fold, and not once betrayed. Your loyalty, on the other hand, I begin to doubt more and more. Beware your fears, warlord, Calor growled, lest you make them true.
Brood's response was so low, Corlat barely heard it.
You now taunt me, Calor.
The warrior slowly paled.
What would be the value of that?
He asked quietly, tonelessly.
Indeed.
Corlat turned to her brother. Call our kin, Orphantal. We shall accompany the commander and war chief.
As you say, sister.
The Tista Andi pivoted, then paused, and studied Calor for a long moment, before saying, I think, old man, when all this is done. Calor bared his teeth.
You think what?
That I will come for you. Calor held his smile in answer, but the strain of the effort was betrayed by a twitch along one lined cheek. Orphantal set off towards the waiting horses. Umbral Tor's deep laugh broke the tense silence.
And here we'd thought you'd be bickering when we arrived.
Corlat faced the barge and met Whiskey Jack's gaze. He managed a drawn smile, revealing to her the pressure he had been feeling. But it was what she saw in his eyes that quickened her heart.
love and relief, tenderness and raw anticipation.
Mother Dark, but these mortals live, she thought.
Riding side by side at a gentle canter, Gruntle and Itkovian reached the causeway and approached the platform. The sky was paling to the east, the air cool and clear. A score of Rivi herders were guiding the last of the first 300 Bedouin onto the railed ramp. A few hundred paces behind the two men, the second 300 were being driven towards the causeway. There were at least 2,000 Bedouin to follow, and it was clear to Gruntle and Itkovian that if they wished to lead their companies across the river any time soon, they would have to cut in. The Malazans had built well, each barge carrying broad, solid ramps that neatly joined bow to bow, while the sterns had been designed to fit flush once the backwash guards had been removed. The bridge they formed when linked was both flexible where required and secure everywhere else, and it was surprisingly wide, capable of allowing 2 wagons to travel side by side. Commander Whiskey Jack and his companies of the host had crossed the river more than 15 bells ago, followed by Humbrel Tor's 3 clans of Barghast. Gruntle knew that Itkovian had hoped to see and meet with both men once again, in particular Whiskey Jack, but by the time they'd come within sight of the river, Malazan and Barghast were both long gone. Caladan Brood had encamped his forces for the night on this side of River Maurik, rousing his troops 3 bells before dawn. They had just completed their crossing. Gruntle wondered at the disparity of pace between the 2 allied armies. They reined in among the Rivi herders. A tall, awkward-looking man who was not Rivi stood off to one side, watching the Bedouin thump their way across the first barge to hoots and whistles from the drivers. Gruntle dismounted and approached the lone man. "What irregulars?" he asked.
"High Marshal Stye," the man replied with a lopsided, toothy grin. "I'm glad you're here. I can't understand these little guys at all. I've been trying real hard to. I guess they're speaking a different language."
Gruntle glanced back at Itkovian, expressionless, then faced the High Marshal once more. "So they are. Have you been standing here long?"
"Since last night. Lots of people have crossed, lots. I watched them put the barges together. They were fast. The Malazans know wood, all right. Did you know Whiskey Jack was apprenticed as a mason before he became a soldier?"
"No, I didn't. What has that got to do with carpentry, High Marshal?"
"Nothing. I was just saying."
"Are you waiting for the rest of your company?" Gruntle asked.
"Not really, though I suppose they'll show up sooner or later. They'll come after the Bedouin, of course, so they can collect the dung. These little guys do that too. We've had a few fights over that, you know. Tussles, good-natured usually. Look at them, what they're doing, kicking all that dung into a pile and guarding it. If I get any closer, they'll pull knives."
"Well, then I suggest you'd not get any closer, High Marshal." Stye grinned again.
"That'd be no fun, then. I ain't waiting here for nothing, you know."
Itkovian dismounted and joined them. Gruntle swung to the herders, spoke in passable Rivi. "Which of you is in charge here?" A wiry old man looked up, stepped forward.
"Tell him to go away,"
he snapped, stabbing a finger at High Marshal Stye. "Sorry," Gruntle replied with a shrug. "I can't order him to do anything, I'm afraid. I'm here for the Legion and the Greyswords. We'd like to cross, before the rest of your herd."
"No, can't do that. No, you have to wait. Wait. The Bedouin don't like to be split up. They get nervous, unhappy. We need them calm on the crossing. You see that, don't you? No, you have to wait."
"Well, how long do you think that will take?" The Rivi shrugged.
"It will be done when it's done."
The second 300 Bedouin rumbled their way up the causeway. The herders moved to meet them. Gruntle heard a meaty thud, then the Rivi were all shouting, racing back. The Daru turned in time to see High Marshal Stye, the front of his long shirt pulled up around a hefty pile of dung, run full tilt past, onto the ramp, then thump down the length of the barge. A single Rivi herder, who had clearly been left to guard the dung, lay sprawled beside the looted heap, unconscious, the red imprint of a large bony fist on his jaw. Gruntle grinned over at the old herder, who was jumping about, spitting with fury. Itkovian moved up alongside him. "Sir, did you see that?" "No, alas, just the tail end. That punch came out of nowhere. I did not even see him step close. The poor Rivy dropped like a sack of dung." After a long moment, so long that Gruntle thought it would never come, Itkovian smiled. Rain clouds had rolled in from the sea, the rain driven on fierce winds, each drop striking iron helms, shields, and leather raincloaks with enough force to shatter into mist. The abandoned farmland on all sides vanished behind a grey wall. The trader road churned to clinging mud beneath hooves, wagon wheels, and boots. Water sluicing down through his visor, which he had lowered in an only partially successful attempt to keep the rain from his eyes, Whiskey Jack struggled to make sense of the scene. A messenger had called him back from the vanguard, shouting barely heard words concerning a broken axle, the train halted in disarray, injured animals. At the moment, all he could make out was a mass of mud-covered soldiers, scrambling, slipping, knotting ropes and shouting inaudibly to each other, and at least 3 wagons buried to their axles on what had once been the road, but had since turned into a river of mud. Oxen were being pulled clear on the far side, the beasts bellowing. He sat on his horse, watching. There was no point in cursing the fickle vagaries of nature, nor the failure of overburdened wagons, nor even the pace which they all laboured under. His Marines were doing what needed to be done, despite the apparent chaos. The squall was likely to be short-lived, given the season, and the sun's thirst was fierce. Nonetheless, he wondered which gods had conspired against him, for since the crossing not a single day of this frantic march had passed without incident, and not one of those incidents had yielded mercy to their desires. It would be 2 more days, at the very least, before they reached Coral. Whiskey Jack had received no communication from Quickben since before Malrick, and the Wizard, Paran, and the Bridge-burners had been still half a night's travel from Coral's environs at that time. He was sure they had reached the city by now, was equally certain that Dujek and his companions were even now closing in for the rendezvous. If a battle was to come, it would be very soon. Whiskey Jack swung his horse round, nudged the weary beast along the track's edge to return to the vanguard. Night was fast approaching, and they would have to stop, at least for a few bells. He would then have some precious time alone with Corlat. The rigours of this march had kept them apart far too often, and while he and Corlat held on to the belief that her lord, Anamanda Rake, could not yet be counted out, she had assumed the role of commander among her Tiste Andi kin in all respects. Cold, remote, focused exclusively on the disposition of her brothers and sisters. They were, under her direction, exploring Curald Galain, their warren of darkness, drawing upon its power in an effort to purge it of the crippled god's infection. Whiskey Jack had seen, upon their short-lived infrequent reappearances, the cost borne by Orphantal and the other Tiste Andi. But Corlat wanted Curald Galain's power within reach, without fear of corruption, by the time battle was joined at Coral. A change had come to her, he sensed. Some bleak resolve had hardened all that was within her. Perhaps it was the possible death of Anamanda Rake that had forced such induration upon her spirit. Or perhaps it was their future paths they had so naively entwined without regard for the harsh demands of the real world. The past was ever restless, for them both. Whiskey Jack, in his heart, was certain that Anamanda Rake was not dead, nor even lost. In the half-dozen late-night conversations he had shared with the Lord of Moonspawn, the Malazan had acquired a sense of the Tiste Andi. Despite the alliances, including the long-term partnership with Caladan Brood, Anamanda Rake was a man of solitude, an almost pathological independence. He was indifferent to the needs of others, for whatever reassurance or confirmation they might expect or demand. "He said he would be there for the assault on Coral, and so he will," he thought. Through the grey murk ahead, he could make out the vanguard, a knotted clump of mounted officers surrounding the fivesome of Humbrol Tor, Heaton, Cafal, Crupper, and Corlat on the road. Beyond them, he saw as he approached, the sky was lighter, They were about to fight their way clear of the squall, with Opon's luck in time to halt and prepare a warm meal by sunset's warm glow before continuing on. He was pushing his 4,000 soldiers too hard. They were the finest he had ever commanded, yet he was demanding the impossible from them. Though the Malazan understood it, Caladan Brun's sudden loss of faith had shaken Whiskey Jack, more than he would admit to anyone, even Corlat. A fast march by the combined forces might well have given the seer pause. Seeing the arrival of legion upon legion would give any enemy commander incentive to withdraw from an ongoing engagement with Dujek. Exhausted or not, sometimes numbers alone proved sufficient intimidation. The Panion resources were limited. The seer would not risk persisting in battle beyond the city's walls if it endangered his main army. The appearance of 4,000 mud-coated stumbling soldiers was more likely to bring a smile to the seer's lips. Whiskey Jack would have to make his few numbers count. The 12 Tista Andii, the Ilgres clan, and Humbrol Tor's elite clans of the Whiteface would most likely prove crucial, though the combined Bargar support was less than 2,000. We throw ourselves into the sprint too soon, too far from our prey. In our senseless haste, we've left 50,000 white-faced Bargars far behind. This decision may be a fatal one. Feeling old beyond his years, burdened by flaws born of a spirit mired deep in exhaustion, Whiskey Jack rejoined the vanguard. Water streamed down the full-length chain surcoat, left long grey hair plastered against it, down the back and across the wide but gaunt shoulders. Dull grey helmet gleamed, reflecting the pewter sky with milky indistinction. He stood motionless, head lowered, at the base of a shallow basin, his horse waiting a dozen paces behind him. Flat, lifeless eyes studied the saturated prairie ground through his great helm's fixed, slitted visor. Unblinking, narrowed eyes. Watching the flow of muddy water slashed by the frenzied rain, tiny rivulets, broader sweeps, a ceaseless flow through minute channels, over exposed stone, between the knotted roots of tufted grasses. The water wended southward. And here, in this basin, carrying oddly coloured silts in racing streams, it flowed uphill.
From dust to mud, Calor thought. So, you march with us after all? No, understand. I am pleased.
Calor swung round, strode back to his horse. He rode along his own trail, and with dusk gathering quickly beneath the leaden clouds and driving rain, came at last to the encampment. There were no fires outside the rows of tents, and the glow of lanterns was dull through patchy canvas. The muddy aisles were crowded with great ravens, hunched and motionless under the deluge. Reining in before Caladan Brood's command tent, Calor dismounted and strode within. The outrider, Hurlikel, stood just within the flap, present as Brood's messenger, should such need arise. The young man was wan, half asleep at his station. Ignoring him, Calor raised his visor and stepped past. The warlord was uncharacteristically slumped in a camp chair, his hammer resting across his thighs. He had not bothered to clean the mud from his armour or boots. His strangely bestial eyes lifted, took in Calor, then dropped once more.
I have made a mistake, he rumbled. I agree, warlord.
That earned Brood's sharpened attention.
You must have misunderstood. I have not. We should have joined Whiskey Jack. The annihilation of One Arm's host, no matter how much that might please me personally, will be a tactical disaster for this campaign.
All very well, Calor, Brood rumbled, but there is little we can do about it now.
This storm will pass, warlord. You can increase our pace come the morning. We can perhaps shave off a day. I am here for another reason, however, one that is conveniently related to our change of heart.
Spit it out short and sweet, Calor, or not at all.
I would ride to join Whiskey Jack and Corlat.
To what end? An apology? Calor shrugged. If that would help. More directly, however, you seem to forget my experience. For all that I seem to grate upon all of you, I have walked this land when the Telanai Mass were but children. I have commanded armies 100,000 strong. I have spread the fire of my wrath across entire continents, and sat alone upon tall thrones. Do you grasp the meaning of this? Yes. You never learn, Calor. Clearly, he snapped, you do not grasp the meaning. I know a field of battle better than any man alive, including you. The Malazans seem to have done very well on this continent without your help. Besides, what makes you think Whiskey Jack or Dujek will heed your suggestions? They are rational men, Warlord. You forget something else about me, as well, it seems. With my blade drawn, I have not faced defeat in 100,000 years. Calor, you choose your enemies well. Have you ever crossed weapons with Anamander Rake, Dasim Ultor, Greymane, the Segula first? He did not add, with me. I will face none of them in Coral, Calor growled. Just Seodomin, Erdomen, Septox, and perhaps a Kachain Chimala or 3. I did not think any remained, Warlord. Maybe, maybe not. I am somewhat surprised, Calor, by your sudden zeal. The tall warrior shrugged. I would answer my own ill advice, that is all. Do you give me leave to join Whiskey Jack and Corlat? Brood studied him for a time, then he sighed and waved one mud-spattered, gauntleted hand. Go. Calor spun and strode from the tent. Outside, he approached his horse. A few miserable great ravens, huddled beneath a wagon, were the only witnesses to his sudden smile. The floes abutting the rocky shoreline were all awash in darkly stained water. Lady Envy watched Baljag and Gareth splash through it towards the forest-crowded strand. Sighing, she parted the veil on her warren, enough to permit her to cross without getting wet. She had had more than enough of wild seas, black water, submerged mountains of ice and freezing rain, and was contemplating fashioning a suitably efficacious curse upon Nerus and Beru both. The lady, for her failure to maintain reasonable order upon her waters, the lord, for his evidently senseless outrage at being so thoroughly exploited. Of course, such a curse might well weaken the Pantheon yet further, and that would not be appreciated. She sighed. So I must forego such pleasure, or at least suspend it for a time. Oh well. Turning, she saw Senu, Thurul, and Mok clambering down the near-vertical ice sheet that led down to the floe. Moments later, the Segula were sloshing their way to the shore. Lana's Tog had vanished a short while past, to reappear beneath the trees directly opposite them. Lady Envy stepped off the jagged, frost-rimed edge of the Mekros street, settled slowly towards the bridge of ice. She approached the strand's tumbled line of rocks where the others had gathered. Finally, she said upon arriving, stepping gingerly onto sodden moss close to where Lana's Tog stood. Huge cedars marched into the gloom of the slope that climbed steep and rough up the mountainside behind the Telanai Mass. Brushing flecks of snow from her talaba, Lady Envy studied the unwelcoming forest for a moment, then fixed her attention on Lana's Tog. Ice was slipping in long, narrow slivers from the swords impaling the Telanai Mass. White frost died in spreading patches on the undead creature's withered face. Oh dear, you're thawing. I will scout ahead, Lana's Tog said. People have passed along this shoreline recently. More than 20, less than 50, some heavily laden. Indeed. Lady Envy glanced around, saw no sign that anyone had walked where they now stood. Are you certain? Oh, never mind. I didn't ask that question. Well, in which direction were they walking? The Telanai Mass faced east. The same as us,
How curious. We will by chance catch up with them?
Unlikely, mistress. They are perhaps 4 days ahead.
4 days? They have reached Coral, then?
Yes. Do you wish to rest, or shall we proceed?
Lady Envy turned to examine the others. Baljag still carried a spearhead in her shoulder, though it seemed to be slowly making its way out, and the flow of blood had slowed considerably. She would have liked to have healed the eye's wound, but the beast would not let her come close enough. Gareth looked hale, though a solid mass of old scars etched the hound's mottled hide. The three Segula had effected what repairs they could to their armour and weapons, and stood waiting, their masks freshly painted.
It seems there is to be no delay. No delay at all. Such eagerness. Oh, pity poor Coral.
She swung round suddenly.
Lanastog, tell me, has Onos Tulan passed this way as well?
I do not know, mistress. Those mortals who preceded us, however, were tracked by a predator. No doubt curious. I sense no lingering violence in this area, so the beast probably abandoned them once it fully gauged their strength.
A beast? What kind of beast, darling?
The Talanimas shrugged.
A large cat, a tiger perhaps. Forests such as these suit them, I believe.
Now, isn't that titillating? By all means, Lanastog, strike out on this fated trail. We shall follow upon your very heels.
The trenches and tunnel entrances had been well disguised, beneath cedar branches and piles of moss, and without the preternatural skills of the mages, the bridge burners might not have found them. Perrin made his way down what he had mentally labelled the command tunnel, passing racks of weapons, pikes, halberds, lances, longbows, and bundles of arrows, and alcoves packed solid with food, water, and other supplies, until he came to the large fortified chamber which the Septarch had clearly intended to be his headquarters. Quickben and his motley cadre of mages sat, squatted or sprawled, in a rough half-circle near the far end, beyond the map table, looking like a pack of water rats who'd just taken over a beaver's lodge. The captain glanced down at the large painted hide pinned to the tabletop as he strode past, on which the Panions had conveniently mapped out the entire maze of tunnels and entrenchments, the location of supplies and what kind, the approaches and retreats. "All right," Perrin said as he joined the mages. "What do you have?"
Someone's got wise in Coral, Quickben said, and realized that this place should have a company holed up here, as a guard. Trotz was keeping an eye on the city and watched them file out. They'll reach us in a bell.
"A company," Perrin scowled. "What's that in Panion terms?"
400 Becklites, 20 Erdemen, 4 Seerdomin, one of them ranking, and likely a sorcerer.
"And which approaches do you think they'll use?"
"The 3-stepped ones,"
Spindle replied, reaching to scratch under his hair shirt.
"They go under trees all the way, lots of switchbacks, meaning the poor bastards will have a hard time rushing oppositions once we let loose."
Perrin turned back to study the map. "Assuming they're flexible, what will they choose as an alternative?"
"The main ramp,"
Quickben said, rising to join the captain. He tapped a finger on the map.
"The one they'd planned on using for the downward march to launch the ambush. No cover for them, but if they can lock shields out front and turtle, well, there's only 40 of us."
"Munitions?" The wizard looked back at Spindle, who made a sour face and said, "We're short. Maybe if we use 'em right, we'll squash this company. But then the seer will know what's up, and he'll send 20,000 up this mountainside. If Dujek doesn't show soon, we'll have to pull out, Captain." "I know, Spindle, which is why I want you to set aside the cussers and burners. I want these tunnels rigged. If we have to scramble, we leave this strong point nothing but mud and ashes." The sapper gaped.
"Captain, without them cussers and burners, the seer won't need to send anybody after this company. It'll take us clean out."
"Assuming there's enough of them left to regroup and come up the main ramp. In other words, Spindle, pull the sappers together and cook up the messiest stew you can for those 3 hidden trails. If we can make it seem like the whole Malazan army's up here. Better yet, if we can make sure not one soldier in this company gets out alive, we'll have purchased the time we need. The less certain we leave the seer, the safer we'll be. So close that mouth and find Hedge and the rest. Your moment of glory's arrived, Spindle. Go. Muttering, the man scrambled out of the chamber. Perrin faced the others. A seer Domin sorcerer, you said? All right. He needs to drop fast once the fun starts. What do you have in mind, gentlemen? Shank grinned. My idea, Captain. It's classic, deadly, especially because it's so unexpected. I've already completed the ritual, left it primed. All Quickbear needs to do is tell me when he spotted the bastard. What kind of ritual, Shank? The ingenious kind, Captain. Blue Pearl loaned me the spell, but I can't describe it, can't write it down and show you neither. Words and meanings hang around in the air, you know, seep into suspicious minds and trigger gut instinct. There's nothing to blocking it if you know it's coming. It only works when you don't. Scowling, Perrin turned to Quickben. The wizard shrugged.
Shank wouldn't cough himself to the front of the line if he wasn't sure of this, Captain. I'll sniff the seer Domin out as he's asked, and I'll have a few backups in case it goes sour.
Blue Pearl added, Spindle will hold back on a sharper, Captain, with the Mage's name on it.
Literally, Toes threw in, and that makes all the difference. Spin being a wizard and all.
Yes, and how often has it made the difference in the past, Toes?
Well, there's been a bad string of, mitigating circumstances.
Abyss below, Perrin breathed. Quick, Ben, if we don't knock that sorcerer out, we'll be feeding roots a drop at a time.
We know, Captain. Don't worry. We'll stamp him out before he sparks.
Perrin sighed. Toes, find me picker. I want all these longbows trundled out and issued to everyone without a munition or spell in hand. 20 arrows each. And I want them to have pikes as well.
Aye, sir.
Toes climbed to his feet. He reached for one large, mummified toe strung around his neck and kissed it. Then he headed out. Blue Pearl spat onto the ground.
I feel sick every time he does that.
A bell and a half later, the captain lay alongside Quickben, looking down on the middle-stepped trail, where the glint of helms and weapons appeared in the late afternoon's dull light. The Panions had not bothered to send scouts ahead, nor was their column preceded by a point. A degree of overconfidence that Perrin hoped would prove fatal. In the soft earth before Quickben, the wizard had set a half-dozen twigs upright in a rough line. Faint sorcery whispered between them that the captain's eyes could only register peripherally. 20 paces behind the 2 men, Shank sat hunched over his modest, pebble-ring circle of ritual. 6 twigs from the same branch that Quickben had used, jabbed into the moss before the squad mage, surrounding a bladder filled with water. Beads of condensation glistened from these twigs. Perrin heard Quickben's soft sigh. The wizard reached out, hovered an index finger over the 3rd twig, then tapped it. Shank saw one of his twigs twitch. He grinned, whispered the last words of his ritual, releasing its power. The bladder shriveled, suddenly empty. Down on the trail, the Seodomin sorcerer, 3rd in the line, buckled, water spraying from his mouth, lungs filled, clawing at his own chest. Shank's eyes closed. His face runneled in sweat as he swiftly added binding spells to the water that filled the Seodomin's lungs, holding it down against their desperate, spasming efforts to expel the deadly fluid. Soldiers shouted, gathered around the writhing mage. 4 sharpers sailed into their midst. Multiple snapping explosions, at least one of them triggering the row of sharpers buried along the length of the trail, these ones in turn triggering the crackers at the base of the flanking trees, which began toppling inward onto the milling soldiers. Smoke, the screams of the wounded and dying, figures sprawled, pinned beneath trees and trapped by branches. Perrin saw Hedge and 4 other sappers, Spindle included, plunging down the slope to one side of the trail. Munitions flew from their hands. The fallen trees, wood and branches liberally drenched in lantern oil, lit up in a conflagration as the first of the burners exploded. Within the span of a heartbeat, the trail and the entire company trapped upon it were in flames. Abyss below. We're not a friendly bunch, are we? Perrin thought. Down at the bottom, well behind the last of the Panions, Pika and her squads had emerged from cover, bows in hand, and were, Perrin hoped, taking down those of the enemy who had managed to avoid the ambush and were attempting to flee. At the moment, all the captain could hear were screams and the thunderous roar of the fire. The gloom of approaching night had been banished from the trail, and Perrin could feel the heat gusting against his face. He glanced over at Quickben. The wizard's eyes were closed. Faint movement on the man's shoulder caught the captain's attention. A tiny figure of sticks and twine. Perrin blinked. It was gone, and he began to wonder if he had seen anything at all. The wild flaring and ebbing of firelight, the writhing shadows. I must be imagining things, he thought. Not enough sleep. The horror that is this dance of light, heightened senses, those damned screams were fading now, and the fire itself was losing its raging hunger, unable to reach very far into the rain-soaked forest beyond. Smoke wreathed the trail, drifted through the surrounding boles. Blackened bodies filled the path, plates of armor rainbow-burnished, leather curled and peeling, boots blistered and cracking open with terrible sizzling sounds. If Hood has reserved a pit for his foulest servants, then the Moranth who made these munitions belong in it, Perrin thought. And us, since we've used them. This was not battle. This was slaughter. Mallet slid down to Perrin's side. Captain, Moranth are dropping out of the sky on the entrenchments. Dujek's arrived, the first wave with him. Sir, our reinforcements are here. Quickben scraped a hand across his little row of twigs. Good. We'll need them. Aye, the seer won't yield these entrenchments without a fight, Perrin thought. Thank you, healer. Return to the High Fist and inform him I will join him shortly. Yes, sir. Chapter 24. Some tides move unseen. Priests and priestesses of the twin cults of Tog and Fandere had for so long presided over but a handful of adherents in their respective temples, and those temples were few and far between. A short-lived expansion of the cults swept through the Malazan armies early in Lassine's reign, but then seemed to wither of its own accord. In retrospect, that flurry might be interpreted as being only marginally premature, anticipating by less than a decade the reawakening that would bring the ancient cults to the fore. The first evidence of that reawakening occurred on the very edges of the Empire's borders. Strictly speaking, not even close. In the recently liberated city of Kapustan, where the tide revealed its power for all to see. Cults of Resurrection, Quorum Tabal, translated by Ilis of Darujistan. The two masked figures, ancient and shrunken, slowly hobbled towards the low, wide entrance of Hood's temple. Cole had been seeing to the mott horses in the courtyard, and now stood silent in the shadows of the wall, watching as the figure closest to him, a woman, raised a cane and rapped it sharply against the door. Distant drums still sounded, indicating that the coronation of Prince Arad was dragging on. Given that the ceremony was under the guidance of the Mass Council, Cole was more than a little curious to see these two council members here, clearly intent on paying an unofficial, private visit. He was also suspicious, since he had assumed that no one had known of the reoccupancy of Hood's temple. He started at a low voice close beside him.
What good will come of this, do you think?
Another masked priest was standing in the shadows beside the Daru, strangely indistinct, hooded, gloved hands folded over the bulge of a pot belly, though the rest of the man appeared to be stick-thin. "Where did you come from?" Cole hissed, his heart thudding in his chest.
I was here before you. This is my shadow, you fool. Look at that torchlight. Where we stand should be bathed in it. Are all the nobles of Darujistan as stupid as you?
Cole grimaced. All right, Shadow Priest, you've been spying. On what? What state secrets have you learned watching me groom these horses?
Only that they hate you, Daru. Every time your back was turned, they got ready to nip you. Only you always seemed to step away at precisely the right moment.
Yes, I did, since I knew what they were intending. Each time.
Is this pride, I hear, that you outwitted 2 horses?
Another remark like that, priest, and I will toss you over this wall.
You wouldn't dare. Oh, all right, you would. Come no closer. I will be civil, I promise.
Both turned at the sound of the temple doors squealing open.
Wrath Shadowthrone whispered. Who is that?
My friend Murillo.
No, you idiot! The other one!
The one with the swords, you mean? Ah, well, he works for Hood.
And is Wrath Hood aware of this?
You're asking me?
Well, has he paid a visit?
No.
The brainless idiot!
Cole grunted. Is that a quality all your acquaintances share?
So far,
Wrath Shadowthrone muttered.
Those 2,
Cole said.
What kind of masks are they wearing under those cowls? You mean, do I recognize them? Of course I do. The old man's Wrath Tog, the older woman's Wrath Thandaray. On the council we use them as bookends. In all my years in the thrall, I don't think I've heard either one say a word. Even more amusing, they're lovers who've never touched each other.
How does that work?
Use your imagination, Daru. Oh, they're being invited inside. What bubbles in this cauldron?
Cauldron? What cauldron?
Shut up.
Cole smiled. Well, I'm having too much fun. Time to go inside.
I'm going with you.
No, you're not. I don't like spies. With that, Cole's fist connected with the priest's jaw. The man dropped in a heap. The shadows slowly dissolved to flickering torchlight. Cole rubbed at his knuckles, then set off for the temple. He closed the door behind him. Murillo, the warrior, and the guests were nowhere to be seen. He strode to the entrance to the chamber of the sepulchre. One of the doors had been left slightly ajar. Cole nudged it open and stepped through. Murillo sat close to where they had laid out a cot for the Maybe. The burial pit remained empty, despite the undead warrior's constant instructions to place the old woman within it. The sword-wielding servant of Hood stood facing the 2 masked councillors, the pit between them. No one was speaking. Cole approached Murillo. "What's happened?" he whispered.
Nothing. Not a word. Unless they're jabbering in their heads. But I doubt it.
So they're all waiting, then?
So it seems. Abyss-takers. They're worse than vultures.
Cole studied his friend for a long moment, then said, "Murillo, were you aware you're sitting on a corner of Hood's altar?" The land beyond Coral's north wall was forested parkland, glades divided by stands of coppice trees that had not been trimmed for at least 3 seasons. The trader road wound like a serpent through the parkland, straightening as it reached a 200-pace-wide killing field, then rising in a narrow stone bridge over a steep, dry moat just before the wall. The gate was a massive construction, the track through barely the width of a wagon, and overhung with abutments. The doors were sheeted bronze. Lieutenant Picker blinked sweat from her eyes. She had brought Ansi and his squad as close as possible, lying flat along the edge of an overgrown woodcutter's path, 30 or 40 paces up the mountainside's east-facing flank. Coral's high walls were to their right, southeasterly, the killing fields directly opposite and the parkland to their left. Packed ranks of Panyan Beklites, as assembled in the killing field, were arranged to face the mountain, and the entrenchments now held by Dujek and 6,000 of One Arm's host. The sergeant lying beside her grunted.
There, coming through the gate. That's some kind of standard, and that clump of riders, sitting too tall. A Septarch and his officers,
Picker agreed.
So, Ansi, does your count match mine? 25, 30,000,
the man muttered, tugging on his moustache.
but we've the high ground. Aye, only those trenches and tunnels weren't meant to be defended. They were hiding places. Too many straight lines, no cul-de-sacs, no funnels, no chance for an enfilade, and too many hood-damned trees. The sappers they ain't got the time. So it seems, Picker agreed. Mind you, do you see any of those condors gathering to join in the assault? No, but that don't mean. What it means, Sergeant, is the seer is holding them back. He knows we're not the main punch. We messed up his ambush and knocked out a company, and no doubt that's irritated him enough to send out, what, a third of his army? Maybe a cadre of mages to guard the Septarch? And if they find out we're a bear in a den, I doubt they'll push. Unless the seer decides that killing 6,000 of the host is worth a third of his army, Picker. If I was him— The lieutenant grimaced. Aye, me too. I'd annihilate us. Stamp us out before the rest arrive, Picker thought. Still, I don't think the seer's that sharp. After all, what does he know of the Malazans? Distant tales of wars far to the north? An invasion that's bogged down? He'd have no reason to know what we're capable of. Picker, you're fishing with a bare hook. The seer knows we've somehow jumped onto his entrenchments, knows we slipped past those condors without tickling a single beak, knows we knocked flat an entire company using Moranth munitions, knows we're sitting here, watching his army assemble, and we ain't running. Knows, too, we ain't got any support. Not yet. And maybe, just maybe, we jumped in the slough before the shit settled. Picker said nothing for a time. The Panion legions had settled, officers dispersing to take positions at the head of each one. Drums rattled. Pikes lifted skyward. Then, before each arrayed legion, sorcery began to play. Oh. Where's Blend? Here. Hightail it back to Dujek. Aye, Lieutenant. We're in it now. Squatting on the lead embankment above the slope, Quickben slowly straightened. Spindle, Blue Pearl, Toes, Shank? To me, if you will. The four majors scrambled to his side, and all were babbling. A dozen sorcerers, drawing from the same warren, and it's clean and ugly. They're waving quick, working to get— Be quiet, all of you! We're all going to die. Damn it, Toes, shut up! He glared until the four men settled, surveyed the bleak expressions for a moment, then grinned. 12 of the bastards, right? And who is this, standing here before you? Quickben, right? Ben a de Fontelat. Now, if any of you has already filled his breeches, go change, then rejoin the companies you've been attached to. Whatever gets through me is for you to handle, any way you can. Glancing over, he saw Dujek, Perrin and Blend approaching, the latter looking winded and somewhat wild-eyed. All right, cadre. Dismissed. The majors scurried away. Dujek was wearing his full armour, the first time Quickben had seen that in years. The wizard nodded in greeting. Perrin spoke. Quickben, Blend here's delivered some bad— I know, Captain. I've split up my cadre, so we won't get taken out in a clump. I'll draw their attention to me, right here. Hold on, Dujek growled. That cadre ain't a cadre, and worse, they know it. Secondly, you're not a combat mage. If we lose you early— The wizard shrugged. High Fist, I'm all you've got. I'll keep 'em busy for a while. Perrin said, I'll assign the bridge burners to guard you. We've resupplied on munitions. He's being generous, Dujek cut in. Half a crate, and most of it close-in stuff. If the enemy gets near enough for them to have to use it, you're way too close to one stray arrow headed your way, wizard. I'm not happy with this. Not happy at all. Can't say I am either, Quickben replied. He waited. He could hear the High Fist's molars grinding. Captain, Dujek grunted. Aye, sir. Are the cussers and crackers in place? Can we collapse this damned hillside?
Hedge says it's all rigged, High Fist. We can bury every tunnel and flatten every entrenchment. So we could just pull out and leave the Panions to retake. A steaming mess of nothing.
We could, sir.
Meaning we'll have travelled half the continent, only to retreat before our first engagement.
A temporary retreat, sir,
Perrin pointed out. Or we can bloody their noses. Maybe take out 10,000 Becklights, 10, 12 mages and a septarch. At the possible cost of this army, including Quickben here. Gentlemen, is that a fair exchange?
That is for you to decide.
Perrin began, but Dujek cut him off. No, Captain, it isn't. Not this time.
Quickben met the High Fist's eyes. I made a promise to burn, Quickben thought. The Captain and I had plans. To keep all of that, I say no right now. And we blow the entrenchments and scamper. But then again, I'm a soldier, a bridge burner. And the brutal truth is, tactically, it's more than a fair exchange. We make it for Whiskey Jack, for the siege to come. We save lives.
He glanced at Perrin, saw the same knowledge in the Captain's eyes. The wizard turned back to Dujek. High Fist, it is a fair exchange. Dujek reached up and lowered his helm's visor. All right, let's get to work. Quickben watched the two men leave, then he sighed.
What do you want, Blend? Sir? Don't you sir me, woman. Are you planning on rejoining your squad any time soon? Or do you want a close look at my impending demise? I thought I might, give you a hand.
He faced her, eyes narrowing.
How? Well,
she drew out a small stone from round her neck.
I picked up this charm a few years back.
The wizard's brows rose.
And what is it supposed to do, Blend? Makes me harder to focus on. Seems to work pretty good.
And where did you come by it?
An old desert merchant in Panpotson.
Quickben smiled.
Keep it, lass. But if you weren't wearing it, you wouldn't be Blend anymore, would you? I suppose not, only return to your squad and tell Picker to keep her lads and lasses tight and out of the scrap. You're to remain on that far flank, watching the city. If the Condors suddenly show, get back to me as fast as possible. Aye, sir. Go on, then.
She hurried off.
Well, damn me, Quickben thought. The lass buys a worthless piece of stone from a Graal swindler, and suddenly she's invisible. Raw but pure talent, right in her bones, and she doesn't even know it.
Hidden beneath fronds and brush, Picker and her squad had a clear view of the Panion legions, the front lines reaching the base of the treeless ramp that led to the entrenchments. Grey sorcery spun a wall of tangled webbing before the chanting Becklights. The Seerdomin commanders were wreathed in the magic, advancing now on foot ahead of their companies, marching upslope with an air of inexorability. On a bank high above the Panions, Quickben looked down, exposed and alone. Also Blend had told her. The trees on her left blocked the view.
Suicide,
Picker thought. The wizard was good, she knew, but good only because he kept his head low and did whatever he did behind backs, in the shadows, unseen. He wasn't Tattersail, wasn't Hairlock or Callot. In all the years she had known him, she had not once seen him openly unveil a warren and let loose. Not only wasn't it his style, it also wasn't, she suspected, within his capacity.
You unsheathed the wrong weapon for this fight, High Fist, she thought.
Sudden motion in the midst of the first Panion square. Screams. Picker's eyes widened. Demons had appeared. Not one, but 6, no, 7.
8,
she realized. Huge, towering, bestial, tearing through the massed ranks of soldiery. Blood sprayed, limbs flew. The Seerdomin mages wheeled.
Damn,
Blend whispered at her side.
They've swallowed it.
Picker snapped a glare at the woman.
What are you talking about? They're illusions, Lieutenant. Can't you tell?
No, she thought.
It's all that uncertainty. They don't know what they're facing. Quickben's playing on their fears. Blend, wait. How in Hood's name can you tell? Not sure, but I can.
The Seerdomin unleashed waves of grey sorcery that broke up over the Legion, sent snaking roots down towards the 8 demons.
That will have to knock them out, Blend said. If Quickben ignored the attack, the Panions will get suspicious. Let's see how— Oh!
The magic darted like plummeting nests of adders, enwreathed the roaring demons. Their death throes were frenzied, lashing, killing and maiming yet more soldiers on all sides. But die they did, one by one. The First Legion's formation was a shambles, torn bodies lying everywhere. Its onward climb had been shattered, and the reassertion of order was going to take a while.
Amazing what happens when you believe,
Blend said after a time. Picker shook her head.
If wizards can do that, why don't we have illusionists in every damned squad? It only works, Lieutenant, because of its rarity. Besides, it takes serious mastery to manage faking even a lone demon. How Quickben pulled off 8 of them is—
The Seerdomin mages counterattacked. A crackling, spinning wave rolled up the slope, chewing up the ground, exploding tree stumps.
That's headed straight for him,
Blend hissed, one hand clutching Picker's shoulders, fingers digging in.
Ow! Let go!
A thunderous concussion shook the ground and air.
God! He's been killed! Blasted! Annihilated! Beru fend us all!
Picker stared at the wailing soldier at her side, then forced her eyes once more to the scene on the ramp. Another Seerdomin wizard appeared from the Legion's ranks, mounted on a huge dun charger. Sorcery danced over his armour, pale, dull, flickering on the double-bladed axe in his right hand.
Oh, Blend whispered. That's a sharp illusion.
He rode to join one of his fellow mages, who turned. The axe flew from the rider's hand, its wake sparkling with suspended ice. Changed shape, blackening, twisting, reaching out clawed midnight limbs. The victim screamed as the wraith struck him. Death magic punched through the protective weave of chaotic sorcery like a spear point through chain armour, plunged into the man's chest. The wraith reappeared even as the Seerdomin toppled, up through his helmed head in an explosion of iron, bone, blood and brains, clutching in its black, taloned hands the Seerdomin's soul, a thing that flared, radiating terror. The wraith, hunched over its prize, flew a zigzag path towards the forest, vanished into the gloom. The rider, after throwing the ghastly weapon, had driven his heels into his horse's flanks. The huge beast had veered, hooves pounding, to ride down a second Seerdomin in a flurry of stamping that, within moments, flung blood-soaked clumps of mud into the air. Sorcery tumbled towards the rider, who drove his horse forward. A ragged tear parted before them, into which horse and rider vanished. The rent closed a moment before the chaotic magic arrived. The spinning sorcery thunderclapped, gouging a crater in the hillside. Ansi thumped Picker's other shoulder.
Look! Further down! The Legion's at the back!
She twisted, to see soldiers breaking formation, spreading out to disappear in the wooded hillside on either side of the ramp.
Damn! Someone got smart. Smart ain't all. They're going to stumble right onto us.
Perrin saw Quickben reappear on the bank, stumbling from a warren, smoke streaming from his scorched leather armour. Moments earlier, the captain had thought the man annihilated, as a crackling wave of chaotic magic had hammered into the ridge of mounded earth that the wizard had chosen as his position. Grey-tongued fires still burned in the chewed-up soil around Quickben.
Captain!
Perrin turned to see a marine scrabbling up the entrenchment's incline towards him.
Sir, we've had reports. The Legions are coming up through the trees.
Does the High Fist know?
Yes, sir. He's sending you another company to hold this line.
Very well, soldier. Go back to him and ask him to get the word passed through the ranks. I've got a squad down there somewhere. They'll be coming up ahead of the enemy, likely at a run.
Aye, sir.
Perrin watched the man hurry off. He then scanned his dug-in troops.
They were hard to see. Shadows played wildly over their positions, filled the pits and the trenches linking them. The captain's head snapped round to Quickben. The wizard was hunched down, almost invisible beneath swirling shadows. The ground below the embankment writhed and churned. Rocks and boulders were pushing up through the mulch, grinding and snapping against each other, the water on their surfaces sizzling into steam that cloaked the building mass of stone. 2 warrens unveiled, Perrin thought. No, must be 3. Those boulders are red hot. Shadows slipped down the bank, flowed between and beneath the gathering boulders. He's building a scree, one that the enemy won't notice, until it's too late. Down among the trees, Perrin could now see movement, ragged lines of panions climbing towards them. No shield lines, no turtles. The toll among the Becklites, once they closed to attack, would be fearful. Damn! Where in the abyss is Picker and the squad, then? On the ramp, the First Legion had reformed and were doggedly marching upward once more. 3 Seodomin mages in the lead. Webs of sorcery wove protective cloaks about them. In rapid succession, 3 waves of magic roared up the ramp. The first clambered towards Quickben, building as it drew near. The other 2 rolled straight at the lead trench, in front of which stood Captain Perrin. Perrin wheeled. "Everyone down!" he bellowed, then threw himself flat. There was little point, he well knew. Neither his shouted warning nor his lying low would make any difference. Twisting round through the damp mulch, he was able to watch the tumbling wave approach. The first one, aimed at Quickben, should have struck by now. But there was no sound, no dreadful explosion. Except far down the slope, shaking the ground, shivering through the trees, distant screams. He could not pull his gaze from the magic rushing up towards him. In its path, only moments before it reached the captain and his soldiers, a flare of darkness, a rip through the air itself, slashing across the entire width of the ramp. The sorcery plunged into the warren with a hissing whisper. Another detonation, far below among the massed legions. The second wave followed the first. A moment later, as the third explosion echoed, the warren narrowed, then vanished. Disbelieving, Perrin twisted further until he could see Quickben. The wizard had built a wall of heaving stone before him, and it began to move amidst the flowing shadows, leaning, shifting, pushing humus before it. Suddenly the shadows raced downslope, between the trees, in a confusing, overwhelming wave. A moment later the boulders followed, an avalanche that thundered, took trees with it, pouring like liquid towards the ragged lines of soldiers climbing the slope. If they saw what struck them, there was no time to so much as scream. The slide continued to grow, bearing every sign of the Becklites on that flank, until it seemed to Perrin that the whole hillside was on the move, hundreds of trees slashing the air as they toppled. Sharpers exploded on the opposite flank, drawing Perrin's attention. The Becklites on that side had reached the entrenchment's bank. Following the deadly hail of sharpers, pikes rose above the trenches line, and the Malazans poured up the side to form a bristling line atop the bank. Among them, heavy-armoured marines with assault crossbows. The Becklites struggled upward, died by the score. Then, at almost point-blank range, sorcery lashed the Malazan line. Bodies exploded within the grey fire. As the miasmic magic dwindled, Perrin could see naught but mangled corpses on the bank. The Becklites swarmed upward. Overhead, a condor trailing grey flames climbed laboriously back into the sky. A flight of 30 black maranth darted to meet it. A score loosed crossbow quarrels towards the huge bird. Grey lightning lashed out from the condor, incinerating the missiles. A writhing wave blighted the sky, swept through the black maranth. Armour and flesh exploded. Quickben stumbled to Perrin's side, frantically cleared the mulch away in front of the captain, until a patch of bare earth was revealed. "What are you—" "Draw that damned bird, Captain. With your finger. Draw a card." "But I can't. Draw!" Perrin dragged his gloved index finger through the damp earth, beginning with a rectangular outline. His hand shook as he attempted to sketch the basic lines of the condor. "This is madness. It won't work. Gods, I can't even draw. Are you done? Is that it? What in Hood's name do you want?" "Fine," the wizard snapped. He made a fist and thumped the image. Overhead, the demonic condor had begun another dive. Suddenly, its wings flapped wildly, as if it could find no air beneath them. The creature plummeted straight down. Quickben leaped to his feet, dragging Perrin upright with him. "Come on! Pull out your damned sword, Captain!" They sprinted along the bank, the wizard leading them to where the condor had landed, just beyond the overrun trench. Moments later, they were running through streaming shards of armor and smouldering flesh, all that was left of the company of Malazans. The first wave of Becklights had fought their way to the second trench and were locked in fierce battle with Dujek's heavy infantry. To Perrin and Quickben's right, downslope, the second wave was less than 30 paces away. "Another Seerdamin!" Quickben screamed, dragging Perrin to the ground. Sorcery leapt from the second line of Becklights, ripped straight for the two men. Quickben twisted onto his side, cursing. "Hold on, Captain!" A warren opened around them, and they were suddenly underwater, armor pulling them down into darkness. Grey light streaked wild and savage directly above, a thundering concussion visibly descending towards the two men. Water exploded on all sides, hard roots cracking against Perrin's ribs. Coughing, gasping, he clawed at mud. A hand closed around a strap of his harness, began dragging him across the sodden forest floor. "Where's your damned sword?" Perrin managed to pull his legs under him, stumbled upright. "Sword? You bastard! I was drowning!" "Damn!" the wizard swore. "You'd better hope that bird's still stunned." A murderous glance revealed Quickben's sorry state. Blood streamed from the man's ears, nose, and mouth. His leather armor had split along every seam. Perrin looked down to see that his own banded armor was similarly mangled. He wiped at his mouth. His gauntlet came away, smeared red. "I've still got my pig sticker. Pull it out. I think we're close." Ahead, between the trees, broken branches littered the floor. Smoke drifted from the ground. Then Perrin saw it. Quickben's warning grip on the captain's arm indicated that the wizard, too, had detected the black mass in the shadows off to one side, a mass that glistened as it moved. The flash of a pale grey neck, the glimmer of a hooked beak, tendrils of sorcery, dancing, building. Perrin hesitated no longer, rushing past the wizard, knife sliding from its scabbard. The creature was huge, its body the size of a female Bedouin, the neck rising from hunched shoulders like a snake. Black, slimy head, with nightmare eyes swinging towards him. Something whipped past Perrin from behind, a wraith, clawed hands reaching for the condor. The creature hissed, recoiling, then the head snapped out. Sorcery flashed. The wraith was gone. Perrin twisted away from the condor's head, drove the sticker's long blade down deep into its back. He felt the blade deflect from the spine, and cursed. A shrill scream, a flash of black motion, and Perrin found himself engulfed in black, oily, smothering feathers. Hooked beak scored lashing pain along his temple, ripping down to take his ear. He felt the grisly snip, the spray of hot blood down onto his neck. Awareness fragmented to an explosion of bestial rage, rising within him. 10 paces away, on his knees, too battered to do more than simply watch, Quickben stared, disbelieving, as the two figures thrashed in battle. Perrin was almost invisible within a writhing, shadow-woven hound. Not a soul taken, not a veering, Quickben thought. These are two creatures, man and beast, woven together, somehow. And the power behind it. Its shadow, Gorald Emulan. The hound's massive jaws and finger-long canines ripped into the condor, chewing a path up the creature's shoulders towards the neck. The demon, in turn, tore again and again into the beast, its flanks ribboned and spurting all too real blood. The earth shook beneath the two beasts. A wing shot up to hammer into a tree. Bone and wood snapped as one. The condor screamed. The tree's broken base, knee-high, punched out and then down, pinning the flailing wing,
then grinding through the limb as it toppled back, away from the two contestants, crashing in a storm of branches and bark. Hound's jaws closed on Condor's neck. Vertebrae crunched. The creature's head flopped back to thud onto the churned forest floor. The shadows of the triumphant hound flickered. Then the beast vanished. Perrin rolled from the dead bird's body. Quickben could barely see the man beneath the shredded flesh and blood. The wizard's eyes widened as the ghastly figure slowly climbed to its feet. The skin along his right temple hung down, away from the bone. Half the ear on that side was gone, cut in a curved line that streamed blood. Perrin lifted his head, met the wizard's gaze. What happened? Quickben pushed himself to his feet.
Come with me, Captain. We're taking a warren to a healer.
A healer? Perrin asked. Why? The wizard looked into the captain's eyes and saw no sign of awareness at all.
All right.
Quickben took Perrin's arm.
Here we go.
Picker pushed her way through the boughs until she came within sight of the forest fort below. No one in sight. Muddy tracks were all that remained of the Becklights, who had passed beneath them half a bell past. She could hear fighting upslope, along the embankment and perhaps beyond. The explosions of sorcery that had struck the legions at the base of the ramp had not continued, a cause for worry. They'd had a worse scare with the avalanche, but its path had missed them by 100 paces or more.
As if Quickben had known where we were, Picker thought. Somehow. Even more incredible, that damned wizard also managed to control the descent of a third of the mountainside. Maybe if a dozen high mages had showed up to give him a hand, I might believe it. Or a god.
With that chilling thought, she began to make her way down the tree. There had been condors in the sky earlier, and at least one had attacked the Malazan defences. Briefly. Where the others had gone, she had no idea.
Not here, thank Hood, she thought.
She dropped the last man's height to land on the ground in a jangle and clank of armour.
That was subtle,
Picker spun.
Damn you, Blend! Shh, sir. Do you know where the others are? More or less. Want me to collect them? That would be useful. Then what? Damned if I know, woman, she thought. Just get them, Blend. Aye, sir.
Perrin awoke to the stench of vomit, which she realised from the stale taste in his mouth was his own. Groaning, he rolled onto his side. It was dark. Muted voices conversed nearby. He sensed, but could not quite see, that others lay in the trench he'd found himself in. Other casualties, he thought. Someone approached, a wide, burly shape. Perrin reached up to his temple, winced as his fingertips touched knotted gut. He tentatively traced the wound's length down to a mass of damp bandages covering his ear.
Captain?
That you, Mallet?
Aye, sir. We only just made it back.
Picker?
The squad's still breathing, sir. Had a couple of scrapes on the way up, but nothing to slow us much.
Why is it so dark?
No torches, sir. No lanterns. Dujek's order. We're assembling.
Assembling, he thought. No, ask that later. Is Quickben still breathing? The last I remember, we were closing in on a downed condor.
Aye, though from what I hear, it was you plucking the goose, Captain. He brought you here, and the cutters put you back together. More or less. Mostly superficial, you'll be glad to hear. I've come to make your face pretty again.
Perrin slowly sat up. There's plenty of soldiers around me who need your healing touch more than I do, Mallet.
True enough, sir. Only Dujek said,
I'll carry my scars, healer. See what you can do with these wounded. Now, where will I find the High Fist and Quickben?
Headquarters, Captain. That big chamber.
I know it. Perrin rose, stood for a moment until the spinning nausea passed. Now, a more important question. Where am I?
Main trench, sir. Head left, straight down. Thanks. The captain slowly threaded through the rows of wounded Marines. The fight, he saw, had been bad, but not as bad as it might have been. Dujek's Unton bodyguard commanded the tunnel's entrance. By their kit, they'd yet to draw blades. Their officer waved the captain past without a word. 30 paces later, Perrin reached the chamber. High-Fist Dujek, Quickben, and Lieutenant Picker were seated at the map table, a small lantern hanging from the wood-beam ceiling above them. All three turned in their chairs as the captain entered. Dujek scowled. "Didn't Mallet find you?" "He did, High-Fist. I am fine."
"You'll be seamed with scars, lad."
Perrin shrugged. "So, what has happened? The Becklights don't like fighting at night."
"They've withdrawn," Dujek replied. "And before you ask, no, it wasn't because we were too hard. They could have pushed, and if they had, we'd be double-timing through the woods right now. Those few of us still able to draw breath, that is. Only one of those condors came after us as well. We've been sitting here, Captain, trying to figure out why we got off so easy."
"Any possible answers to that, sir?"
"Only one. We think Whiskey Jack and Brood are closing fast. The seer doesn't want his forces tangled up with us when they arrive. He also doesn't want to risk any more of his damned condors."
"One was more than enough," Quickben muttered. The wizard's exhaustion left the man looking aged, almost bent as he leaned on the table with both arms, bleary, red-webbed eyes fixed on the table's scarred surface. Numbed by the sight, Perrin pulled his gaze away, back to the High-Fist. "Mallet said we were assembling, sir. Since Lieutenant Picker is here, I assume you have something in mind for the bridge burners."
"We do. We were just waiting for you, Captain."
Perrin nodded, said nothing.
"These trenches are indefensible," Dujek growled. "We're too exposed up here. 2 or 3 more of those condors will finish us, and the Black Moranth, and I won't risk sending any more Moranth messengers back to Whiskey Jack. The Seer's birds cut the last ones down before they'd gone 1/10 of a league from the mountainside. This close to Coral, it seems they're willing to fly at night. Nor is Quickben in any shape to try to magically contact Whiskey Jack. So, we're not waiting."
"We're going into Coral," Perrin thought. "From the night sky, straight down into the damned streets." "Understood, High-Fist. And the bridge burners are the first in, sir?"
"First in," Dujek slowly nodded.
"And last out," Perrin thought.
"You're to strike straight for that keep. Knock a hole in the wall of its compound. The Black Moranth will take you in as close as they can."
"Sir," Perrin said, "if Brood and Whiskey Jack aren't as close as you think."
Dujek shrugged. "As I said earlier, Captain, this ain't the place to be waiting for one or the other. We're all going in. My first wave will be half a bell behind you."
"This could drop us into a viper's nest," Perrin thought. "The lieutenant and I had better ready the squads, then."
"Aye. You'll have Quickben with you, and the mages, his cadre, are back with their respective squads. Hedge and the rest of the sappers have 6 cussers between them, 10 crackers, and 20 sharpers. You're to breach that wall, then pull back to us. Don't go after the seer yourselves. Understood?"
"Understood, High-Fist."
"All right, you 3. Get going."
Dawn still almost 2 bells away. The mists drifted grey and low through the parkland north of Coral, reaching tendrils out onto the plain beyond. Corlat rode to where Whiskey Jack had halted beneath the tree-lined crest that marked the beginning of the coppiced parkland, and drew rein alongside him. The Malazan wasted no time.
"What did he say?"
"All rather peculiar, Whiskey Jack. Formal apologies from himself and from Brood. He humbly offers both his sword and his, as he called it, tactical prowess. I admit it leaves me uneasy."
Whiskey Jack shrugged. "I'd welcome any advice Calor might provide."
He noted but chose to ignore Corlat's wry disbelief at this statement. After a moment, the Malazan continued. "Follow me." He nudged his horse forward, down the wide trader road as it wound between groves and across gently humped glades. Their horses stumbled often, heads drooping as they trotted through the dark. A short while later they approached another ridge, this one cleared of trees. Beyond it, rising slowly as they drew nearer, was the city of coral, climbing in tiers revealed by dull reflections of torchlight from the streets. The dark mass of the keep was an indistinct presence hunched above the last visible tier. They reached the ridge and halted. Corlat studied the lie of the land before them. The killing ground before the city's wall was a sixth of a league across, a single stone bridge spanning a ditch close to the wall. Half a league to the west loomed a forested mountain, the flank facing them wreathed in mist or smoke. "Aye," Whiskey Jack said, following her gaze. "That's where the flashes of sorcery came from. It's where I would have positioned an army to break the siege, were I the seer." "And Dujek has fouled their plans."
"He's there, I suspect. Likely driven back or surrounded. That magic we saw lighting the sky was mostly Panyan. Quickben must have been overwhelmed. I think Dujek's taken a beating, Corlat. We need to draw the seer's attention away from that mountain. Buy the High Fist time to regroup." She faced him, was silent for a moment, then said,
"Your soldiers are dead on their feet, Whiskey Jack." "As you are, my love," she thought.
"Nonetheless, I will have us lining this ridge come the dawn, the Ilgris clan on our left, Tor and his whitefaces on our right." He glanced at her. "I admit the thought of the other form, you can assume, still leaves me, alarmed. Nonetheless, if you and Orphantal could take to the sky—"
"My brother and I have already discussed it, Whiskey Jack. He would fly to Dujek. Perhaps his presence will give the seer's condors pause."
"More likely draw them like a lodestone, Corlat. With the two of you together, guarding each other."
"Even alone, we are not easily driven off. No, Dujek's need is greater. I shall take my soul-taken form and guard your forces. Orphantal will strike for the mountain. At the very least, he will be able to determine the disposition of the High Fist and his army." She saw the muscles of his jaw bunching beneath the beard. Finally, he sighed and said, "I fear for you, Corlat. You will be alone above us." "With, among your soldiers, my remaining kin. Mages all, my love. I shall not be as alone as you imagine."
Whiskey Jack gathered his reins. "Have you sensed anything at all of your lord?"
She shook her head. "Does that trouble you?" "No, you've no need to answer that."
"True. It seems there is little I can disguise from you," he thought. "We'd best get back," Whiskey Jack continued. Both swung their mounts round. Had their conversation continued for another half-dozen heartbeats, Corlat, with her preternatural vision, would have seen the first flight of Black Maranth rise from the mountain's forested slope, 40 in all, and flying low, wing hard and fast for the city. A half-dozen heartbeats, within which Opon's coin spun. A single, lazy turn. From lady to lord. Less than a man's height beneath them, the city's walls blurred past. Once past it, the Maranth swept their qualls still lower, slipped into an avenue between buildings, flying below the rooflines. A sharp turn at an intersection directed the flight towards the keep. Perrin, struggling to ignore the fierce burning itch of the stitches threading the side of his face, risked a glance down. Feast piles were visible in the street, many of them still glowing dull red and sheathed in smoke. The occasional torch mounted on building walls revealed cobbles cluttered with refuse. The city slept beneath them, it seemed. He saw not a single guard or soldier. The captain returned his attention to the keep. Its outer wall was high, well fortified, if anything, stronger than the one enclosing the city. The main structure beyond it was as much raw rock as worked stone. The keep had been carved into a mountainside. Monstrous gargoyles lined the ragged roof's edge, black and hunched, barely visible as darker blots against the night sky. Then Perrin saw one move. Condors, he thought. Oh, we're in the abyss now. He thumped on the Maranth's shoulder, jabbed a gloved finger down to the street below. The officer nodded. As one, the qualls carrying the bridge burners darted down, skimmed a dozen paces at waist height over the street, then settled with a single tilt of wings. Soldiers scrambled from the saddles, seeking shadows. The Moranth and their qualls leapt skyward once more, wheeling for the return flight. Crouched in a dark alley mouth, Perrin waited for the squads to gather around him. Quickben was first to his side.
"The keep's roof."
"I saw," Perrin growled. "Any ideas, wizard?"
Anstey spoke up. "How about finding a cellar and hiding, Captain?"
Quickben glared at the sergeant, then looked around.
"Where's Hedge?"
The sapper pushed forward, waddling beneath bulging leather sacks.
"Did you see the damned sparrows?"
The wizard asked him, making a strange half-shrugging motion with his left shoulder.
"Aye, we need sharpshooters atop the wall. I got 12 corals with sharpers instead of points. We do it right, and we can take out that many."
"Raining bird meat," Spindle cut in. "Burning feathers."
"Is that worse than burning hair shirt, Spin?"
"Quiet!" Perrin snapped. "All right, get hooks up on the wall, and line our brilliant crossbow experts to the top. Hedge, find the right place to set the cusser bundle and crackers, and do it fast. We've got to time this right. I want those birds knocked from their perches, not in the air. Dujek's first wave is probably already on the way, so let's move." The captain waved Pickard to point. They headed towards the keep wall. Reaching the street's edge opposite, Pickard raised a hand and crouched low. Everyone froze. Perrin moved up to just behind her. She leaned back. "Urdament guards," she whispered. "The gate's 20 paces to the left. Well lit. The guards are well lit. Aye, idiots. Aye, but I'm wondering. What? We switch back and head right, come up again. We'll be at a corner of the wall. Hedge likes corners. So we leave the guards where they are. Aye, Captain. Hood knows in that light they won't see a damn thing. And we'll be far enough away for the sound the hooks make, if they make any, not to reach 'em. You hope. They're all wearing great helms, sir." "All right. Take us round, Lieutenant." "A moment, sir. Blend. Here. Stay here. Keep an eye on those guards." "Aye, sir." Picker nodded to Perrin and headed back down the street. The squads wheeled and followed. It seemed to the captain as he padded along that he was the only one making a sound, and far too much sound at that. The 30-odd soldiers around him were ghostly silent. They moved from shadow to shadow without pause. A sixth of a bell later, Picker once more approached the street facing the compound wall. Directly ahead was a squared corner tower surmounted by a massive battlement. The squads closed in behind the lieutenant. Perrin heard the sappers whispering with glee upon seeing the tower. "Won't that come down pretty?"
"Like a potato on a spindly stick."
"Brace the crackers, right? Drive the forces in at an angle to meet an arm's reach inside the cornerstone."
"You telling Grandad where's the pretty hole, Runter? Shut up and leave it to me and Spin, right?"
"I was just saying, Hedge." Perrin cut in. "Enough, all of you. Crossbows up top before any of you do anything else."
"Aye, sir."
Hedge agreed.
"Ready the hooks, dearies. You with the crossbows, line up and get your sharper quarrels. Hey, no cutting in. Show some manners, woman."
Perrin drew Quickben to one side, a few paces behind the others. 12 explosive quarrels, wizard," he muttered under his breath. "There's at least 30 condors."
"You don't think Dujek's attack inside the city walls will draw him away?"
"Sure. Long enough for them to annihilate that first wave, leave a few of their own circling to greet the second wave, while the rest come back to take care of us."
"You something in mind, Captain?"
"A second diversion. One to pull the rest of the condors away from both Dujek and the bridge burners. Quick, can you take us through a warrant to that roof?"
"Us, sir?"
"You and I, yes. And Anstey, Spindle, Titoran, Mallet, and Trods." "I can do that, Captain, but I'm just about used up." "Just get us there, wizard. Where's Spin?" Perrin looked back at the others, nodded when he found the man. "Wait here." The captain hurried to where Spindle crouched with the other sappers, reached out and dragged him from the huddle. "Hedge, you'll have to do without this man." Hedge grinned. "What a relief, Captain. Hey! Quiet, Spindle." Perrin pulled him to where Quickben waited. "What have you got in mind?" the wizard asked as soon as they arrived. "In a moment. Quick, those condors. What precisely are they?" "Not sure, sir." "Not what I want to hear, wizard. Try again." "All right. I think they once were real condors. Smaller, normal size, that is. Then the seer somehow figured out a way of stuffing the birds." "Stuffing the birds? Ha!" Spindle snickered. Quickben reached out and cuffed the man. "Don't interrupt again, Spin." "Demons, Captain. Possession. Chaos aspected, which is why their bodies can't quite hold it all." "So, demon and bird both?" "One the master over the other, of course." "Of course. Now, which one does the flying?" "Well, the condor." Quickben's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Spindle, then grinned. "Well, hey, maybe. What are you two going on about?" "You hoarding any munitions, Spindle?" Perrin asked. 6 sharpers? Good, in case this goes wrong." They turned at a hissed command from Picker to see a half-dozen soldiers sprinting across the street to pull up the base of the compound wall. Hooks and ropes were readied. "Damn, I didn't realize how high that wall was. How are they—" "Look again, sir," Quickben said. "Toes is with them. So? Watch, sir." The squad mage had opened his warren. Perrin tried to recall the man's specialty, was answered by the smoky appearance of a dozen ghosts who drifted close around Toes. Perrin softly grunted. "If those are the ones who keep falling over—" "No, these are local spirits, Captain. People fall from walls all the time, and since this one is more than a few 100 years old, well, the numbers pile up. Anyway, most ghosts are somewhat single-minded. The last they remember, they were on the wall, patrolling, standing guard, whatever. So they want to get back up there." Perrin watched the spirits, 6 of them now, somehow carrying hooks, slither up the wall. The other 6 had closed ghostly hands on Toes and were lifting him to follow. The squad mage did not look happy, legs flailing. "I thought the warrens were poisoned." Quickben shrugged. "Hood's hit back, Captain. He's cleared a space." Perrin frowned but said nothing. Reaching the top of the wall, Toes took charge once more, retrieving and placing each hook, since it was clear that the spirits were either incapable of such precision with physical objects or disinclined. The mage had to struggle with a couple of them to get the roped hooks from their hands. Eventually, he had all the hooks positioned. Ropes uncoiled, snaked down to the soldiers waiting below. The first 6 crossbow-equipped soldiers began climbing. Perrin cast an anxious glance up at the row of condors surmounting the main building. None stirred. Thank Hood they sleep deep. Aye, building power for what's to come, far into their chaotic warren. Perrin turned round and studied the dark sky to the northwest. Nothing. Then again, it wasn't likely that he'd be able to see them in any case. They'd be coming in low, just as his flight had done. The second 6 soldiers with crossbows strapped to their backs crossed the street and set hands to ropes. "Wizard, ready that warren." "It's ready, Captain." Picker was suddenly waving madly in Perrin's direction. Hissing a curse, the captain rushed to join her. The remaining squads had pulled far back from the street. "Captain, lean out, sir, and check down at the gate." Perrin did so. There was activity there. The gates had opened, and out were filing, one after another, huge reptilian warriors. Kachain Chamala, Perrin realized. So that's what the damn things look like. Hood's breath. 5, 10, 15, still more marching out into the city, towards the north wall. And Dujak's about to land in their laps. He settled back, met Picker's eyes. "Lieutenant, we've got to divert those damn things." She rubbed at her face, glanced back at the remaining squads. "They're supposed to be pretty fast, those undead lizards,
but with all these alleys and streets. She faced Perrin once more, gave a swift nod. We've a few sharpers in hand. We'll give 'em good reason to come after us. Just make sure you stay ahead, Lieutenant. If you can, keep everyone together. Sir, that's not likely. We'll have to scatter, I expect, just to keep the things confused. All right, but try anyway. And you, Captain? Quick and Nancy's squad. We're headed onto the keep's roof. We'll be trying our own diversion with the rest of those condors. You've got the bridge burners now, Lieutenant. Aye, Captain. So, who do you figure will die first? You or us? That's too close to call. She grinned. Half my back pay, Captain. We'll be a step behind you. Pay up at Hood's Gate. You're on, Lieutenant. Now, leave Hedge and his sappers to blowing that tower. Gather up, Blend, and the rest of you get going. Aye, sir. Perrin made to move away, but Picker reached out and touched his arm. Captain? What? Well, those knives at your back. They've been turned the other way for some time. Just wanted you to know. Perrin glanced away. Thank you, Lieutenant. Quick Ben had pulled together Anstey and his squad, minus Hedge and Blend. As soon as Perrin joined them, the wizard nodded and said, Say when, Captain. Perrin glanced over at the compound wall. The ropes hung slack. No one was in sight along the top. How long since you last saw them? The wizard shrugged. I expect they're in position now, sir. Hedge looks about ready. Perrin's eyes dropped to see the team of sappers gathered in a tight, nervously shifting pack at the tower's base. That was fast. Hedge is lightning when he's scared witless, sir. We'd better— Yes. Open your warren. He glanced over at Anstey. The sergeant, Detoran, Trotz, and Mallet had dropped the visors on their helms. Weapons were out. Spindle crouched nearby, a sharper clutched in his right hand. Hold it quick. Did you tell Spin what— Aye, sir, and he's working on it just fine. Spindle managed a weak grin. All right, let's go. The portal flashed open, bled darkness into the street. Perrin's eyes widened. Corralled Ghislaine, he thought. What? Follow me, Quick Ben hissed, darting into the warren. The squad plunged forward, was swallowed. Perrin flung himself into their wake. The transition was almost instantaneous. The captain stumbled across slick tiles. They were on the keep's roof, 30 paces behind the row of condors. A dozen of the huge demonic creatures suddenly exploded, spraying blood and flesh to spatter across the roof. The others jerked awake as one. Loosing piercing cries, they spread vast wings and launched themselves upward. Spindle had already unleashed his warren, and its effect was instantaneous. The condors shrilled with terror, wings thundering in panic, heads twisting on spasming necks as the mortal beast within each body, gripped with blind fear engendered by Spindle's twisted talent, warred with demon for command. Crossbow quarrels shot up from along the compound wall, thudded into the flailing creatures. The entire keep shuddered. Perrin spun to see the compound tower to his left suddenly topple, the enormous battlement pitching towards the street. Smoke billowed. Shouts followed as the bridge burners lining the top of the wall scrambled towards the ropes. Sharpers echoed from the streets to the east. Picker and her remaining bridge burners had just surprised the column of Kachain Chamala, and the pursuit was on. Quickben pulled Perrin close. The demons are winning the struggle. The condors were slowly gaining height, drawing ever further from the influence of Spindle's warren. If they felt any discomfort for being studied with quarrels, they showed no sign of it. Sorcery crackled around them. They'll come round for us, Captain, Quickben predicted. Better us than Duchek. Now, can we keep them occupied for a time, Wizard? Most of them, aye. How? Well, to start, we can run to the south side of this building. Run? He thought. That's it? Let's move then. Outside the city's west wall, close to the shoreline's broken, jagged edge, a lazy swirl of dust rose from the ground, took form. Toole slowly settled the flint sword into its shoulder hook, his depthless gaze ignoring the abandoned shacks to either side and fixing on the massive stone barrier before him. Dust on the wind could rise and sweep high over this wall,
Dust could run in streams through the rubble filled beneath the foundation stones. The Talan Imas could make his arrival unknown. But the Panyan seer had taken Aral Fail, Tok the Younger, a mortal man, who had called Tool friend. He strode forward, hide-wrapped feet kicking through scattered bones. The time had come for the first sword of the Talan Imas to announce himself. The second wave, bearing another 1,000 soldiers, plunged down to fill the streets directly behind Dujek's position, even as explosions lit the skyline to the south. Along the keep's roofline, then directly beneath it, the latter a deeper sound, rumbling through the ground to rattle the cobbles, a sound the High Fist recognized. The breach had been made.
"Time to push forward," he barked to his officers. "Take your commands. We drive for the keep."
Dujek raised his visor. The air above was filled with a whispering flutter of quall wings. The second wave of carriers were climbing back into the night sky, even as a third approached from the north, moments from delivering another 1,000 Marines. Sharpers echoed from the city to the east. Dujek paused to wonder at that. Then the sky ignited, a grey, rolling wave, sweeping towards the third flight. The High Fist watched, silent, as between two beats of his cold heart, 1,000 black Maranth, their calls, and 5 companies of One-Arm's host disintegrated in grey flames. Behind the wave, sailing black and deadly, flew 3 condors. The Maranth of the second wave, who had climbed high before intending to turn about and race north, reappeared above the 3 condors, diving en masse towards the creatures. A fourth flight of carriers approaching from the northwest had captured the birds' attention. Ryder and Quall descended on the unsuspecting condors in successive suicidal attacks. Black-armoured warriors drove lances deep into feathered bodies. Qualls twisted their triangular heads, chitinous jaws tearing strips of flesh, even as the collisions shattered their frail bodies and frailer wings. Hundreds of Qualls died, their riders falling with them to strike roofs and streets, lying broken and unmoving. The 3 condors followed, dying as they fell. Dujek had no time to think of the horrific price his Maranth had paid for that momentary victory. The fourth wing dropped down into the streets, soldiers flinging themselves from the sandals and scrambling for cover. The High Fist beckoned for a messenger. "New orders to the officers. The companies are to take buildings, defensible ones. The keep will have to wait. I want roofs over us." Another message-bearer appeared. "High Fist? What?" "The Panyan legions are assembling, sir. Every street in a line from the north gate right up to the keep." "And we hold the west third of the city. They're coming to drive us out." "All right." He faced the first messenger and said, "Let the officers know, so they can adjust their defense." But the second message-bearer wasn't finished. "High Fist, sir. Sorry, there's Kachin Shamala with those legions." "Then where is Silver Fox and her damned Talan Imas?" Dujek thought. "They could be dragons for all it matters," he growled after a moment. "Go," he said to the first messenger. The soldier saluted and left. The High Fist glared at the other message-bearer, then said, "Find Twist and inform him we'll need a pass of his heavies, east of our position, just one though. Tell him that they probably won't make it back, so he'd better hold a wing in reserve." Dujek raised his visor and studied the sky overhead. Dawn was arriving. The 5th and 6th wings had delivered their troops and were distant specks racing back towards the mountain. "That's it, then. We're all in, Coral," he thought. "And if we don't get help soon, we'll never leave." "That's all," he nodded to the soldier. The condors circled above the rooftop, crying out to each other, dipping and diving then, wings thudding the air, lifting back towards the paling sky. Perrin stared up, disbelieving. "They must be able to see us," he hissed. They crouched against a low wall beyond which was a parapet overlooking the harbour and Coral Bay, and the darkness that had swallowed them was fast fading. "They can't see us," Quickben muttered at his side, "because I'm keeping them from seeing us. But they know we're here, somewhere." "And that's why they're hanging around," Perrin thought. "Fine. Good. That means they're not busy annihilating Duchek's army. The keep shook beneath them, rattling tiles. Hood's breath, what was that? The wizard at his side scowled. Not sure. That didn't sound like munitions, but I'd say the compound wall's been breached again. Again? Perrin thought. By whom? The detonation had come from the harbour side, east. A billowing cloud of dust slowly lifted into view. Perrin cautiously lifted his head until he could see past the low wall. Out over the bay, seagulls were screaming. The sea beyond, which seemed to be solid ice, was rumbling. Spouts exploded skyward along that south horizon. A storm was building out there. Let's hope it comes here. We could do with the confusion, he thought. Get your head down, Quick Ben hissed. Sorry. I'm having enough trouble as it is, Captain. We need to stay tight. Stop kicking to Torrin. What? Oh, Captain. Look north, sir. High up. Perrin twisted round. A wing of Moranth, no more than specks, was sailing over the city, east to west. 6 condors were climbing to meet them, but they had a long way to go. Smaller specks dropped from the Moranth down onto the east half of the city. Their descent seemed to take forever, then the first one struck the roof of a building. The explosion shattered the roof and upper floor. All at once, detonations trembled as cussor after cussor struck. Sorcery swept from the 6 condors, raced up towards the distant Moranth. Bombs expended, the wings scattered. Nonetheless, more than a score did not escape the sorcerous wave. Smoke and dust shrouded the east side of Coral. Above the captain and the squad, the remaining condors screamed with rage. That worked, more or less, Quick Ben whispered. Those streets were likely packed solid with Panyan soldiers. Not to mention, Perrin gritted, the rest of the bridge burners. They'd have withdrawn by now. Perrin heard the effort in the wizard's hopeful tone. A cussor had struck the street 50 paces behind Picker and her decimated squads, less than 10 paces behind the Kachain Chamala Ka'el hunter that had been closing on them. The undead creature was obliterated by the blast, its mass absorbing most of the lethal, flailing rain of shattered cobbles. Fragments of withered skin, flesh and splinters of bone pattered down almost within reach of the bridge burners. Picker raised a hand to call the soldiers to a halt. She was not alone in needing to catch her breath, to wait until her hammering heart slowed somewhat. That makes a damn change, Blen gasped at the lieutenant's side. Picker did not bother replying, but she could not help but agree with Blen's bitter comment. As Perrin had instructed, they had indeed drawn the attention of at least some of the Kachain Chamala, and had paid for it. Her last count had 16 bridge burners capable of combat and 6 wounded, of whom 3 were at Hood's gate. The Kachain Chamala were more than fast. They were lightning, and relentless. Sharpers did little more than irritate them. In any case, the munitions were gone. Picker had turned her soldiers back on one of the Ka'el hunters to gauge their chances in a close-in fight. She would not do that again. They'd been lucky to disengage at all. Seeing friends on all sides cut into pieces where they stood was an image that would haunt her all her remaining days. Days, she thought. I haven't got days. I'll be surprised if we live out this bell. Who'd take us? Another one! The lieutenant wheeled at the shout. Another hunter had appeared from a side alley, claws scraping on cobbles, head hunched low, blades out. Less than 15 paces away, head swinging to face them. All right. Heartbeats, then. Scatter! Even as the bridge burners began to bolt, a wall close to the Kachain Chamala exploded onto the street. Another hunter arrived within the dust and bricks that tumbled out, this one a chopped-up ruin, head swinging wildly, connected to neck by a thin strip of tendon, missing one arm, a leg ending in a stump at the ankle. The creature fell, pounded onto the cobbles, ribs snapping, and did not move. The bridge burners froze in place, as did the first Kachain Chamala. Then it hissed and swung to face the ragged hole in the building's wall. Through the dust stepped a Talan Imas. Desiccated flesh torn,
hanging in strips, the gleam of bone visible everywhere, a skull-helmed head that had once held horns. The flint sword in its hands was so notched it appeared denticulated. Ignoring the Malazans, it turned to the other Kachain Chamala. The hunter hissed and attacked. Picker's eyes could not fully register the speed of the exchange of blows. All at once, it seemed, the Kachain Chamala was toppling, a leg severed clean above what passed for a knee. A sword clanged on the cobbles as a dismembered arm fell. The Talanai mass had stepped back, and now moved forward once more, an overhead chop that shattered bone down through shoulder, chest, then hip, bursting free to strike the cobbles in a spray of sparks. The Ka'el hunter collapsed. The lone Talanai mass turned to face the keep and began walking. Picker and the others watched the warrior stride past them, continue on up the street.
"Hood's breath," Blend muttered. "Come on,"
Picker snapped.
"Where?"
Corporal Aimless demanded.
"After him,"
she replied, setting off.
"Looks like the safest place to be is in that thing's shadow."
"But it's heading for the keep."
"Then so are we."
Crusted in mud, boots dragging, Whiskey Jack's army slowly moved forward to form a line facing the killing field and the city beyond it. Far to either flank were the Barghast, Ilgra's clan on one side, Whitefaces on the other. Corlat left her horse with the others behind the line and strode to the low hill immediately to the west of the Trader Road, where stood Whiskey Jack, Calor, and the standard-bearer Artanthos. They had witnessed, one and all, the aerial battles over Coral, the slaughter of the Black Maranth, and at least one wing carrying troops of One Arm's host. They had watched the bombardment, but not a single soldier on the ridge had cheered. There could be no disguising the brutal truth. Dujek was trapped in Coral, his army was being slaughtered, and Whiskey Jack and his exhausted force could do little about it. Condors had been seen following the Black Maranth flying back to the mountain entrenchments, but there they would meet Orphantal. In his soul-taken form, her brother was second only to Rake himself. Corlat envied him his chance for immediate vengeance. She approached her companions, preparing her mind for the veering into her draconic form. The power that came with the transition had always frightened her, for it was a cold, hard manifestation, unhuman and inhuman both. This time, however, she would welcome it. Reaching the crest, she saw what the others were seeing. The north gate had opened across from them. Kachain Chamala were emerging, spreading out to form a line. 800, perhaps more. Weapons were readied among the Malazans. When Whiskey Jack gave the order, they would march down to meet that undead line of slayers. And die, Corlat thought. 800 less Kachain Chamala in Coral. 800 Kachain Chamala, occupied for a time. Does Dujek even know? Brood is still half a day behind us. The Grey Sword's 2 bells, perhaps more. I'd not expected that news from Calor, but they will have ridden too hard, too long. And Gruntle and his legion? They seem to have vanished entirely. Have we lost our shock troops? Abyss knows that Daru had no love of battle. Does Dujek comprehend what we do to purchase for him this day? 800 Kachain Chamala on the plain. How many remain in the city? How many now carve deadly paths through the High Fist's companies? The 20 or so condors left over the city were one and all circling the keep itself, a measure, perhaps, of the seer's confidence, that he would see no need for their participation in what was to come. The thought brought a bitter taste to her mouth. Whiskey Jack turned as she arrived, nodded in greeting. "Did you find Crupper? I trust he has chosen a safe place." "With Heaton," Corlat replied, demanding white paint for his face. Whiskey Jack could not quite manage a smile. "My Tista Andi will precede your soldiers when they advance," Corlat said after a moment. "We will see how these undead fare against Curald Ghislaine."
Calor's expression hinted at a smirk.
"Your warren is still beset, Corlat. You would require a full unveiling by all your kin, not just the ones here, to achieve a cleansing. Your brothers and sisters are about to be slaughtered.
Her eyes narrowed.
A full unveiling, Corlat thought. Calor, you know far too much of us. I appreciate your tactical acumen, she replied dryly. She saw Whiskey Jack glance back at Artanthos, who stood 15 paces from the others, wrapped against the morning chill in a fur-lined cloak. The man was paying no attention to the others, his gaze fixed on the plain below, a slight frown slowly marring his unlined brow. 2 Marines approached on horseback from the east, riding hard in front of the Malazan line. Whiskey Jack's 2 Marines, Corlat thought. Labouring, coughing froth, the horses galloped up the slope. The 2 women reined in.
Commander!
One shouted. The other added, We found her! Then she pointed, emerging from the ranks to the east, Silver Fox. The sound of thousands of voices crying out in surprise alerted Corlat. She turned to see the killing field before the Kachencha Mala vanish in a sudden haze of dust, thinning quickly to reveal rank upon rank of Talan mass. Silver Fox approached. She seemed to have chosen Artanthos as her destination, her eyes half-lidded, her round, heavy face expressionless. A roar from Whiskey Jack's army rose into the morning air.
Yes,
rasped Calor beside her. Corlat pulled her gaze from Silver Fox, curious enough at Calor's tone to draw her attention, in time to see the rough-edged blade flashing at her head. Pain exploded. A moment of confusion, when all was strangely still, then the ground hammered her side. Heat flared down her face, lancing down from her forehead. She blinked, wondered at her own body, which had begun thrashing. Warren, chaotic, Calor. A blurred scene before her eyes, her point of view from the ground. Skull, broken, dying. Her vision cleared, every line and edge of what she saw too sharp, sharp like knife blades, slicing her soul to ribbons. Calor, with a delighted roar, charged towards Silver Fox, chain armor flowing like a cloak. Grey-veined magic danced on the ground around the warrior. The Rivi woman stopped, mouth opening, terror filling her eyes. She screamed something. Something.
Talanai, defend me!
Yet she remained alone. Calor closed, sword gripped in both gauntleted hands, closed, raising the weapon high. Then Whiskey Jack stood in his path, longsword flashing up to clang against Calor's weapon. A sudden, fierce exchange, sparks flashing. Calor leapt back, bellowing his frustration, and his heel caught. Whiskey Jack saw his moment. Sword thrusting out, a duelist lunge fully extending, weight pounding down on the lead leg, which buckled. She saw the sliver of bone rip up through the man's leather-clad thigh. Saw the pain on her lover's face, the sudden recognition. As Calor's huge sword punched into his chest, slid between ribs, ripped through heart and lungs in a diagonal, inward-slicing thrust. Whiskey Jack died on that blade, life dropping back from the eyes that met Corlat's, back, away, then gone. Calor dragged his weapon free. He reeled suddenly, impaled by 2 crossbow quarrels. Chaotic magic snaked up around the offending missiles, disintegrating them. Blood spurted. Unmindful, Calor readied his sword once more as the 2 Marines closed in tandem. The women were superb, fighting as one. But the man they fought. A mortal scream. The Marine on the right stumbled in a welter of blood, reaching down to gather uncoiling, tumbling intestines, then sinking earthward. Her helmed head left her shoulders before her knees touched ground. The other woman rushed Calor, sword thrusting high for the warrior's face. A sidestep, a downward chop, severing the arm. But the Marine had already surrendered it, and her left hand, gripping a pig sticker, was unimpeded as it punched through the chain links covering Calor's stomach. The edge of Calor's sword carved up through the Marine's throat. She spun in a red spray, toppled. Gasping, the ancient warrior reeled back, yellow-streaked blood spurting from the hole in his stomach.
"Chained one!" he screamed. "Heal me!" Hot. A warren. Not chaotic. Where? A wave of knotted gold hammered into Calor, swallowed him in frenzied fire. He shrieked, thrown off his feet, battered as the magic pursued, ripping into him, blood threading the air as he sprawled to the ground. A second wave rolled towards the man, coruscating with sunfire. The warren that opened around Calor was a miasmic stain, a sickly tear that swept around him, to vanish, taking Calor with it. The golden sorcery flickered, dissipated.
No, such control. Who?
Corlat's body no longer spasmed. It was now numb and cool, strangely remote. Blood was filling one eye. She had to keep blinking to clear it. She was lying on the ground, she finally realized. Calor had struck her. Someone knelt by her side, a soft, warm hand settling on her cheek. Corlat struggled to focus.
It's me, Silver Fox. Help is coming.
The Tista Andy tried to lift a hand, to manage some kind of gesture towards Whiskey Jack, but the desire remained within her mind, racing in circles, and she knew by the faint feel of damp grasses under her palm that her hand did not heed her call.
Corlat, look at me, please. Brood is coming, and I see a black dragon approaching from the west. Orphantal. The warlord possesses High Denul, Corlat. You must hold on.
A shadow over her face. Silver Fox glancing up, features twisting into something bitter.
Tell me, she said to the newcomer, the sorcery that accompanied Calor's betrayal, was it truly so efficacious as to leave you stunned for so long? Or did you hold back, calculating your moment, observing the consequences of your inaction? After all, you've done it before, Tayshran, haven't you? Tayshran?
But the ragged, pain-racked voice that replied was that of Artanthos, the standard-bearer.
Silver Fox, please, I would not. Wouldn't you? No. Whiskey Jack, he's... I know, Silver Fox snapped. A poorly mended leg. Never the right time. Brood could have... He's dead. Oh, my love. No.
Blurred figures were on all sides now. Malazan soldiers, Barghast. Someone began keening with grief. The man she had known as Artanthos leaned over her. Sorcery had split the flesh of his face. The touch of chaos she recognized. A fiercer touch than what she could have survived. She knew then, in her soul, that the High Mage had willed no delay to his response. That he'd managed anything at all was extraordinary. She met his eyes, saw the layers of pain that still racked through the man.
Sil? Corlat? Woman,
the Tista Andy said, the words slurred but audible.
This man. Yes, he is Tayshran, Corlat. The part of me that is Nightchill has known for a long time. I was coming to thank him. What? For your life. Thank him, woman.
She held still to Tayshran's eyes, dark grey like Whiskey Jack's.
Calor. He surprised us all.
The man winced, then slowly nodded. I am sorry, Corlat. I should have seen.
Yes, me too. And Brood.
She could feel horse hooves drumming the earth beneath her, the vibration rising up to settle into her bones.
A dirge. Drums. A lost sound. Horses, driven hard, knowing nothing of the reason, yet on they come. Closer, mindless, yet filled with the urgency of incomprehensible masters. But death has already ridden across this hilltop, knowing nothing of reason. My love, he is yours now, Hood. Do you smile? My love is... yours.
Brave and magnificent as it was, Itkovian's mount was faltering. With dawn still 2 bells away, Gruntle had roused him with uncharacteristic curtness. "Something's gone wrong," he'd growled. "We must ride for Coral, friend." The grey swords had not stopped for the night. Itkovian had watched them for as long as he could, until the night's gloom took them from his vision. The shield anvil had elected to ride to Whiskey Jack's support. He had thought himself indifferent to the decision and to what their departure signified, yet bleakness filled his heart, and the sleep that eventually came to him was troubled. After Gruntle's rough awakening, he sought to reflect upon the source of his restlessness, but it eluded him. Saddling his horse, Itkovian had paid little attention to Gruntle and his legion, and only when he swung himself up onto his mount and gathered the reins did he note that the Daru and his followers waited, on foot. Itkovian had frowned at Gruntle. "Mortal sword, what do you intend?" The large man grimaced, then said, "For this journey, swiftness is required. For this journey," he repeated, glancing at a fiercely scowling Stony Menakis, "Drake risks the heart of his power."
"Not my god,"
Stony snapped. Gruntle offered her a sad smile. "No, alas. You will have to join Itkovian and simply ride. We'll not wait for you, but perhaps you will keep up with us. For a while." Itkovian had not understood any of this. "Sir," he said to Gruntle, "will you travel by Warren?" "No. Well, not quite. Maybe. How do I know? I just know, somehow, that my legion is capable of, well, of something different. Something fast." Itkovian had glanced at Stony, then shrugged. "Both Stony Menakis and I are blessed with exceptional horses. We shall endeavour to keep pace." "Good. Mortal sword? What is it, Itkovian?" "What lies ahead, sir, that troubles you so?" "I'm not sure, friend, but I'm feeling sick to my stomach. I believe we are about to be betrayed." Itkovian had said nothing to that for a long moment. Then, "Sir, if one regards recent events with an unclouded eye, then one might observe that the betrayal has already occurred." Gruntle had simply shrugged, turning to his followers. "Stay tight, you damn misfits. Anyone straggles at the start, and you'll be left behind." Stony moved over to Itkovian's side, leading her horse. "Do you know," Itkovian asked her, "what is about to occur?"
"Probably nothing," she snapped, swinging up into her saddle. "Gruntle must have bumped his head."
She got no further. As before them, Gruntle and his legion seemed to blur, to meld together in an indistinct flicker of barbed stripes, a single form, massive, low to the ground, that suddenly flowed forward, cat-like, and was gone in the night.
"Beru, friend,"
Stony hissed.
"After it!"
she cried, driving heels to her horse's flanks. And so they had ridden, hard. They passed by Brood's encampment, had noted that it was rousing, even though dawn was still a bell away, with considerable haste. They witnessed, without a word exchanged between them, the flash and flare of sorcery in the sky to the southwest. Occasionally, through the darkness, they caught a glimpse of the huge creature they pursued, the dull flicker of yellow, black-slashed, moving as if through impossibly high grasses, as if beneath jungle fronds, webbed in shadows, a fluid hint of motion, deadly in its speed and in its silence. Then the sky began to lighten, and the horizon to the south was revealed, stands of trees, the trader road wending between them. Still the striped beast defied the eye, evaded sharp detection as it reached the parkland's hills. Lathered, mouths coughing foam, the horses thundered on, hooves pounding heavy and ragged. Neither animal would ever recover from this ordeal, Itkovian knew. Indeed, their deaths waited only for the journey's end. Brave and magnificent, and he wondered if the sacrifice was worth it. They rode the track between coppice stands, the path gently rising towards what Itkovian judged to be an escarpment of some kind. Then, directly ahead, wagons. A few figures turning to watch them approach. If they had seen the creature, they showed no sign. No alarms had been raised. All seemed calm.
Itkovian and Stony rode past the Malazan rearguard. The crackle of sorcery. Close. Soldiers lined the ridge before them, an army assembled, facing south, now breaking into disorganized motion. Dismay struck Itkovian with palpable force, a flood of raw pain, of immeasurable loss. He reeled in his saddle, forced himself upright once more. Urgency thundered through him now, sudden, overwhelming. Stony was shouting, angling her stumbling horse to the right, leaving the road, approaching a hilltop where stood the Malazan standard, drooped in the windless air. Itkovian followed, but slower, drawing back. His soul was drowning in cold horror. His horse surrendered its gallop, staggered, head thrusting out. Cantered to a weaving, loose walk, then halting, slowly drawing square-footed, 20 paces from the hill's base. Then dying. Numbed, Itkovian slipped his boots from the stirrups, drew an aching leg over the beast's rump, then dropped down to the ground. On the hill to his right, he saw Stony, stumbling free from her horse. The slope had defeated it, and clambering upward. Gruntle and his troop had arrived, human once again, crowding the hill, yet seemingly doing nothing. Itkovian turned his gaze away, began walking along one side of the road, which had straightened for the final downhill approach to the killing field and the city beyond. Cold horror. His god was gone. His god could not deflect it as it had once done, months ago, on a plain west of Kapustan. Loss and sorrow, such as he had never felt before.
The truth, he thought, which I have known, within me, hidden, now revealed. I am not yet done. Not yet done. He walked, seeing nothing of the soldiers to his left and right, stepping clear of the uneven line, leaving behind the army that now stood, weapons lowered, broken before the battle had even begun, broken by a man's death. Itkovian was oblivious. He reached the slope, continued on, down to where the Talan Mass waited in ranks before 800 Kachain Chamala. The Talan Mass, who, as one, slowly turned round. Warrens flared on the hilltop. Bellowing, Gruntle ordered his followers to take position on the south slope. He stood, motionless after so long, still trembling from the god's power. The promise of murder filled him, impassive yet certain, a predator's intent that he had felt once before in a city far to the north. His vision was too sharp, every motion tugging at his attention. He realized he had his cutlasses in his hands. He watched Orphantal stride from a warren, Brood appearing behind him. He saw Stony Manakis looking down on 3 corpses. Then the warlord was pushing past her, sparing but a single glance at the bodies on his way to where a 4th body lay, closer to where Gruntle stood. A Tista Andi woman. 2 figures crouched beside her, flesh rent, one whose soul still writhed in the grip of savage, chaotic sorcery. The other, Silver Fox, round face streaked with tears. He saw Kruppa, flanked by Heaton and Kefal. The Daru was pale, glassy-eyed, and seemed moments from unconsciousness. Strange that, for it was not grief that so assailed the Daru. He saw Heaton suddenly reach for him, even as he collapsed. But the man Gruntle was looking for was nowhere to be seen. He strode to the south crest to observe the positioning of his legion. They were readying weapons. Assembling below them were the greyswords, clearly preparing to advance on the city. A city shrouded in smoke, lit with the flash of sorcery, of munitions, a city ripping itself apart. Gruntle's hunting gaze found the man. Itkovian, walking towards the Talan Mass. A sharp cry sounded from the hilltop behind Gruntle, and he turned to see Silver Fox straightening from Korlat's side, wheeling round. But the tens of thousands of Talan Mass faced Itkovian now. Gruntle watched his friend's steps slow, then stop when he was 20 paces from the undead warriors. Silver Fox screamed in comprehension, began running. Aye, Summoner. You were about to send them against the Kachain Chamala.
Gruntle did not need to stand within hearing range
to know what Ikovian said then, to the silent Talan Imas.
You are in pain. I would embrace you now.
He felt his god's horror, burgeoning to overwhelm his own, as the Talan Imas made reply, falling to their knees, heads bowing.
Ah, summoner.
And now it was far too late. Chapter 25. There can be no true rendition of betrayal, for the moment hides within itself, sudden, delivering such comprehension that one would surrender his or her own soul to deny all that had come to pass. There can be no true rendition of betrayal, but of that day, Ormuz portrayal is the closest to what was true that any mortal could hope to achieve. Narul's commentary on Ormuz slaying of Whiskey Jack. Footsteps in the hallway announced yet another guest. Cole had no idea if invited or not, and he pulled his gaze away from the two ancient Wrath councillors kneeling before the burial pit to see a robed figure appear in the doorway. Unmasked, face strangely indistinct. The Knight of Death swung in a crackle of armour to face the newcomer. "Krull," he grated, "my lord welcomes you to his sacred abode." Krull, Cole thought. Isn't there an old temple in Darujistan? The one with the belfry? Krull's belfry. Some kind of elder... Cole glanced over, met Murillo's eyes, saw the same slow realization writ plain on his friend's features. An elder god has entered this chamber. Stands a half-dozen paces away. Beru fend us all. Another blood-hungry bastard from antiquity. Krull strode towards the Maybe. Cole, hands settling on the grip of his sword, fear rising to lodge in his throat, stepped into the elder god's path. "Hold," he growled. His heart pounded as he locked gazes with Krull, seeing in those eyes nothing. Nothing at all. "If you're planning on opening her throat on that altar, well, elder god or not, I won't make it easy for you." Wrath Dog's toothless mouth dropped open in a gasp on the other side of the pit. The Knight of Death made a sound that might have been laughter, then said in a voice that was no longer his own, "Mortals are nothing if not audacious." Murillo moved up to stand at Cole's side, raising a trembling hand to close on the hilt of his rapier. Krull glanced at the undead champion and smiled. "Their most admirable gift, Hood. Until it turns belligerent, perhaps. Then it is best answered by annihilation." "Your answer? Yes." The elder god faced Cole. "I have no desire to harm the Maybe. Indeed, I am here for her salvation."
"Well then," snapped Murillo, "maybe you can explain why there's a burial pit in here."
"That shall become clear in time, I hope. Know this, something has happened, far to the south, something unexpected. The consequences are unknown, to us all. Nonetheless, the time has come for the Maybe."
"And what does that mean precisely?" Cole demanded.
"Now,"
the elder god replied, moving past him to kneel before the Maybe,
"she must dream, for real."
They were gone. Gone from her soul. And with their departure, with what Ikovian had done, was doing, all that she had hoped to achieve had been torn down, left in ruins. Silverfox stood motionless, cold with shock. Calor's brutal attack had revealed yet another truth. The Talan Eye had abandoned her, a loss that twisted a knife blade into her soul. Once more, betrayal, the dark-hearted slayer of faith. Nightchill's ancient legacy. Tatassael and Beladan's skull-crusher both, killed by the machinations of Tashran, the hand of the Empress.
And now, Whiskey Jack, the two Marines, my twin shadows for so long, murdered.
Beyond the kneeling Talan Imas waited the Kachane Chamala, undead.
The huge creatures made no move towards the Talan Imas, yet. They need only wade into the ranks, blades chopping down, and begin destroying. My children are beyond resistance, beyond caring. Oh, Itkovian, you noble fool, and this mortal army. She saw the grey swords down below, readying lassos, lances, and shields, preparing to charge the Kachain Jamala. Duchek's army was being destroyed within the city. The north gate had to be breached. She saw Gruntle, Trake's mortal sword, leading his motley legion down to join the grey swords. She saw officers riding before the wavering line of Malazans, rallying the heartbroken soldiers. She saw Artanthos, Taishren, preparing to unleash his warren. Caladan Brood knelt beside Kulad, High Denul sorcery enwreathing the Tista Andi woman. Orphan Tal stood behind the warlord. She felt the dragon in his blood, icy hunger, eager to return. All for naught. The seer and his demonic condors, and the Kachain Jamala, will kill them all. She had no choice. She would have to begin. Defy the despair, begin all that she had set in motion so long ago. Without hope, she would take the first step on the path. Silverfox opened the warren of Talan, vanished within.
A mother's love abides, but I was never meant to be a mother. I wasn't ready. I was unprepared to give so much of myself, a self I had only begun to unveil.
The Maibi could have turned away, at the very beginning. She could have defied Kruppa, defied the Elder God, the Imas. What were these lost souls to her? Malazans, one and all. The enemy, dire in the ways of magic, all with the blood of Rivi staining their hands. Children were meant to be gifts, the physical manifestation of love between a man and a woman. And for that love, all manner of sacrifice could be borne.
Is it enough that the child issued from my flesh, arrived in this world in the way of all children? Is the simple pain of birth the wellspring of love? Everyone else believed so. They took the bond of mother and child as given, a natural consequence of the birth itself. They should not have done that. My child was not innocent. Conceived out of pity, not love. Conceived with dread purpose, to take command of the Talan Imas, to draw them into yet another war, to betray them.
And now the Maibi was trapped. Lost in a dream world too vast to comprehend, where forces were colliding, demanding that she act, that she do something.
Ancient gods, bestial spirits, a man imprisoned in pain, in a broken, twisted body. This cage of ribs before me, is it his? The one I spoke with so long ago, the one writhing so in a mother's embrace? Are we as kin, he and I, both trapped in ravaged bodies, both doomed to slide ever deeper into this torment of pain? The beast waits for me. The man waits for me. We must reach out to each other, to touch, to give proof to both of us that we are not alone. Is this what awaits us? The cage of ribs, the prison, must be broken from the outside. Daughter, you may have forsaken me, but this man, this brother of mine, him I shall not forsake.
She could not be entirely sure, but she believed that she started crawling once more. The beast howled in her mind, a voice raw with agony. She would have to free it if she could. Such was pity's demand.
Not love. Ah, now I see. Thus.
He would embrace them. He would take their pain. In this world, where all had been taken from him, where he walked without purpose, burdened with the lives and deaths of tens of thousands of mortal souls, unable to grant them peace, unable, unwilling, to simply cast them off, he was not yet done. He would embrace them. These Talan Imas, who had twisted all the powers of the Warren of Talan into a ritual that devoured their souls. A ritual that had left them, in the eyes of all others, as little more than husks, animated by a purpose they had set outside themselves, yet were chained to, for eternity. Husks, yet anything but. And that was a truth that Kovin had not expected, had no way to prepare for. In Sharakulan, who was born third to Ainul Thum and Sultha Arad of the Nasha clan, that would come to be Kron's own, in the spring of the year of blighted moss, below the land of raw copper. And I remember. A snow hare, trembling, no more than a dusk shadow's length from my reach, my child's arm and hand stretching. Streaks in the white, the promise of summer. Trembling hand, trembling hair, born together in the snows just past. Reaching out, lives touching. Small heart patter, slow drum hunger, my chest's answer to the world's hidden music. I remember. Kalas Agkor, my arms wrapped about little Jala, little sister, hot with fever, but the fire grew too hot, and so in my arms, her flesh cooled to dawnstone, mother keening. Jala was the ember now lifeless, and from that day, in mother's eyes, I became naught but its bed of ash. Ulthan Alad heard tracks in the snow, tufts of mould, eye on the flanks. We were hungry in that year, yet held to the trail, old as it was. Karas Av, riding Bonecaster Thal's son in the valley of deep moss. Beneath the sun, we were breaking the ancient law. I was breaking the ancient law. I, mate to Ibn al-Chod, made the boy a man before his circle was knotted. In the year of the broken antler, we found wolf cubs. I dreamed I said no to the ritual. I dreamed I strode to Onos Tulan's side. A face streaming tears, my tears. Chod, who watched my mates lead the boy into the valley, and knew the child would be remade into a man, knew that he was in the gentlest of hands. The grasslands were burning. Ranag in the horn circle. I loved her so. Voices, a flood, memories. These warriors had not lost them. They had known them as living things within their own dead bodies. Known them for almost 300,000 years. Friend to Onrak of the Logros, I last saw him kneeling amidst the corpses of his clan, all slain in the street, yet the soul-taken were finally broken. Ah, at such a cost. Oh, heart laid at his feet, dear Lagana breed, so clever, sharpest of wit. Oh, how he made me laugh. Our eyes met, Manus Lot and I, even as the ritual began its demand, and we saw the fear in each other's eyes. Our love, our dreams of more children, to fill the spaces of those we had lost out on the ice, our lives of mingled shadows, our love that must now be surrendered. I, Canig Tol, watched as my hunters hurled their spears. She fell without making a sound, the last of her kind on this continent. And had I a heart, it would have burst then.
There was no justice in this war. We'd left our gods behind, and knelt only before an altar of brutality. Truth. And I, Canig Tol, shall not turn away from truth.
Itkovian's mind reeled back, sought to fend off the diluvial tide, to fight himself clear of his own soul's answering cry of sorrow, the torrent of truths shattering his heart, the secrets of the Talan Mass. No, the ritual. How? Famous tusks, how could you have done that to yourselves? And she has denied you. She has denied you all. He could not escape. He had embraced their pain, and the flood of memories was destroying him. Too many, too fiercely felt, relived, every moment relived by these lost creatures. He was drowning. He had promised them release, yet he knew now he would fail. There was no end, no way he could encompass this yearning gift, this desperate, begging desire. He was alone.
Prankol, you must hear me, mortal.
Alone, fading.
Hear me, mortal. There is a place. I can lead you. You must carry all we give you. Not far, not long. Carry us, mortal. There is a place.
Fading.
Mortal, for the grey swords, you must do this. Hold on, succeed, and you will gift them. I can lead you. For the grey swords.
Itkovian reached out, and a hand, solid, warm, clasped his forearm. The ground crawled beneath her. Lichens, green-stalked and green-cupped, the cups filled with red. Another kind, white as bone, intricate as coral. And beneath these, grey sharkskin on the mostly buried stones. An entire world here, a hand's width from the ground. Her slow, inexorable passage destroyed it all, scraped a swathe through the lichen's brittle architecture. She wanted to weep. Ahead, close now, the cage of bone and stained skin, the creature within it, a shapeless, massive shadow, which still called to her, still exerted its terrible demand. To reach, to touch the ghastly barrier. The Maibi suddenly froze in place, a vast invisible weight pinning her to the ground. Something was happening. The earth beneath her twisting, flashes through the gathering oblivion, the air suddenly hot, a rumble of thunder. Drawing up her legs, pushing with one arm, she managed to roll onto her back. Breath rasping in shallow lungs, she stared. The hand held firm. Itkovian began to comprehend. Behind the memories awaited the pain, awaited all that he came to embrace. Beyond the memories, absolution was his answering gift. Could he but survive? The hand was leading him, through a mindscape, yet he strode across it as would a giant, the land distant below him.
Mortal, shed these memories. Free them to soak the earth in the season's gift. Down to the earth, mortal. Through you, they can return life to a dying, desolate land. Please, you must comprehend. Memories belong in the soil, in stone, in wind. They are the land's unseen meaning, such that touches the souls of all who would look, truly look, upon it. Touches, in faintest whisper, old, almost shapeless echoes, to which a mortal life adds its own. Feed this dreamscape, mortal. And know this. We kneel before you, silenced in our hearts by what you offer to us, by what you offer of yourself. You are Itkovian, and you would embrace the Talan Imas. Shed these memories. Weep for us, mortal.
Heaving, churning cloud, where before there had been naught but a formless, colourless, impossibly distant dome. The cloud spreading, tumbling out to fill the entire sky, drawing dark curtains across bruised rainbows. Lightning, crimson-stained, flickered from horizon to horizon. She watched the falling, watched the descent. Rain. No, hail. It struck, drumming roar on the ground, the sound filling her ears, sweeping closer. To pummel her. She screamed, throwing up her hands. Each impact was explosive, something more than simply frozen rain. Lives. Ancient, long-forgotten lives. And memories. All raining down. The pain was unbearable. Then cessation. A shadow slipping over her, close, a figure, hunched beneath the trammeling thud of hail. A warm, soft hand on her brow, a voice.
"Not much further, dear lass. This storm, unexpected."
The voice broke, gasping as the deluge intensified.
"Yet wonderful. But you must not stop now. Here, Grappa will help you."
Shielding as much of her from the barrage as he could, he began dragging her forward, closer. Silver Fox wandered, lost, half-blinded by the tears that streamed without surcease. What she had begun as a child on a long-forgotten barrow outside the city of Pale, what she had begun so long ago, now seemed pathetic. She had denied the Talan Imas, denied the Talan I, but only for a time, or so had been her intent, a brief time in which she would work to fashion the world that awaited them. The spirits that she had gathered, spirits who would serve that ancient people, become their gods. She had meant them to bring healing to the Talan Imas, to their long-bereft souls. A world where her mother was young once more. A dream world, gift of Kral, gift of the Daru Krappa, gift of love, in answer to all she had taken from her mother. But the Talan I had turned away, was silent to her desperate call. And now Whiskey Jack was dead. 2 Marines, 2 women whose solid presence she had come to depend on, more than they could ever have realized. 2 Marines, killed defending her. Whiskey Jack, all that was Tattersail, keened with inconsolable grief. She had turned from him as well, yet he had stepped into Calor's path. He had done that, for he remained the man he had always been. And now, lost too, were the Talan Imas. The man Itkovian, the mortal, shield anvil without a god, who had taken into himself the slain thousands of Kapustan. He had opened his arms. "You cannot embrace the pain of the Talan Imas," Silver Fox thought. "Were your God still with you, he would have refused your thought. You cannot. They are too much. And you are but one man, alone. You cannot take their burden. It is impossible. Heartbreakingly brave, but impossible. Ah, Itkovian." Courage had defeated her, but not her own, which had never been strong. No, the courage of those around her. On all sides, Carl and Murillo, with their misguided honor, who had stolen her mother, and were no doubt guarding her even now, as she slowly died. Whiskey Jack and the two Marines, Itkovian, and even Taishrin, who had torn himself badly, unleashing his warren to drive Calor away. Such extraordinary, tragically misguided courage. I am Nightchill, Elder Goddess. I am Beladan, Thelomen Skullcrusher. I am Tattersail, who was once mortal, and I am Silverfox, flesh and blood bonecaster, summoner of the Talan. And I have been defeated by mortals. The sky heaved over her. She looked up, eyes widening in disbelief. The wolf thrashed, battered against the bone bars of its cage. Its cage. My ribs, trapped, dying, and that is a pain I share. His chest was on fire, blossoms of intense agony lashing into him, as if arriving from somewhere outside. A storm, blistering the skin, covering his ribs. Yet it grew no stronger. Indeed, seemed to fade, as if with each wounding something was imparted to him. A gift. Gift? This pain? How? What is it? What comes to me? Old, so very old. Bittersweet, lost moments of wonder, of joy, of grief. A storm of memories, not his. So many, arriving like ice, then melting in the flare of impact. He felt his flesh grow numb beneath the unceasing deluge. Was suddenly tugged away. Blinking in the darkness, his lone eye as blind as the other one, the one he had lost at Pale. Something was pounding at his ears, a sound then. Shrieking, the floor and walls shaking, chains snapping, dust raining from the low ceiling. I am not alone in here. Who? What? Claws gouged the flagstones near his head, frantic and yearning. Reaching. It wants me. What does? What am I to it? The concussions were growing closer, and now voices, desperate bellowing coming from the other side of walls. Down a corridor, perhaps. Clash of weapons, screams and gurgles, clatter of armor, pieces dancing on the floor. Tark shifted his head and saw something in the darkness. Huge, straining as it shrieked without pause. Massive, taloned hands stretched imploringly, reaching out. For me. Grey light flashed in the cavern, revealing in an instant the monstrous, fat-layered reptile chained opposite Tark, its eyes lit with terror. The stone that was within reach of the creature was gouged with countless scars, on all sides, a hatch-marked nightmare of madness, triggering horror within the Malazan. For it was a nightmare he recognized within himself. She is my soul. The seer stood before him, moving in desperate, jerky motions. The old man's body that the Jag Hut had occupied for so long was falling to pieces. And muttering a sing-song chant as, ignoring Tark, he edged ever closer to the matron, to Mother. The enormous beast cringed, claws scraping as it pushed itself against the wall. Its shrieks did not pause, resounding through the cavern. The seer held something in his hands, pallid, smooth and oblong. An egg, not from a bird. A lizard's egg, latticed in grey magic. Magic that waxed with every word of the seer's song. Tark watched as something exploded from the matron's body, a coruscation of power that sought to flee upward, but was, instead, snared by the web of sorcery, snared then drawn into the egg in the seer's hands. The matron's shrieking suddenly ceased. The creature settled back with a mindless whimper. In the numbing silence within the cavern, Tok could now hear more clearly the sounds of battle in the corridor beyond. Close and closing. The seer, clutching the finist, spun to stare down at Tok. The Jagged smile split the corpse's desiccated lips.
"We shall return,"
he whispered. The sorcery blossomed once more, then, as heavy chains clattered freely to the floor, darkness returned. And Tok knew that he was alone within the cavern. The seer had taken Mother's power, and then he had taken her as well. The wolf thrashed in his chest, launching spikes of pain along his broken, malformed limbs. It yearned to loose its howl, its call to lover and to kin. Yet it could not draw breath. Cannot draw breath. It dies. The hail, these savage gifts, they mean nothing. With me, the god's fatal choice. We die. The sounds of fighting had stopped. Tok heard iron bars snap, one after another, heard metal clang on the flagstones. Then someone was crouching down beside him. A hand that was little more than rough bone and tendon settled on Tok's forehead. The Malazan could not see. There was no light, but the hand was cool, its weight gentle.
"Hood, have you come for us, then?"
The words were clearly spoken in his mind, but came out incomprehensibly, and he realized that his tongue was gone.
"Ah, my friend,"
the figure replied in a rasp.
"It is I, Onos Tulan, once of the Tarad clan, of the Logros Talan Imas, but now kin to Aral Fail, to Tok the Younger."
"Kin?"
Withered arms gathered him up.
"We are leaving now, young brother."
"Leaving?"
Pika eyed the breach. The bravado that had been behind her proclamation that they would follow the Talanomas into the keep had not survived a sudden return to caution once they came within sight of the fortress. It was under assault, and whatever enemy had stormed into the keep had kicked hard the hornet nest. Kachay and Jamala were thundering back through the compound gate. Sorcerous detonations shook the entire structure. Erdeman and backlights raced along the top of the walls. Twisting spirals of grey lightning wreathed skyward from the south roof, linking the score of condors wheeling overhead. Beyond it, filling the sky above the harbour, was an enormous storm cloud, flashes burgeoning from its heaving depths. The lieutenant glanced back at her paltry squads. They had lost the 3 badly wounded soldiers, as she had expected. Not one of the bridge burners crouching in the smoke-hazed street had been spared. She saw far too much blood on the soot-smeared uniforms behind her. To the northwest, the sounds of battle continued, drawing no closer. Pika knew that Dujek would have sought to reach the keep, if at all possible. From what she could hear, however, he was being pushed back, street by street. The gambit had failed.
"Leaving us on our own?"
"Kachay Jamala,"
a soldier hissed from the back.
"Coming up behind us."
"Well, that settles it then,"
Pika muttered.
"Double time, to Hedge's breach!"
The bridge burner sprinted across the rubble-littered street. Blend was the first to complete a scramble over the tower's wreckage. Immediately beyond was a shattered building, 3 walls and half of the roof remaining. Within lay dusty darkness, and what might be a doorway far to the left of the room's far wall. 2 steps behind Blend, Pika leapt clear of the tumbled stone blocks to land skidding on the room's floor, colliding with a cursing, backpedaling Blend. Feet tangling, the 2 women fell.
"Damn it, Blend! Gods!"
A third voice cut in.
"Pika! Lieutenant!"
As her bridge burners gathered behind her, Pika sat up to see Hedge, Blue Pearl, and 7 additional bridge burners, the ones who had taken crossbows to the top of the wall and had survived the consequences, emerged from the shadows.
"We tried getting back to you." "Never mind, Hedge," Picker said, clambering to her feet. "You played it right, soldier. Trust me."
Hedge was holding a cusser in one hand, which he raised with a grin.
"Held one back." "Did a Talan Imas come through here?" "Aye, a beat-up bastard. Looked neither left nor right, just walked right past us, deeper into the keep."
A bridge burner to the rear shouted,
"We got that Kachain Shamala coming up behind us!"
"Through the door back there," Hedge squealed. "Clear the way, idiots! I've been waiting for this."
Picker began shoving her soldiers towards the back wall. The sapper scrambled back towards the breach. The following events were a tumble in Picker's mind. Blend gripped her arm and bodily threw her towards the doorway, where her soldiers were plunging through into whatever lay beyond. Picker swore, but Blend's hands were suddenly on her back, pushing her face first through the portal. Picker twisted with a snarl and saw over Blend's shoulder. The Kachain Shamala seemed to flow as it raced over the rubble, blades lifting. Hedge looked up, to find himself 4 paces away from the charging reptile. Picker heard him grunt, a muted, momentary sound. The sapper threw the cusser straight down. The Kachain Shamala was already swinging, 2 huge blades descending. The explosion beat them clean. Blend and Picker were thrown through the doorway. The lieutenant's head snapped back to the thudding staccato impact of flying stones against her helm and the lowered visor and cheek guards. Those that made it past lanced fire into her face, filled her nose and mouth with blood. Deafened, she reeled back through clouds of dust and smoke. Voices were screaming, issuing from what seemed very far away, then swiftly closing to surround her. Stones falling, a crossbeam of tarred wood, raging with flames, sweeping down, ending with a solid thud and crush of bones. A death groan amidst the chaos, so close to Picker that she wondered if it wasn't her own. Hands gripped her once again, pulled her round, propelled her down what seemed to be a corridor. A tunnel of smoke and dust, no air, the pounding of boots, blind collisions, curses, darkness that suddenly dissipated. Picker stumbled into the midst of her soldiers, spitting blood, coughing. Around them, a room littered with dead backlights, another door, opposite, that looked to have been shattered with a single punch. A lone lantern swung wildly from a hook above them.
"Look!" someone grunted. "A dog's been chewing on the lieutenant's chin!"
Not even a jest. Simply the absurd madness of battle. Shaking her head to a spatter of blood, Picker spat again and surveyed her troops through stinging, streaming eyes.
"Blend?"
The name came out mangled, but understandable. Silence.
"Buckland! Back into the corridor! Find her!"
The 12th Squad sergeant was back a moment later, dragging a blood-drenched body through the doorway.
"She's breathing. Hood knows how. Her back's full of stones and shards."
Picker dropped to her knees beside her friend.
"You damned idiot!"
she mumbled.
"We should have had Mallet with us,"
Buckland grumbled beside her.
"Aye, not the only mistake in this fouled-up game,"
Picker thought. "Oh," a woman's voice cried.
"You are not Panions."
Weapons swung to the doorway. A woman in a blindingly white talaba stood there, her long black hair shimmering, impossibly clean, perfectly combed. Veiled, stunningly beautiful eyes studied them.
"Have you by any chance seen 3 masked warriors? They should have passed this way, looking for the throne room, assuming there is one, that is. You might have heard some fighting."
"No," Buckland growled. "I mean, yes, we've heard fighting. Everywhere, ma'am, that is."
"Shut up,"
Picker sighed.
"No," she said to the woman. "We ain't seen no 3 masked warriors." "What of a Talan Imas?" "As a matter of fact, yeah." "Excellent. Tell me, does she still have all those swords impaling her? I can't imagine she'd leave." "What swords?" Picker demanded. "Besides, it was mail.
I think. It was, another soldier piped up, then reddened as her comrade swung to her with broad grins.
A male Talan, I mass?
The white-robed woman raised a finger to her full lips, then smiled.
Why, that would be Tool.
Excellent! The smile vanished.
Unless, of course, Mock finds him.
Who are you? Picker demanded.
You know, dear, it's growing increasingly difficult to understand what you are saying through all that blood and such. I believe you're Malazans, yes? Unwitting allies, but you are also terribly injured. I have an idea, a wonderful idea, as are all my ideas, of course. Wonderful, that is. We are here, you see, to effect the rescue of one Tok the Younger, a soldier of—
Tok the Younger? Picker repeated.
Tok, but he's a prisoner of the seer, alas. A distressing fact, and I dislike being distressed. It irritates me, immeasurably. Now, as I was saying, I have an idea. Assist me in this rescue, and I will heal those of you who need healing, which seems to be all of you.
Picker gestured down at Blend. Deal. Start with her. As the woman stepped into the room, Buckland shouted and scrabbled back from the doorway. Picker looked up. A massive wolf stood in the hallway beyond, eyes gleaming through the dust-shrouded gloom. The woman glanced back.
Oh, not to worry. That is Baljak. Gareth has wandered off, I believe. Busy killing panions, I expect. He seems to have acquired a taste for Seerdumin. Now, this poor woman. Well, we'll have you right in no time, dear.
What in Hood's name is happening over there? Over the other side of the low wall, a flight of stairs gave access to the parapet overlooking the harbour and the bay beyond. Or rather, so Perrin concluded, since nothing else made sense. In any case, some kind of approach was being contested, and from the screams, whatever was on its way to the flat rooftop was wreaking havoc on the defenders. Beside Perrin, Quickben raised his head a fraction.
I don't know, and I'm not popping up for a look either, he said in answer to the captain's question. But let's hope it proves a worthwhile diversion. I can't keep us here much longer, without those condors finding us.
Something's keeping them busy, Spindle asserted. And you know it, Quick. If one of them took the time to look hard, we'd be feeding the chicks in its nest by now.
You're right.
Then what in Hood's name are we still doing here?
Good question,
Perrin thought.
He twisted round, looking back along the roof to the north. There was a trap door there. We're still here, Quickben grated, because this is where we need to be.
Hold it, Perrin growled, reaching up to wipe what he thought was sweat from his eyes, though the smear on his hand was red. The stitches on his temple had pulled loose. Not quite true, Quick. It's where you and I need to be. Mallet, if there's anything left of the bridge burners, they need you right now.
Aye, Captain, and knowing that's been eating me up inside.
All right, listen then. The fiery abyss has broken loose down in this keep under us. We've no idea who's doing the fighting, but we do know one thing. They're no friends of the Panions. So, Mallet, take Spindle and the rest. That trapdoor back there looks flimsy enough to break open, if it's locked.
Aye, Captain. Only, how do we get there without being seen?
Spindle's right about those condors. They're busy with something else, and looking more agitated with every beat of the heart. It's a short sprint, Healer, but if you're not willing to risk it. Mallet glanced at Spindle, then at Detoran and Trots, finally at Ansi. The sergeant nodded. Mallet sighed.
Aye, sir. We'll give it a go.
Perrin glanced at Quickben. Any objections, Wizard?
No, Captain. At the very least.
He fell silent. At the very least, they've a better chance of getting out alive, Perrin thought. I hear you, Quick. Okay, Mallet, make your run when you're ready.
Push and pull, Captain.
And to you, Healer. With a grunted command, the squad scrambled for the trapdoor. Dujek dragged the wounded soldier through the doorway, and only then noticed that the man's legs had been left behind, and the trail of blood leading back to the limbs thinned to virtually nothing by the time it reached the threshold. He let the body drop, sagged against the frame. The Kachain Jamala had cut through the company in the span of a dozen heartbeats, and though the hunter had lost an arm, it had not slowed as it thumped westward, in search of another company of hapless Malazans. Dujek's elite bodyguard of Unton heavy infantry lay in a chopped ruin in front of the building into which they had pushed the High Fist. As sworn, they had given their lives in his defence. At the moment, however, Dujek would rather have failed, or better yet, fled. Locked in battle since dawn with Beklites, Erdemen and Seerdomin, one arm's host had more than held its own. And when the first dozen or so Kachain Jamala appeared, Moranth munitions, cussers and burners destroyed the undead K'el hunters. The same fate beheld a second wave. By the time the third arrived, the cussers were gone, and soldiers died by the score. The fifth and sixth waves were met only with swords, and battle became slaughter. Dujek had no idea how many remained among the 5,000 Malazans who had been delivered into the city. He did not think a cohesive defence still existed. The battle had become a hunt, plain and simple, a cleansing by the Kachain Jamala of pockets of Malazan resistance. Until recently, he could still hear sounds of battle, of collapsing walls and perhaps sorcery, from the keep, though perhaps, he now reflected, he'd been wrong in that. The storm cloud that filled the sky to the south was itself thundering, arcs of lightning splitting the sky to lance at the thrashing seas below. Its rage now overwhelmed all other sounds. A scrabble of boots behind him. Dujek swung about, short-sword in hand. "High Fist!" "Which company, soldier?"
11th, sir," the woman gasped. "Captain Harab sent a squad to look for you, High Fist. I'm what's left."
"Does Harab still hold?"
"Aye, sir. We're collecting souvenirs. Pieces of Kachain Jamala."
"And how, in Hood's name, are you managing that?"
"Twist, sir. He led a final flight in with the last of the munitions, mostly sharpers and crackers, High Fist. But the sappers are rigging buildings along our retreat, dropping tons of bricks and stone on the damned lizards. Your pardon, sir. On the hunters."
"Where is Harab's company right now, soldier?"
"Not far, High Fist. Follow me."
"Harab, that Seven Cities nobleborn, with the permanent sneer. Gods, I could kiss the man." Moving to the head of his legion, Gruntle watched the shield anvil of the Greyswords approach. The woman reined in even as he arrived.
"I greet you, sir,"
she said, only the lower half of her face visible beneath the helm's broad, flaring cheek guards.
"We are about to advance upon the enemy. Would you flank us?"
The Daru grimaced. "No, shield anvil." She hesitated, then gave a brusque nod and gathered up her reins.
"As you wish, sir. No dishonour in refusing a suicidal engagement."
"You misunderstand," Gruntle interrupted her. "My legion leads. You follow in our wake, as close as you can. We'll drive across that stone bridge and head straight for the gate. Granted, it looks damned solid, but we might still batter it down."
"We are seeking to relieve Dujek One Arm. Agreed? Mortal Sword?"
"Aye. And we both know we will fail," Gruntle thought. They turned at the sound of horns, the sudden staccato of Malazan drums. The standard-bearer, sorcery swirling from the man like flecks of gold, seemed to have taken command, calling together the company officers. Along the line, shields were readied, locked, overlapping. Pikes, twice the height of a man, wavered like wind-tugged reeds above the ranks of soldiery. An uncharacteristic unsteadiness that Gruntle found disturbing. Artanthos had dispatched a rider who rode towards the Daru and the shield anvil at a gallop. The Malazan reined in. "Sirs, the High Mage Taishren would know your intentions." Gruntle bared his teeth. "Taishren, is it? Let's hear his first." "Dujek says, these Kachain Jamala must be broken, the gate breached, and assault on the defenders."
"And what of the High Mage himself?"
the shield anvil inquired. "Their mages on the wall, sir. Taishrim will endeavour to deny their involvement. Orfantal and his sister Andy will seek to assist us in our attack upon the Kachain Chamala, as will the shouldermen of the Whitefaces."
"Inform the High Mage," the shield anvil said, "that Drake's Legion will initiate the charge, supported by my company."
The soldier saluted and rode back towards the Malazan line. Gruntle turned to study his followers. He wondered again at the effect that the Lord of Summer's gift had had upon these grim-faced Kapans. Like divers, only in reverse, from many to one. And such power! They had crossed the land swift as a flowing shadow. Gruntle had found himself looking out upon the world with the tiger's eyes. No, not simply a tiger, a creature immortal, boundless in strength, a mass of muscle and bone within which was the Legion. His Legion. A will, fused, terrifyingly focused. And now they would become that beast once again, this time to enter battle. His god seemed to possess a particular hatred for these Kachain Chamala, as if Treach had a score to settle. The cold killer was giving way to bloodlust, a realization that left Gruntle vaguely troubled. His gaze flicked to the hilltop, to see Caladan Brood, Corlat, slowly straightening beside him. Distance was irrelevant. She was covered in blood, and he could feel the sickly pain that flowed and ebbed, then flowed again within her. Brood's Warren suffers, and if that's the case, then so too must... He swung round, back to where Artanthos, High Mage Taishrin, stood before the Malazan companies. "Ah, I see the price he pays," he thought. "Shield Anvil?"
"Sir?"
"Where are the mages on the city wall?"
"We await you, sir."
Gruntle nodded. A moment later, the mortal sword and his legion were one, bones and muscle merging, identities, entire lives swept under a deluge of cold, animal rage. A tawny swirl, surging, flowing forward. Ahead, Kachain Chamala raised weapons and stood their ground. Again, we have done this before. No, not us, our Lord. Tearing dead flesh, the spray of blood. Blood. Oh, Hood. Corralled Ghislaine, the darkness within the soul, flowing outward, filling her limbs, sweeping round to swallow her feelings, the comfort of oblivion. Corlat stood, her back to the three lifeless figures on the hilltop that still lay where they fell. Stood, silent, the power of her warren flickering, dimming to surges of pain, reaching out, seeking her kin. Caladan Brood, hammer unlimbered in his hands, was beside her. He was speaking, his rumbling voice as distant as thunder on the sea's horizon. Late afternoon. No, earlier. It will be over long before then. One way or another. Corlat, please listen to me. You must seek your lord. That storm cloud, does Moonspawn hide within it? He said he would come, at the precise moment. He said he would strike. Corlat no longer heard him. Orfantal was veering, there before the now marching Malazan forces, black, blossoming outward, wings spreading, sinuous neck lifting, a thudding pulsation of sorcery, and the dragon was in the air, climbing. Condors winged out from the keep, a dozen of the demonic creatures, each linked by a writhing chain of chaotic magic. On the plain below, the beast that was the mortal sword and Trake's legion seemed to flow in and out of her vision, blurred, deadly motion, and struck the line of Kachain Chamala. Sorcery stained the air around the impact in blood-spattered sheets, as, within the savage maelstrom, blades flashed. A Ka'el hunter reeled away and toppled, its bones shattered. The huge tiger twisted from side to side as swords descended, tore into its flanks. Where each blade struck, human figures fell away from the beast, limbs severed, torsos cut through, heads crushed. Sorcery was building along the top of the city wall. Korlat saw Atanthos, Tashrin, step forward then to answer it. A golden wave appeared suddenly behind the Kachain Jamala, rose for a moment, building, then tumbled forward. The ground it rolled over on its way to the wall burned with fierce zeal. Then the wave lifted, climbed towards the Panyan mages.
This is what was launched against Moonspawn, Korlat thought. This is what my lord struggled against, alone, in the face of such power.
The ground trembled beneath her boots as the wave crashed into the top of the wall to the west of the gate. Blinding.
This is High Telas, the Warren of Fire, child of Telan.
Chaotic magic exploded from the conflagration like shrapnel. The raging fire then dispersed. The top third of the city wall, from near the gate and westward for at least 40 paces, was simply gone, and with it, at least a dozen Panyan mages. On the killing field, Trake's legion was now surrounded by Kachain Jamala, who were a match for the enormous beast's lightning speed. Ga'el hunters were falling, but the tiger was being, literally, cut to pieces. The Greyswords, all mounted, were attempting to open an avenue for it on the other side. Long, strangely barbed lances were being driven into the hunters from behind, fouling their steps as they wheeled to lash out at the enemy harrying them. Lassos spun in the air, snapped tight around necks, limbs. A grey wave of sorcery raced out from the mages on the wall east of the gate, swept over the heads of those battling on the killing field, clambered through the air like some multi-limbed beast, to strike Atanthos. Coruscating fire met the assault, and both sorceries seemed to devour each other. When they vanished, Atanthos was on his knees. Soldiers ran towards him from the Malazan lines.
He is done. Too soon.
Korlat!
The bellow shook her. Blinking, she turned to Brood.
What?
Call your lord, Korlat. Call him.
Call? She thought. I cannot. Could not. Dare not.
Korlat, look to that damned storm cloud.
She twisted her head. Beyond the city, rising skyward in a churning, towering column, the storm cloud was tearing itself apart even as it rose. Rose, shreds spinning away, sunlight shafting through.
Moonspawn, not within. The cloud hid nothing. Nothing but senseless, empty violence, dissipating. Call him?
Despair ripped through her. She heard her own dull reply.
Anamander Rake is no more, warlord. He is dead, she thought. He must be.
Then help your damned brother, woman. He is assailed.
She looked up, saw Orphantal high above, harried by specks. Sorcery lanced at the black dragon-like dance.
Brother.
Korlat looked back down at the Malazan ranks that had now closed with the Kachain Jamala. Darkness shrouded them, corralled Ghislaine's whisper.
A whisper, and no more than a whisper.
Korlat!
Move away from me, warlord. I shall now veer and join my brother.
When you two are done with those condors, will you?
She turned away from the killing field.
This battle is lost, Caladan Brood. I fly to save Orphantal.
Without awaiting a reply, she strode down the slope, unfolding the power within her as she did so. Draconian blood, cold as ice in her veins, a promise of murder. Brutal, unwavering hunger.
Wings. Into the sky.
Wedge-shaped head tilted, fixed on the condors circling her brother. Her talons twitched, then stretched in anticipation. Caladan Brood stood on the very edge of the slope, the hammer in his hands. Kachain Jamala had pulled away from the assault upon Trake's legion. The giant tiger was dying, surrounded on all sides by flashing blades. and were now wading through the Malazan press, slaying soldiers by the score. Others pursued the greyswords, whose ranks had been scattered by the far-too-quick hunters. Barghast had closed from both flanks to add their spilled blood to the slaughter. Slowly, the warlord swung about and surveyed the hilltop behind him. 3 bodies. 4 Malazan soldiers who had carried an unconscious crupper to the summit and were now laying the Daru down. Brood's eyes held on Crupper, wondering at the man's sudden, inexplicable collapse. Then he turned. The Talanai mass, in their tens of thousands, still kneeled, motionless, before Itkovian, who had himself sunk down, a mortal reflection of them. Whatever was happening there had taken them all far away, to a place from which it seemed there would be no return, not, in any case, until it was far too late. No choice. Burn. Forgive me. Caladan Brood faced the city once more. Eyes on the masses warring on the killing field below, the warlord slowly raised his hammer. Then froze. They came to yet another hallway filled with the dead and dying. Picker scowled.
Mistress, how many in this Sekula army you told us about? 3, my dear. Clearly, we are on the right path. The right path for what, Lady Envy?
The woman turned.
An interesting point. The Segula are no doubt eagerly lobbying for an audience with the seer. But who's to say the seer has Tok the Younger with him? Indeed, is it not more likely that our friend lies in chains somewhere far below?
Blend spoke from beside Picker.
There looks to be a landing of some sort at the far end. Could be stairs.
Sharp-eyed, Lady Envy murmured in appreciation.
Barjag, dear pup, will you lead the way?
The huge wolf slipped past noiselessly, somehow managing to stay silent even as it clambered over the bodies down the length of the corridor. At the far end, it halted, swung its long-snouted head back, eyes like smouldering coals.
Ah, the all-clear,
Lady Envy sighed, softly clapping her hands.
Come along, then, you grim-faced Malazans.
As they approached, Blend plucked at Picker's sleeve.
Lieutenant, she whispered, there's fighting up ahead.
They reached the landing. Dead Erdemen lay heaped, their bodies sprawled on steps that led upward. A second flight of stone stairs, leading down, showed only the flow of thickening blood from the landing. Blend edged forward to crouch before the descending steps.
There's tracks here in the blood, she said. 3 sets. The first one, bony, followed by someone in moccasins. A woman, I'd say.
In moccasins? Lady Envy wondered, brows lifting.
How peculiar. The bony ones are likely to be either Tool or Lannis Tog. Now, who might be following either of them? Such mystery. And the last set?
Blend shrugged.
Worn boots. A man's.
The sound of fighting that Blend had detected earlier was audible to everyone now, from somewhere up the flight of stairs, distant, possibly at the uppermost floor, which was at least a half-dozen levels above them. Baljak had limped to stand beside Blend. The wolf lowered its head, nose testing the footprints leading down. A moment later, the animal was a grey flash, racing downward and out of sight.
Well, Lady Envy said, the issue seems decided, wouldn't you say? The ailing pup has a certain feeling for Tok the Younger, an affinity, to be more precise. Your pardon, Picker snapped, but what in Hood's name are you going on about? One more cryptic statement from this lady, and I'll brain her, Picker thought. That was rude. Nonetheless, I will acknowledge that the matter is a secret, but not one of my own, so I shall freely speak of it.
Oh, good, one of the soldiers behind Picker muttered. Gossip. Lady Envy wheeled.
Who said that?
No one spoke.
I abhor gossip, I will have you all know. Now, shall I tell you the tale of two ancient gods, who each in turn found mortal flesh, or rather, somewhat mortal flesh in the case of Baljag, but all too mortal flesh in the case of dear Tok the Younger?
Picker stared at the woman, and was about to speak when one of her soldiers cursed loud, and with feeling, and blades clashed. Shouts. A score of Erdemen had just arrived from behind the squads, and the hallway was suddenly filled with vicious, close-in fighting. Picker snapped out a hand and caught Blen's blood-stiffened cloak, pulled. As the lieutenant dragged free her sword, she hissed, "Head down the stairs, lass. We'll follow once we clear this up." She shoved Blen towards the stairs, then spun.
"Will this take long?"
Lady Envy asked, her voice somehow cutting through the tumult to echo in Picker's ears as she pushed into the press. The Erdemen were better armoured, fresher, and had had surprise on their side. Picker saw Buckland reel, half his head cut away.
"No,"
she grated, as two more bridge burners crumpled.
"It won't."
Detoran had moved to point as the four bridge burners headed down the corridor. Mallet strode 5 paces behind the big Napan woman, Spindle trotting at his heels, followed by Ansi, with Trots a dozen paces back as rearguard. Thus far, they'd found naught but bodies, Panion bodies, cut down one and all by blades.
"Someone's a holy terror,"
Spindle muttered behind the healer. They could hear fighting, but the echoes were bouncing, making it difficult to determine the direction. Detoran drew up and raised a hand, then waved Mallet forward.
"Stairs ahead,"
she grunted.
"Going down."
"Clear," the healer observed.
"For now."
Ansi joined them.
"What's the hold-up? We gotta keep moving."
"We know, Sergeant," Mallet said. Then he swung back to the Napan. "It'll have to do. Lead us down, Detoran." More corpses littered the stone steps, the blood making purchase uncertain. They descended past 2 landings unchallenged. Halfway down the next flight, at a switchback in the stairs, Mallet heard the Napan grunt, and weapons suddenly rang. A wordless shout from behind twisted into a Barghast war cry. "Damn it!" Mallet snapped. Fighting above and below, they were in trouble. "Spin. Back up Ansi and Trots. I'll lend Det a hand."
"Aye, sir."
The healer plunged down a half-dozen steps to the bend. Detoran had already pushed her attackers back to a landing. The healer saw, beyond the Napan, at least 6 Seerdomin, heavy, short-handled double-bladed axes in their gauntleted hands. Detoran, a short sword in her left hand, broadsword in her right, had just cut down the warrior in front of her. Without hesitating, she stepped over the dying Seerdomin, reached the landing. The Seerdomin rushed her. There was no way to get past the Napan. Swearing, Mallet sheathed his short sword and unlimbered his crossbow. A quarrel already rested in the slot, held in place by a loop of leather that the healer now pulled clear. Ignoring the bellows and singing iron, he hooked the clawfoot over the braided string and cinched it back. Up beyond the bend in the staircase, Trots had been chanting, broken only by an ominous shriek from Ansi. Fresh blood, thinned with bile, was streaming down the steps. Mallet moved back to find a clear shot over to Detoran. The Napan had thrust her thoughtsword up into a Seerdomin's head from below. The blade jammed between the mandibles. Instead of pulling, Detoran pushed, sending the victim and the weapon flying back to foul the 2 warriors behind. With the broadsword in her right hand extended, she was keeping another Seerdomin at bay. He was swinging his shorter weapons at the blade in an effort to bat it aside so he could close. But Detoran made her heavy blade dance and weave as if it was a duelist's rapier. Mallet's attention fixed on the 2 recovering Seerdomin. A 3rd warrior was pulling the fallen Seerdomin away. The healer snapped the crossbow up and depressed the trigger. The weapon bucked in his hands. One of the recovering Seerdomin shrieked, a quarrel buried to its leather fins in his chest. He sagged back. A tumbling body knocked Mallet from his feet as he was about to reload. Cursing, the healer fell back against a side wall and made to kick the corpse away with his boots as he fumbled for a quarrel. Then he saw that it was Ansi. not yet dead, though his chest was sheathed in blood. From the sounds above, Trotz was pushing his way back up the stairs. He twisted round at a shout from de Toren. She had lunged with her broadsword, breaking her timing to dip her blade round a desperate parry, then sliding the edge up and under the Seodomin's helm, ripping open the side of the man's neck, even as his other axe slashed a wide arc straight for de Toren's head. The Napan threw her left shoulder into its path. Chain snapped, blood sprayed. The axe blade cut clear, carrying with it most of the muscle of de Toren's shoulder. She reeled. Then, blood spurting, righted herself and rushed the remaining 2 Seodomin. The nearest one threw one of the axes. The Napan chopped it aside, then swung a backhand slash that the man barely managed to block. De Toren closed, dropping her sword and jamming her fingers into the helm's eye-slit. The momentum of her rush carried her round the man, twisting his head to follow. Mallet heard an audible pop of vertebrae, even as he finished loading his crossbow. He raised it. The last Seodomin's axes flashed. De Toren's right arm, stretched out with the fingers still snagged in the visor, was severed halfway between shoulder and elbow. The second axe drove deep between her shoulder blades, throwing her forward to slap face first against the landing's wall. The Seodomin moved forward to tug the second axe free. Mallet's quarrel vanished into the man's right armpit. He buckled, then collapsed in a clatter of armor. The healer, setting another quarrel into the slot, clambered to where de Toren still leaned, upright, face first against the wall. The rush of blood from her wounds had slowed to turgid streams. He did not need to reach out to touch the Napan to know that she was dead. Boots thumped on the stairs, and the healer swung round to see Spindle stumbling onto the landing. He had taken a blow against his pot helm, snapping the brow band and its rivets on one side. Blood painted that side of his face. His eyes were wild. "A score of them up there, Mallet. Trotz is holding them off. The damned idiot!" The healer finished loading his crossbow and scrambled to the stairs, pausing briefly to examine Ansi. "Find yourself a new helm spin, then follow." "What about Ansi?" "He'll live a while longer. Hurry, damn you!" The staircase was crowded with fresh bodies, all the way up to the next landing. Malaz arrived in time to find himself caught in a descending rush. Seodomin, and in their midst, a snarling Trotz, tumbling in a thrashing wall of flesh straight down onto the healer. A blade, the Barghast's, plunged through Mallet's shoulder, then whipped back out as they, one and all, fell onto the hard stone steps. Axe blades, daggers, gauntlets, helms, and greaves made the human avalanche a vicious shock of pain that did not end even when they were brought to a flailing halt at the bend in the stairwell. Trotz was the first one to extricate himself, stabbing down with his short sword, kicking and stamping with his boots. Cursing, Mallet drags himself clear of the Barghast's frenzy, fire lancing from the wound in his shoulder. Moments later, there was only the sound of gasping breaths in the stairwell. The healer twisted round, found a wall at his back, and slowly pushed himself upright, to glare up at Trotz. "You stabbed me, you bastard!" Even as he said it, his words fell away as he looked at the Barghast. The huge warrior had taken more wounds than Mallet had thought possible. He had been chopped to pieces. Yet he did not even so much as waver as he grinned down at the healer. "Stabbed you, did I? Good." Mallet grimaced. "I see your point, you blue-toothed cattle dog. Why should you get all the fun?" "Aye. Where's Ansi and Det and Spin?" "Landing below. Det's dead. We'll have to carry Ansi. From the sound, Spin's still looking for a new helm." "They'll all be too big," Trotz growled. "We need to find the kitchen. A cup." Mallet pushed himself from the wall. "Good idea. Let's get going, then. I'll take point now. Cooks are dangerous." The Barghast, streaming blood, moved past the healer. "Trotz." He paused. "Aye."
Spin said a score.
Aye.
All dead?
Maybe half. The rest ran away.
You scared them off, did you?
Spin's hair shirt, is my guess. Come on, healer.
Tok's head lolled, the scene rising and falling as the Talanai mass carried him down the torchlit corridor. Occasionally, Tool stepped over a body or two. My brother. He called me that. I have no brother, only a mother. And a god. Seer, where are you? Will you not come for me now? The wolf dies. You have won. Free me, Lord of all. Free me to walk through Hood's gate. They reached an arched doorway, the door lying shattered on this side. Wood still nailed to bronze bands shifted unsteadily underfoot as Tool crossed it. A large domed chamber, 20 paces across, was before them. It had once been filled with strange mechanisms, machines used by torturers, but these had all been smashed into ruin, flung to the sides to lean like broken-boned beasts against the walls. Victims of rage? Was this Tool's work? This undead, emotionless thing? A sudden clang of blades from the arched doorway opposite. The Talanai mass stopped. I shall have to set you down now. Down? Yes, it's time, Tok thought. He twisted his head as Tool slowly lowered him to the flagstones. A figure stood in the doorway on the other side of the chamber. Masked, white enamel, twin-scarred, a sword in each hand. Oh, I know you. Do I not? The figure said nothing, and simply waited until Tool had stepped away from Tok. The battered Talanai mass drew the two-handed flint sword from his shoulder sling, then spoke. Mok, third among the Segula, when you are done with me, would you take Tok the Younger from this place? Lying on his side, Tok watched as the masked warrior tilted his head in acknowledgement. Mok, you damn fool, Tok thought. You are about to kill my friend, my brother. Blurred motion, two warriors closing too fast for Tok's lone eye to follow. Iron sang with stone, sparks shooting through the gloom to light the broken instruments of torture surrounding them, in racing flashes of revelation. Shadows dancing in the wood and metal tangle, and to Tok, it was as if all the accumulated pain that these mechanisms had absorbed in their lifetimes was suddenly freed. By the sparks, by the two warriors, and all that sheathed their hidden souls. Freed, writhing, dancing, spider-bitten. Mad, frantic in answer. In answer. Somewhere within him, as the battle continued on, the masked warrior driving the Talanai mass back. The wolf stirred. Trapped in this bent but unbroken mechanism, this torturing cage of bone. He saw close the shattered frame of something, a beam, massive, its end capped in black, bruised bronze, where bits were smeared. Flesh and hair. Cage. Tok the Younger drew his mangled legs under him, planted a pustuled, malformed elbow on the flagstones, felt flesh tear as he twisted round, pivoted, dragged his legs up to kneel. Then, hands frozen into fists, pushing down on the stone, lifting, tilting back to settle weight on hips that ground and seemed to crumble beneath tendon and thin muscle. He set his hands down once more, drew the knobbed things that had once been his feet under him, knees lifting. Balance. Now. And will. Trembling, slick with sweat beneath the tattered remnants of his shapeless tunic, Tok slowly rose upright. His head spun, blackness threatening. But he held on. Cropper gasped, lifting her, pulling at her arm.
You must touch, lass. This world, it was made for you. Do you understand? A gift. There are things that must be freed.
Freed. Yes, she understood that word. She longed for it, worshipped it, knelt, head bowed before its altar. Freed. Yes, that made sense. Like these memories of ice, raining down upon us. Freed to feed the earth. Deliverance of meaning, of emotion, history's gift. The land underfoot, the layers. So many layers. To feed the earth. What place is this?
Reach, dearest Myby. Cruppa begs you. Touch.
She raised a trembling hand. Upright, to see Tool reeling beneath blows, the flint sword fending slower with each flashing blade that reached for him. Upright. A step. One step. Will do. The cage. The wolf stirring. The wolf seeking to draw breath. Unable. He lurched towards the beam and its upthrust bronze-capped end. One step, then toppling. Forward, lifting his arms high, clear, the beam's end seeming to rise to meet him, meet his chest, the ribs, bones, shattering in an explosion of pain. To touch, the Myby thought. The cage. Broken. Freed. The wolf drew breath and howled. The hammer held high in Brood's hands, trembling, iron shaking. As a god's howl ripped the air, a howl climbing, a call. Answered. On the killing field, Talan-I rising from the ground, the beasts blurring forward in a silent grey wave, cutting through Kuchain Jamala, tearing the undead reptiles down, rending, the giant armoured reptiles buckling before the onslaught. Other Ka'el hunters wheeling, racing for the gate, wolves pursuing. Far overhead, condors breaking away from their deadly dance with 2 black dragons, speeding back towards the keep, Korlat and Orphantal following, and behind them, tens of thousands of great ravens. And above the keep, something was happening. Holding the Myby, now unconscious in his arms, Cruppa staggered back as Tog tore itself free of the shattered cage, the god's howl blistering the air. The deluge of hail ceased, abrupt. The sky darkened. A pressure, a force, ancient and bestial, growing. Tog, huge, one-eyed, white, silver-tipped fur, howling. The wolf god, emerging with the force of heaving stone, his cry seeming to span the sky. A cry that was answered on all sides. Perrin ducked even lower to a sudden descent of gloom, cold, a weight overwhelming the captain. Beside him, Quickben groaned, then hissed. "This is it, friend. Curald Ghislaine. I can use this. Get us over this wall. We'll have to see." See what? Perrin thought. Gods, I'm being crushed. The pressure dimmed suddenly. Hands gripped his harness, dragged him up, metal scraping, leather catching, up and over the low wall to thump down on the other side. The darkness continued its preternatural fall, dulling the sun to a grey, fitfully wavering disk. Condors overhead, screaming, and in those screams, raw terror. Perrin twisted round, looked upon the scene on the parapet. 30 paces away, on the far edge, crouching, was a figure the captain knew instinctively to be the seer. Human flesh and skin had sloughed away, revealing a jaghut, naked, surrounded in misty clouds of ice crystals. Clutched in the seer's hands, an egg the size of a cusser. At his side, huge and misshapen, a Kuchain Jamala. No, the matron. What flowed from her left Perrin horrified and filled with pity. She was mindless, her soul stripped, filled with a pain he knew she could not even feel, the only mercy that remained. 2 heavily armoured Ka'el hunters had been guarding their mother, but were now moving forward, weapons rising, thumping across the roof as, at a stairwell 15 paces to Perrin's left, 2 figures appeared. Masked, painted from head to toe in blood, each wielding 2 swords, clambering free of a passageway strewn with the bodies of Erdeman and Seerdamin.
"Oh, take us!" Quick Ben swore. "Those are Segula."
But Perrin's attention had already left them, was oblivious of the battle as the Ka'el hunters closed with the Segula. The storm cloud that had towered overhead for so long was still climbing, shredding apart, almost lost in darkness. Something, he realized with a chill, was coming.
"Captain, follow me!"
Quick Ben was edging along the low wall, following its curve towards the harbour side. Perrin scrambled after the wizard. They halted where they had a full view of the harbour and the bay. Far out in the bay, the horizon's line of ice was exploding all along its length, in white, spewing clouds. The waters of the harbour had grown glass-smooth beneath the dark, now motionless air. The web of rope spanning it, with its shacks and dangling lines and withered corpses, suddenly trembled.
"In Hood's name, what's—"
"Shh! Oh, Abyss! Watch!" And he did. The glass-smooth waters of the harbour shivered, swelled, bulged. Then, impossibly, fled on all sides. Black, enormous, something rising from the depths. Seas thrashed, a ring of foam racing outward. A sudden push of cold wind hammered the parapet, made the structure sway, then tremble. Rock, ragged, scarred. A hood-damped mountain, Perrin thought, rising from the harbour, lifting the vast net with it. And the mountain grew larger, rose higher, darkness bleeding from it in radiating waves.
"They've unveiled Corral Ghislaine!"
Quick Ben shouted through the roaring wind.
"All of them!"
Perrin stared. Moonspawn, he thought, rising.
Rake hid it. Oh, abyss below! Did Rake hide it?
Rising, water descending down its battered sides in tumbling falls, into mist that flowed as the edifice climbed ever higher.
The cut! Ortnal's cut! That chasm! He thought. "Look!"
Quick Ben hissed.
"Those cracks!"
And now he saw the cost of Rake's gambit. Huge fissures scarred the face of Moonspawn, fissures from which water still poured in undiminished volume. Rising. 2/3 now clear of the churned seas. Slowly spinning, bringing into view, high on one side, a ledge, where stood a lone figure.
Memories. Gone, Itkovian thought. In their wake, tens of thousands of souls, silent. To me, then, I will take your pain, now.
You are mortal.
I am mortal.
You cannot carry our pain.
I can.
You cannot deliver it.
I shall.
Itkovian.
Your pain, Talanamas. Now.
It rose before him, a wave of immeasurable height, rose, towering, then plunged towards him. And they saw one and all. They saw Itkovian's welcoming smile. Moonspawn rose, shrouded in darkness beyond the city. Caladan Brood stared. Cascading clouds of mist, streams of water falling, fading. Dragons now, wheeling outward, black, one crimson, waves of corralled Ghislaine lashing out, incinerating the demonic condors. Moonspawn, leaning, a massive chunk of midnight stone sloughing from one side, rocking the entire edifice. Leaning, sliding, forward, towards the keep. On the killing field below, scattered remnants of soldiers, Malazan, Barghast, Greyswords, Gruntle and the handful of followers that were all that remained of his legion, had one and all crossed the stone bridge and were converging on the shattered north gate. Unimpeded. The wall east of the gate was empty of mages, of anyone, stripped clean. Fires lit the city beyond the wall. The sky was filling with black Moranth, great ravens, Corralled Ghislaine spreading out, down onto Coral. A true unveiling, Caladan Brood thought. All of the Tista Andi, joined in ritual magic. The world has never known this. In all the millennia since their arrival, never known this. Byrne's heart, what will come of this unveiling? He continued staring, overcome with a vast, soul-numbing helplessness. The power flowed towards Corlat. Her eyes flashed as she and her brother swept on the cold, familiar currents of Corralled Ghislaine towards Moonspawn. Oh, it was dying. She could see that. Dying but not yet completed its dreadful, deadly task. She watched it moving, drawing closer to the keep's parapet, to where she could now see stood the seer. The jackhat clutching the matron's finist, staring upward, frozen, as the black, towering mountain inexorably approached. Darkness, come to this world, to this place, this city. Darkness that would never dissipate. Coral. Black, black coral. It took no more than a half-dozen heartbeats before Lady Envy realized, as she watched the bridge burners crumple before the Erdemen attack, that she had misunderstood Picker's last comment. Not confidence, not even bravado. Rather a comment rife with fatalism, no doubt typical of these soldiers, but entirely new to Lady Envy. As comprehension struck her, she acted. A small gesture with one hand, sufficient to rupture the flesh of the Erdemen warriors. They crumpled en masse. But the damage had already been done. 2 bridge burners remained standing, and both bore wounds. She watched as they began checking their fallen comrades, finally gathering around one, pulling him clear. Only one among those fallen, then, who still breathed. Heavy boots down the hallway, fast approaching. Lady Envy scowled, raised her hand again.
"Wait!" Picker screamed. "That's Mallet! Spin! Over here, you bastards!"
Behind the first 2 who had appeared, Mallet and Spin, she presumed, staggered 2 more soldiers in the garb of the bridge burners. All were terribly wounded, the Barghast in particular, whose armour was nothing more than fragments and whose body was a mass of cuts and gaping holes. Even as he watched, he staggered, sank to his knees, teeth bared in a smeared grin, and died.
"Mallet!"
The large man in the lead spun round, reeled at the sudden motion, and Lady Envy noted that he had taken a sword thrust that had gone right through him, just below the right shoulder. He stumbled back towards the Barghast.
"It's too late for him, I am afraid," Lady Envy called out. "And you, healer, Mallet, you are done with your warren, and you know it? Gather to me, then, and I shall oblige. As for you, Picker, a more honest answer to my question earlier would have resulted in a far less horrible episode."
Wiping blood from her eyes, Picker simply stared.
"Ah, well," Lady Envy sighed, "perhaps it is best that you have no recollection of that sardonic quip. Come forward, all of you." "Oh!"
She swung about suddenly as sorcery descended, Corralled Ghislaine, overwhelming in its power.
"Down those stairs!" she cried. "We must work clear of this. Quickly!"
4 dragging 1, the surviving bridge burners followed Lady Envy. Splinters of bone struck the wall. Tool staggered back, crashing against the stone, sword falling from his hands, ringing on the flagstones. Mock raised both weapons, and flew to one side, through the air, spinning, weapons sailing from his hands, to collide with a wall, then slide in a heap among shattered wood and metal. Tool raised his head. A huge black panther, lips peeled back in a silent snarl, slowly padded towards the unconscious Segula.
"No, sister."
The soul-taken hesitated, then glanced back.
"No, leave him."
The panther swung round, sembled. Yet the rage remained in Kalava's eyes as she strode towards Tool.
"You were defeated. You, the first sword."
Tool slowly lowered himself to collect his notched sword.
"I."
"He is a mortal man."
"Go to the abyss, Kalava."
He straightened, back scraping as he continued leaning against the wall.
"Let me kill him. Now. Then once more you shall have no worthy challenger."
"Oh, sister,"
Tool sighed.
"do you not realize? Our time, it has passed. We must relinquish our place in this world. Mok, that man you so casually struck from behind, he is the third. The second and the first are his masters with swords. Do you understand me, Kalava? Leave him. Leave them all."
He slowly turned until he could see Tok the Younger. The body, speared through on a shaft of wood, did not move.
"The ancient wolf god is free,"
Kalava said, following his gaze.
"Can you not hear it?"
"No, I cannot."
"That howl now fills another realm, the sound of birth, a realm brought into existence by the summoner. As for what now gives it life, something else entire."
A scrape from the doorway. Both swung their heads. Another Talanai mass stood beneath the arch, impaled with swords, cold-hammered copper sheathing canines.
"Where is she?"
Tool tilted his head.
"Who do you seek, kin?"
"You are Onos Tulan."
The attention then shifted to Kalava.
"And you are his sister, the one who defied."
Kalava's lip curled in contempt.
"And so I remain?" "Onos Tulan, first sword. Where is the summoner?"
"I do not know. Who are you?"
"Lanus Tog. I must find the summoner."
Tool pushed himself from the wall.
"Then we shall seek her together, Lanus Tog."
"Fools!"
Kalava spat. The patter of claws behind Lanus Tog. She wheeled, then backed away. Baljag limped into the chamber. Ignoring everyone but Tok the Younger, the wolf approached the body, whimpered.
"He is free,"
Tool said to Baljag.
"Your mate."
"She is not deaf to that howl,"
Kalava muttered.
"Tog has passed into the warren of Telan, then to a place beyond. Brother, take that path, since you are so determined to find the summoner. They converge, one and all."
"Come with us."
Kalava turned away.
"No."
"Sister, come with us."
She spun, face dark.
"No. I've come for the seer. Do you understand me? I've come—"
Tool's gaze fell to Tok's broken corpse.
"For redemption. Yes, I understand. Find him, then."
"I shall. Now that I've saved you, I am free to do as I please."
Tool nodded.
"And when you are done, sister, seek me out once more."
"And why should I?" Kilava, bloodkin, seek me out.
She was silent for a long moment, then she gave a curt nod. Lana's Tog strode to Tool's side.
Lead me then, first sword.
The two Talani mass fell to dust, then that too vanished. Kilava was alone in the chamber, barring an unconscious Segula, and an eye now lying beside a corpse. She hesitated, took a step towards Mock's inert form, then sighed, wheeled about, and approached Baljak.
You grieve for this mortal,
she whispered, reaching down to rest her hand on the beast's lowered head.
For him, you hold back on what you so long for. Your reunion with your lost mate. Was this man truly worthy of such loyalty? No, answer not. That is plain enough in your eyes. And so I will tell you something, Baljak, that you clearly fail to realize. This mortal soul, it rides Tog's own, and your mate would deliver it, but not to Hood's gate. Go, then, pursue that trail. Here, I shall open the way.
She straightened, gestured. The warren of Tellan opened. The chamber's musty air was swept away. A sweet smell of wet tundra, acrid mosses and softened lichen flowed in on a soft, warm breeze. The eye bound through the portal. Kilava closed it after the beast, then walked from the chamber. A moment later, Blen stepped from the shadows. She strode to where Mock lay amidst broken wood and twisted metal, looked down on the unconscious figure.
Oh, that mask. So tempting.
Startled shouts from the corridor behind her, the sound of soldiers scattering, then heartfelt curses. "A down panther!"
Kilava, Lady Envy replied. I have crossed paths with her before. Rude indeed, to push us all aside in such contemptuous fashion.
Blend turned as the troop arrived. Lady Envy paused, veiled eyes flicking from Mock to Tok the Younger.
Oh,
she said in a low voice,
my dear lad, would that you had remained in our company.
Picker, mallet, spindle, antsy, blue pearl. Blend closed her eyes.
Well, that settles it then, Lady Envy said. We return to the keep's roof, swiftly, before Kilava robs me of my vengeance against the seer. You can return to the roof, Picker growled. We're leaving. Leaving? Oh, my love,
Lady Envy thought. She crossed her arms.
I exhaust myself healing you ungracious soldiers, and this is your answer? I want company.
Mallet and Spindle moved to retrieve Tok's body. Picker slumped against a wall, studied Lady Envy with red-shot eyes.
Our thanks for the healing, she muttered, but we need to rejoin One Arm's host. And what if still more Panyan soldiers are lurking about? Then we join our slain brothers and sisters. What of it? Oh, you're all the same.
With that, and a flurry of white robes, Lady Envy stormed from the chamber. Blend drew closer to Picker, quietly said,
There's a hint of fresh air, coming from the doorway beyond.
The lieutenant nodded.
Lead on.
Canted to one side, shrouded in black mist, the ruptured basalt groaning like a living thing, Moonspawn drew ever closer to the keep's parapet. Beneath the vast, overwhelming weight of corralled Ghislaine, the seer crouched in his madness, head tilted to stare up at the edifice, the Finnis cradled with desperate possessiveness in his arms. Off to one side, the matron seemed to be trying to claw her way through the tiles beneath her. The pressure was unrelenting. The two Segula had not reached the rooftop unscathed, and the Ka'el hunters were proving more than their match. Both masked warriors had been driven back over the low ring wall, leaving trails of blood. Even so, Perrin had never before seen such a display of skill. The swords were a blur, seemingly everywhere at once, and the Ka'el hunters were being hacked to shreds even as they pressed on. The captain had thought to help the two strangers, but had concluded that he'd prove more a hindrance. Perrin glanced back at the sky to the north. Dragons, diving towards the city, waves of power lashing down to thunder in the streets, against buildings, darkness billowing. Great ravens wheeling, voicing triumphant cries.
It's not going to clear.
The captain's frowned at Quick Ben's strange statement.
Clear, he thought. What's not?
He snapped his head round, back to Moonspawn.
Oh.
The base of the floating mountain was directly opposite, sliding ever closer. So close, towering, filling the sky.
I thought Rake would at least come down in person for this,
the wizard went on.
Instead, he's elected something, less subtle.
Like obliterating this entire keep and everyone in it, Perrin thought.
Quick, Ben. We'd better make our move.
A huge black panther flowed from the stairwell, paused, lambent eyes taking in the scene on the rooftop, then fixing on the seer. Quick Ben was suddenly on his feet.
No!
He shouted to the beast.
Wait!
The panther's huge head swung to the wizard, eyes blazing, lips peeling back.
I don't think it wants to wait.
Tail lashing, the panther drew a step closer to the cowering seer, whose back was to them all.
Damn!
Quick Ben hissed.
Time's now, Talamanders!
Who? Perrin thought. Moonspawn struck the parapet roof's wall with a grinding, grating crunch. The inexorable wall of stone ploughed forward. The matron screamed. Wet, streaming basalt pinned the Kachenjamala where she lay, then seemed to gather her in. Blood sprayed, bones snapped, Moonspawn's apex edging across the rooftop, leaving in its wake chewed tiles and smears of blood and flesh. The seer shrieked, backpedaled, directly towards the panther, which suddenly coiled. Moonspawn sank suddenly, dropping a man's height, punching through the roof. Tiles dipped beneath Perrin, bricks buckling on all sides. The world swayed. Quick Ben struck. Sorcery tumbling out, hammering into the panther's flank, sending it flying, claws skittering.
Follow me!
The wizard screamed, lunging forward. Perrin, struggling to maintain his balance, reached and grasped the wizard's raincape, was pulled along.
So it's now, he thought, to cheat them all. Gods forgive us.
The seer spun to them.
What?
Talamanders! Quick Ben roared as they closed with the seer, the wizard throwing himself onto the jaghut. Warren opening round them, and away. Portal closing, then flaring as the panther plunged through it in pursuit. Moonspawn settled further, and the parapet burst apart, bricks snapping out to all sides. The two Segula darted back from the Ka'el hunters, leapt the low wall behind which Perrin and Quick Ben had hidden, and raced for the far end of the roof. Behind them, where the seer had crouched, a massive chunk of basalt split away from the apex in a gush of salt water, plunged down to bury the two Ka'el hunters, down, through floor after floor, into the bowels of the keep. Gruntle staggered, shoulder striking a wall, leaving a red stain as he slowly slid to a crouch. Before him, bent over in exhaustion or pain, kneeling or standing, blank-faced and ashen, were 8 Kappan women. 3 little more than children, 2 others with grey in their tangled, sweat-matted hair, their weapons hanging from trembling hands. All he had left. His Lestari officer was gone, dead, what was left of his body somewhere out in the killing field beyond the wall. Gruntle lowered his swords, leaned his head back against the dusty stone facing, and closed his eyes. He could hear fighting to the west. The grey swords had ridden in that direction, searching for Dujek. The Black Moranth had returned to the sky above the westernmost third of the city, and seemed to be concentrated in one particular area, plunging in small groups down into streets, as if participating in a desperate defence. The snap of sharpers echoed. Closer at hand, directly opposite Gruntle, and what was left of his legion, a cussor had struck a large tenement. The building was moments from collapsing, raging with flames. Bodies of Panyan soldiers lay amidst rubble in the street. And slowly tearing its way through the keep, Moonspawn, bleeding its darkness out into the city, the path of its destruction, a chorus of demolition. His eyes remained closed. Boots kicked through broken masonry, then one nudged Gruntle's thigh.
Lazy pig!
The mortal sword sighed. Stonny.
This fight ain't over.
He opened his eyes, stared up at her. It is. Coral's fallen. Ha! No, it's falling. And isn't the victory sweet? Where have you been? The dusty, sweat-streaked woman shrugged, glanced down at the rapier in her hand.
Here and there. Did what I could, which wasn't much. The Mott Irregulars are here, did you know that? How in Hood's name did they manage that? Damn if they weren't there, inside the gate, when me and the Grey Swords showed up. And we thought we were first.
Stonny. The preternatural darkness deepened suddenly. Moonspawn had drawn clear of the keep in a final toppling of walls. Still canted, still raining water and chunks of black rock, it drifted closer, a few men's heights above the city's buildings, filling the sky, now almost above them. On the high ledge, no one remained visible. Great ravens were swinging close to the moon's sides, then wheeling away again with loud, echoing shrieks.
Abyss take us, Stonny whispered. That thing looks like it could fall at any moment. Just drop, straight down, or in pieces. It's finished, Gruntle. Finished.
He could not disagree. The edifice looked ready to break apart. Salty rain soaked his upturned face, mist from the mountain looming directly overhead. It was, all at once, as dark as an overcast night, and if not for the reflection from the fire spotting the city, Moonspawn would have been virtually invisible. Gods, I wish it was, Gruntle thought. The sound of fighting to the west fell away, strangely sudden. They heard horse hooves pounding the cobbles. A moment later, riding into the glare of the burning buildings opposite, the destriant of the Grey Swords. She saw them, slowed her canter, and swung her warhorse round to approach, then halt.
We have found the High Fist, sirs. He lives, as well as at least 800 of his soldiers. The city is taken. I return now to our staging area beyond the killing field. Will you accompany me, sirs? There will be a gathering.
Of survivors, Gruntle thought. He looked around once more. The Talanai were gone. Without those undead wolves, the Kachain Chamala would have killed everyone outside the city. Perhaps they too are gathering around that hill, he thought. And what of it, Kovin? That damn fool. Does he still kneel before the Talanai Mass? Does he still live? Gruntle sighed, slowly pushed himself upright. His gaze fell once more on his few remaining followers. All this, just to get 50 paces inside the gate. Aye, Destrant. We'll follow. Wings spread wide, flowing across power-ridden air, Corlat sailed in a slow bank around Moonspawn. Blood-matted feathers and bits of flesh still clung to her claws. At the end, the demonic condors had died easily, proof enough that the seer had either fled or had been killed. Perhaps her lord had descended, had drawn Dragnipur to take the Jagat's soul. She would discover the truth soon enough. Head twisting, she glanced at her brother flying beside her, guarding her flank. Orphantal bore wounds, yet did not waver. his power and will still formidable weapons should any surprises rise up to challenge them. None did. Their path took them out towards the sea, east of Coral and within sight of the ocean. Late afternoon's light still commanded the distance. And she saw, half a league from shore, 4 ships of war, sails out, flying the colours of the Malazan Imperial Navy as they skirted the periphery of dying ice floes.
Artanthos, Tashrin. Oh, the plans within plans, the games of deceit and misdirection. Our history, my lost love, our history destroyed us all.
Swinging around yet further until they approached Coral once more, angling down and away from Moonspawn's slow path as it continued drifting northward. Below, the shattered gate. Figures. Torchlight. Her eyes found Caladan Brood, soldiers of the Grey Swords, Barghast and others. Orphantal spoke within her mind.
Go down, sister. I will guard the skies. I, our soul-taken kin, and Silana. Look, Crone descends. Join her. I would guard you, brother. The enemy is destroyed, Corlat. What you would guard, staying with me, is the heart within you. You would fend it from pain, from loss. Sister, he deserves more. Go down now. To grieve is the gift of the living, a gift so many of our kin have long lost. Do not retreat. Descend, Corlat, to the mortal realm.
Corlat crooked her wings, spiraled earthward.
Brother, thank you.
She sembled as she landed in the modest concourse onto which the north gate opened. Her arrival had forced soldiers to scatter, if only momentarily. Sister Andy once more, suddenly weak from the wound that Brood had managed to heal but superficially. She stumbled slightly as she made her way to where the warlord waited, just inside the gate. Crone had reported something to him and now rose once more into the darkness. She had never seen Brood look so defeated. The notion of victory seemed irrelevant in the face of such personal loss.
For us all,
she thought. As she drew nearer, a man walked up to the warlord. Lean, slope-shouldered, his long pale hair a tangled mess that sat strangely high on his head. Corlat watched the man salute, heard him say,
High Marshal Stump, sir. Mott Irregulars. About that order.
What order? Brood snapped. The man's smile revealed long white teeth.
Never mind. We were there, you see.
Where?
This side of the wall, east of the gate, sir. And there was mages up top. The Bold brothers didn't like that, so they roughed them up some. Ain't none breathing any more. Anyway, what do you want us to do now?
Caladan Brood stared at the man expressionless. Then he shook his head. I have not a clue, High Marshal Stump. The man from Mott nodded.
Well, we could put out some fires.
Go to it, then.
Yes, sir.
Corlat, who had held back during the exchange, now stepped forward as the High Marshal ambled off. Brood was staring after the man.
Warlord?
We'd left them behind, I'd thought, he muttered. But then, they were in the city. They were on the other side of the Kachain Jamala, through the gate or over the wall, taking out mages. Now, how did they—
Warlord, there are Malazan ships. Approaching.
Brood slowly nodded. So Artanthos informed me, before he travelled by Warren to the deck of the command ship. There is an Imperial delegation aboard, an ambassador, a legate, a governor.
All 3?
No, just one. Lots of titles depending on the negotiations to follow.
Corlat drew a deep breath. Hold back on the pain, on the loss. Just a short while longer, she thought. With One Arm's host so badly damaged, the Malazans won't be bargaining from a position of strength.
Brood's eyes narrowed on her. Courlat, he said softly. As far as I am concerned, the Malazans have earned all they might ask for. If they want it, Coral is theirs.
Courlat sighed. Warlord, the unveiling of Curald Galain is a permanent manifestation. The city now lies as much within the Tista Andii Warren as within this world.
Aye, meaning the negotiations are properly between Rake and the Malazans, not me. Tell me, will your lord claim Coral? Moonspawn?
There was no need to continue.
The city within the mountain of rock still held, trapped in its deepest chambers, massive volumes of water, weights that could not be withstood for much longer. Moonspawn was dying. It would, she knew, have to be abandoned.
A place, our home for so long,
Courlat thought.
Will I grieve? I know not. I have not spoken with Anomander Rake, Warlord. I cannot anticipate his disposition.
She turned away, began walking towards the gate. Brood called after her.
Not yet,
she thought. She continued on, beneath the gate's arch, her eyes fixing on the hilltop beyond the shattered corpses carpeting the killing field.
Where I will find him. All that is left. His face, gift of memories, now grown cold. I saw the life flee his eyes. That moment of death, of dying. Withdrawing away from those eyes, withdrawing back and away, leaving me.
Her steps slowed, the pain of loss threatening to overwhelm her.
Dear Mother Dark, do you look down upon me now? Do you see me, your child? Do you smile to see me so broken? I have, after all, repeated your fatal errors of old, yielding my heart, succumbing to the foolish dream. Light's dance, you longed for that embrace, didn't you? And were betrayed. You left us, Mother, to eternal silence. Yet, Mother Dark, with this unveiling, I feel you close. Was it grief that sent you away, sent you so far from your children, when in our deadly young way, our appalling insensitivity, we cursed you, added another layer to your pain? These steps, you walked them once. How can you help but smile?
Rain struck her brow, stung the ragged, open gash of her wound. She halted, looked up, to see Moonspawn directly overhead, weeping down upon her. And upon the field of corpses surrounding her, and beyond and to the right, upon thousands of kneeling Talan I mass. The dead, the abandoned, a wash of deepening colours, as if in the rain the scene so softly saturated was growing more solid, more real. No longer the faded tableau of a Tista Andi's regard.
Life, drawn short, to sharpen every detail, flush every colour, to make every moment an ache.
And she could hold back no longer.
Whiskey Jack, my love.
Moments later, her own tears joined the salt-laden water running down her face. In the gate's gloom, Caladan Brood stared out, across the stone bridge, over the mangled plain to where Courlat stood halfway to the hill, surrounded by corpses and shattered Kachin Jamala. Watched as her head tilted back, face slowly lifting to the grey shroud of the rain. The black mountain, fissures widening, groans issuing from the dying edifice, seemed to pause directly over her. A heart, once of stone, made mortal once more. This image, what he now saw, he knew with bleak certainty, would never leave him. Silver Fox had walked for what seemed a long time, heedless of direction, insensate to all that surrounded her, until distant movement caught her attention. She now stood on the barren tundra, beneath solid white overcast, and watched the approach of the Rivi spirits. A small band, pitifully small, less than 40 individuals, insignificant in the distance, almost swallowed by the immense landscape. The sky, this damp air with its unforgiving chill that had settled into her bones like the blood of failure. Events had occurred, elsewhere in this nascent realm. She could sense that much, the hail, deluge of memories, born from she knew not where. And though they had struck her with the same indiscriminate randomness as they struck the ground on all sides, she had felt but the faintest hint of all that they had contained. If a gift, then a bitter one.
If a curse, then so too is life itself a curse,
Silver Fox thought.
For there were lives within that frozen rain. Entire lives, sent down to strike the flesh of this world, to seep down, to thaw the soil with its fecundity. But it has nothing to do with me. None of this. All that I sought to fashion, destroyed. This dream world was itself a memory. Ghost world of Telan, remembrance of my own world from long, long ago. Remembrances taken from the bonecaster who was there in my refashioning, taken from the Rivi spirits, the first clan, taken from Krull, from Cropper, taken from the slumbering land itself, Burn's own flesh. I myself possessed nothing. I simply stole. To fashion a world for my mother, a world where she could be young once more, where she could live out a normal life, growing old through the normal span of seasons. All that I stole from her, I would give back.
Bitterness filled Silver Fox. It had begun with that first barrow outside Pale. This belief in the righteousness, the efficacy of theft, justified by the worthiest of ends. But ownership bereft of propriety was a lie. All that she hoarded was in turn stripped of value. Memories, dreams, lives.
Gone to dust,
she thought. The hapless band of Rivi spirits drew closer, cautiously, hesitating.
Yes, I understand. What demands will I make of you now? How many more empty promises will I voice? I had a people for you, a people who had long since lost their own gods, their own spirits to whom they had once avowed allegiance, were less than the dust they could make of themselves. A people. For you. Lost. What a lesson for 4 bound souls. No matchmaker. We 4.
She did not know what to tell them, these modest, timid spirits.
Bonecaster, we greet you.
Silver Fox blinked, her eyes clear.
Elder Spirit, I have...
Have you seen?
She saw then, in all their faces, a kind of wonder, and frowned in reply.
Bonecaster,
the foremost Rivi continued,
we have found something, not far from here. Do you know of what we speak?
She shook her head.
There are thrones, Bonecaster, 2 thrones, in a long hut of bones and hide.
Thrones,
Silver Fox thought.
What? Why? Why should there be thrones in this realm? Who?
The elder shrugged, then offered her a soft smile.
They await, Bonecaster. We can feel the truth of that. Soon will come this warren's true masters.
True masters?
Anger flared in Silver Fox.
This realm? It was for you! Who dares seek to usurp?
No.
The spirit's quiet denial cut through her, swept the breath from her lungs.
Not for us. Bonecaster, we are not powerful enough to command such a world as this. It has grown too vast, too powerful. Do not fear. We do not wish to leave, and we will endeavour to treat with the new masters. I believe they will permit us to remain. Perhaps, indeed, we will find ourselves pleased to serve them.
No! No! Not how it was supposed to be, Silverfox thought.
Bonecaster, there is no need for such strong feelings within you. The shaping continues. The fulfillment of your desires is still possible, perhaps not in the manner you originally intended.
She no longer heard him. Despair was sundering her soul.
As I stole, so it has been stolen from me. There is no injustice here, no crime, except the truth. Nightshill's strength of will, Tattersail's empathy, Beladan's loyalty, a Rivi child's wonder. None were enough. None could of themselves or together absolve what has been done. The choices made, the denials voiced. Leave them to this, to all of this, and all that is to come.
Silverfox turned away.
Find her, then. Go.
Will you not walk with us? Your gift to her.
Go. My gift to her, she thought. My gift to you. They are all as one. Grand failures, defeats born from the flaws within me. I will not stand witness to my own shame. I cannot. I have not the courage for that. I'm sorry.
She walked away.
Brief flower, seed to stalk to deadly blossom, all in the span of a single day. Bright burning poison, destroying all who came too close. An abomination.
The Rivi spirits, a small band, men, women, children and elders, wearing hides and furs, their round faces burnished by sun and wind, watched Silverfox leave them. The elder who had spoken with her did not move until she slipped out of sight beneath the rim of a worn beach ridge. Then he ran the back of 4 spread fingers across his eyes in a gesture of sad departing, and said,
Build a fire. Prepare the Raneg's shoulder blade. We have walked this land enough to see the map within.
Once more,
an old woman sighed. The elder shrugged.
The Bonecaster commanded that we find her mother. She will simply flee us again, as she did the eye, like her hair. Nonetheless, the Bonecaster has commanded. We shall lay the blade upon the flames. We shall see the map find its shape.
And why should it be true this time?
The elder slowly lowered himself to press a hand down on the soft mosses.
Why? Open your senses, doubting one. This land, he smiled, now lives.
Running. Free.
Riding the soul of a god within the muscles of a fierce ancient beast. Riding a soul. Suddenly singing with joy, mosses and lichen beneath the paws, spray of old rainwater to streak the leg fur, smell of rich, fertile life. A world. Running. Pain already a fading memory, vague recollections of a cage of bone, growing pressure, ever more shallow breaths. Throwing head back, loosing a thunderous howl that trembled the sky. Distant answers, which drew closer. Shapes, grey, brown and black flashes of movement on the tundra, streaming over ridges, sweeping down into shallow valleys, broad moraines. I, kin, the children of Baljag, of Fanderay, ghost memories that were the souls of the Talan I. Baljag had not released them, had held to them, within herself, within her dreams, in an ageless world into which an elder god had breathed eternal life. I. Their god had challenged the heavens with his bestial voice, and now they came to him. And another. Tog slowed, head lifting, the eye all around him now, clan after clan, long-legged tundra wolves swirling. She was here. She had come. She had found him. Running, coming nearer, shoulder to shoulder with Baljag, with the eye who had carried her wounded lost soul for so long. Baljag, coming to rejoin her kin, the kin of her dreams. Emotions beyond measure. Then Fanderay was padding at his side. Their beast minds touched. A moment. Nothing else. Nothing more was needed. Together, shoulders brushing. Two ancient wolves, god and goddess. He looked upon them without knowing who he himself was, nor even where he might be, that he might so witness this reunion. Looked, and for these two, knew nothing but gentle joy. Running. Ahead awaited their thrones. The Mybe's head snapped up, her body stiffening, writhing in an attempt to break his grip. Small as he was, his strength defeated her.
"Wolves, lass, we've nothing to fear."
Nothing to fear, the Mybe thought. Lies. They have hunted me, again and again, pursuing me across this empty land. And now, listen, they come once more. And this Daru who drags me, he has not even so much as a knife.
"Something ahead,"
Crupper gasped, shifting his awkward embrace as he staggered under her weight.
"Easier," he panted, "when you were but a hag. Now, but you found the will, you could throw me down. Nay, you could carry me."
Will, she thought. Need I only find the will? To break from this grip? To flee? Flee where?
"Lass, hear Crupper's words. He begs you. This world, Crupper's dream no longer. Do you understand? It must pass from me. It must be passed on."
They were stumbling up a gentle slope. Wolves howled behind them, fast approaching.
"Leave me."
"Dearest Mybe, so aptly named. You are the vessel in truth now. Within you, take this dream from me. Allow it to fill your spirit. Crupper must pass it on to you. Do you understand?"
Will,
she thought. She twisted suddenly, threw an elbow into Crupper's stomach. He gasped, doubled over. She pulled herself free as he fell, leapt to her feet. Behind them, tens of thousands of wolves, charging towards her, and, leading them, two gigantic beasts that radiated blinding power. The Mybe cried out, spun. A shallow depression before her, a long, low hut of arched bones, hides, bound with hemp rope, the entrance yawning wide. And standing in a clump before the hut, a band of Rivi. The Mybe staggered towards them. Wolves were suddenly all around, flowing in a wild, chaotic circle around the hut, ignoring the Rivi, ignoring her. Groaning, Crupper levered himself after a couple of tries to his feet. Weaving, he joined her. She stared at him without comprehension. He drew a faded handkerchief from his sleeve and daubed the sweat from his brow.
"Any lower with that elbow, dear?"
What? What is happening?
Crupper paused, looked around.
"They are within, then."
Who?
"Why, Tog and Fanderay, of course. Come to claim the beast throne, or, in this case, thrones. Not that, should we enter the hut, we will see two wolves perched on chairs, of course. Presence alone asserts possession, no doubt. Crupper's imagination tempts other, shall we say, prosaic images, but best avoid those, yes? Now, lass, permit Crupper to edge back. Those who approach you now, well, this is the passing of a dream, from one to the other, and into the background noble Kruppa must now go.
She swung round. A Rivi elder faced her, face creasing in a sad smile.
We asked her to come with us, he said.
The Maibi frowned.
Asked who? Your daughter. This world, it is for you. Indeed, it exists within you. With this world, your daughter asks for forgiveness.
She made this?
There were many participants, each and all driven by the injustice that befell you. There was desperation the day your daughter was created. The one known as Kruppa, the elder god Kral, the one named Pran Kol, and yourself. And when she gathered us within her, ourselves as well, Silver Fox sought to answer yet more, the tragedy that are the Talan I Mas and the Talan I. It may be, he added, one hand making a faint gesture of bereavement, that what her heart sought has proved too vast.
Where is she? Where is my daughter?
The elder shook his head.
Despair has taken her away.
The Maibi fell silent.
I was hunted, she thought. You were hunting me, and the eye.
She looked down, slowly raised her youthful limbs.
Is this real, then?
She slowly turned about, looked across to meet Kruppa's eyes. The Daru smiled.
The old woman.
Will I awaken?
Kruppa shook his head.
That woman now sleeps eternal, lass. Ordered, guarded. Your daughter spoke with Hood. Reached an agreement, yes? She believes, having lost the Talan I Mas, that she has broken it. Yet one cannot but think there are facets to this resolution. Kruppa remains confident.
An agreement, the Maibi thought. Freedom for the Talan I Mas. An end. Their souls delivered to Hood. Spirits below. She has lost them. Lost the Talan I Mas.
Hood will not abide.
Ah, but won't he? Why ever not, dear? If the Lord of Death is without patience, then Kruppa can dance on Kol's pointy head, which he most assuredly cannot. You shall not return to that ancient body.
The Maibi glanced back at the Rivi spirits.
Will I age here? Will I eventually?
The elder shrugged.
I do not know, but I suspect not. You are the vessel, the Maibi.
The Maibi? Oh, Silver Fox, daughter, why are you not here? Why can I not look now into your eyes? The begging for forgiveness goes both ways.
She drew a deep breath, tasted the sweet life filling the cool, moist air.
So easily, then, to take this world into myself.
She removed the first copper bracelet, held it out to the Rivi.
This is yours, I believe.
The elder smiled.
Did its power serve you well?
She nodded.
Without measure.
A presence filled her mind.
Maybe.
Tog, a rumbling power, the will of winter itself,
the Maibi thought.
We reside within this realm of the beast thrones, but you are its mistress. There is one within me, a mortal spirit, cherished spirit. I would release him, we would release him, from this realm. Do you give us?
Yes. Release him.
Benediction. Godless, he could not give it. Not in its truest form. But he had not comprehended the vast capacity within him, within a mortal soul, to take within itself the suffering of tens of thousands, the multitudes who had lived with loss and pain for almost 300,000 years. He saw faces, countless faces, desiccated, eyes nothing more than shadowed pits, dry, torn skin. He saw bone glimmering from between layers of root-like tendons and muscles. He saw hands, chipped, splintered, empty now. Yet the ghost of swords lingered there still. He was on his knees, looking out upon their ranks, and it was raining, a wavering deluge accompanied by reverberating groans, splintering cracks filling the darkness above. He looked upon them, and they were motionless, heads bowed. Yet he could see their faces, each face, every face. "I have your pain." Heads slowly lifted. He sensed them, sensed the sudden lightness permeating them. "I have done all I am able to do. Yes, it was not enough, I know. Yet, I have taken your suffering."
"You have taken our suffering, mortal."
"Into myself."
"We do not understand how."
"And so I will now leave you."
"We do not understand why."
"For all that my flesh cannot encompass."
"We cannot answer the gift you have given."
"I will take with me."
"Please, mortal."
"Somehow."
"The reason, please, that you would so bless us."
"I am the—"
"Mortal?"
"Your pardon, sirs. You wish to know of me. I am immortal, as you say. A man, born 3 decades ago in the city of Erin. My family's name, before I surrendered it to Fena's Rev, was Otenthalion. My father was a hard, just man. My mother smiled but once in all the years I knew her. The moment when I departed. Still, it is the smile I remember. I think now that my father embraced in order to possess, that she was a prisoner. I think now that her smile answered my escape. I think now that in my leaving, I took something of her with me, something worthy of being set free. Fena's Rev. In the Rev, I wonder, did I simply find for myself another prison?
"She is free within you, mortal."
That would be a good thing.
"We would not lie to you, Itkovian Otenthalion. She is free, and smiles still. You have told us what you were, but we still do not understand your generosity, your compassion. And so we ask again, why have you done this for us?"
Sirs, you speak of compassion. I understand something, now, of compassion. Would you hear?
"Speak on, mortal."
We humans do not understand compassion. In each moment of our lives, we betray it. We know of its worth, yet in knowing we then attach to it a value. We guard the giving of it, believing it must be earned. Talan Imas. Compassion is priceless in the truest sense of the word. It must be given freely, in abundance.
"We do not understand, but we will consider long your words."
There is always more to do, it seems.
"You do not answer our question."
No.
"Why?"
Beneath the rain, as darkness gathered, with every face raised to him, Itkovin closed himself about all that he held within him, closed himself, then fell back. Back. Because I was the shield anvil. But now I am done. and beneath the moon's torrential rain, he died. On the vast reborn tundra with its sweet breath of spring, Silver Fox looked up. Standing before her were two Talan, one speared through with swords, the other so badly battered that it could barely stand. Beyond them, silent, motionless, the Talan eye. Silver Fox made to turn away. "No, you shall not." Silver Fox glared back at the battered warrior who had spoken. "You dare torment me?" she hissed. The Talan seemed to rock in the face of her vehemence, then steadied. "I am Onos Tulan, first sword. You are the summoner. You shall listen to me." Silver Fox said nothing for a long moment, then she nodded. "Very well. Speak." "Free the Talan eye. They have denied me. They are here before you now. They have come. Their spirits await them. They would be mortal once more, in this world that you have created. Mortal, no longer lost within dreams, summoner. Mortal, gift them. Now."
"Gift them," she thought. "And this is what they wish?"
"Yes. Reach to them, and you will know the truth of that."
"No, no more pain," she thought.
She raised her arms, drew on the power of Telan, closed her eyes.
"For too long have they known chains. For too long have these creatures known the burden of loyalty."
And released them of the ritual. An effort demanding so little of herself that she was left feeling appalled.
So easy, then, to release, to make free once more.
She opened her eyes. The undead wolves were gone. Not into oblivion, however. Their souls had been reunited, she knew, with flesh and bone, extinct no longer. Not here, within this realm and its wolf gods. She was a bonecaster, after all. Such gifts were hers to give.
"No, they are not gifts. They are what I was fashioned to do, after all. My purpose. My sole purpose."
Onos Tulan's bones creaked as he slowly looked around, scanning the now empty barrens surrounding them. His shoulders seemed to slump. "Summoner, thank you. The ancient wrong is righted." Silver Fox studied the first sword.
"What else do you wish of me?"
"She who stands beside me is Lanas Tog. She will lead you back to the Talan Imas. Words must be exchanged."
"Very well."
Onos Tulan made no move. Silver Fox frowned.
"What are we waiting for, then?"
He was motionless a moment longer, then he reached up and slowly drew his flint sword. "For me," he rasped, raising the sword, then releasing it to fall to the ground at his feet. She frowned down at the weapon, wondering at the significance of the gesture, from the warrior who was called the First Sword. Slowly, as comprehension filled her, her eyes widened.
"What, after all, I was fashioned to do?"
"The time has come." Cole started. He had been dozing. "What? What time?" Marilia rushed over to the Maybe. The night of death continued. "She is ready for interment. My lord has avowed his eternal protection." The elder god, Kral, was studying the huge undead warrior.
"I remain bemused. No, astonished. Since when has Hood become a generous god?"
The knight slowly faced Kral. "My lord is ever generous." "Is she still alive?" Marilia pronounced, straightened to place himself between the Maybe and the night of death.
The time has not come.
This is not a burial, Kral said to him. The Maybe now sleeps, and will sleep for evermore. She sleeps to dream, and within her dream, Murillo, lives an entire world.
Like Byrne? Cole asked. The elder god smiled in answer.
Wait a moment, Murillo snapped. Just how many sleeping old women are there?
She must be laid to rest, the Knight of Death pronounced.
Cole stepped forward, settled a hand on Murillo's shoulder.
Come on, let's make sure she's comfortable down there. Furs, blankets.
Murillo seemed to shiver under Cole's hand.
After all this,
he wiped at his eyes,
we just leave her, here, in a tomb?
Help me with the bedding, my friend, Cole said.
There is no need, the knight said. She will feel nothing.
That's not the point, Cole sighed. He was about to say something more, then he saw that Rath Vanderay and Rathtog had both removed their masks. Pallid, wrinkled faces, eyes closed, streaming with tears. What's wrong with them? He demanded.
Their gods have finally found each other, Cole. Within the Maybe's realm, home now to the beast thrones. You do not witness sorrow, but joy.
After a moment, Cole grunted. Let's get to work, Murillo. Then we can go home.
I still want to know about these old women dreaming up worlds like this.
The warren flared, the three figures emerging from it spilling onto dusty grey earth in a tangle. Perrin rolled clear of Quickben and the seer as sorcery roiled around the two grappling men. As the captain drew his sword, he heard the Jaghut shriek. Black webs raced, wrapped tight about the thrashing seer. Gasping, Quickben kicked himself away, the finist in his hands. Crouched on the Jaghut's chest was a tiny figure of twigs and knotted grasses, cackling with glee.
Who in Hood's name?
A massive black shape exploded from the portal with a hissing snarl. Perrin cried out, wheeled, sword swinging in a desperate horizontal slash, which bit muscle, then bone. Something, a paw, hammered Perrin's chest, throwing him from his feet.
Stop, you damned cat!
Quickben's frantic shout was punctuated by a sorcerous detonation that made the panther scream in pain.
On your feet, Perrin!
The wizard gasped.
I've nothing left.
On my feet, he thought.
Gods, I feel broken into 1,000 pieces, and the man wants you on my feet.
Somehow he pushed himself upright, tottering as he faced the beast once more. It crouched 6 paces away, tail thrashing, coal-lit eyes fixed on his own. It bared its fangs in a silent snarl. From somewhere within the captain emerged an answering growl, deeper than a human throat could manage. A brutal strength flowed into him, stealing from him all awareness of his own body, except that now, he realized, he was, somehow, on eye level with that gigantic panther. He heard Quickben's ragged whisper behind him.
Abyss below.
The cat, ears laid back flat, was clearly hesitating.
What in Hood's name is it seeing?
Perrin thought.
Bonecaster!
Quickben snapped.
Hold! Look around you! See where we are! We're not your enemies. We seek what you seek. Here, right now.
The panther drew back another step, and Perrin saw it tensing for a charge.
Vengeance is not enough,
the wizard cried. The cat flinched. A moment later, Perrin saw its muscles relax, then the entire beast blurred, changed shape, and a small, dark, heavy-boned woman stood before them. On her right shoulder was a deep gash, the blood freely flowing down to paint her arm, dripping from her fingertips to the dusty ground. Black, extraordinarily beautiful eyes regarded him. Perrin slowly sighed, felt something subside within him, and he could sense his own body once more, limbs trembling, sword grip slick in his hand.
"Who are you?"
she asked. The captain shrugged. Her gaze dismissed him, lifted past him.
"Morn,"
she said. Perrin slowly turned. He felt the wrench like a physical blow against his heart. A welt in the air, almost within reach of the ragged roof of an abandoned tower. A wound, bleeding pain.
Such pain. An eternity. Gods below, there is a soul within it, Perrin thought. A child, trapped, sealing the wound. I remember that child, the child of my dreams.
Quickben had regained his feet, stood looking down on the magically imprisoned seer, the stick snare crouched on the man's chest. The Jaghut, unhuman eyes filled with terror, stared back up at him. The wizard smiled.
"You and I, seer, we're going to come to an arrangement."
He still held the finist, and now slowly raised it.
"The matron's power resides within this egg, correct? A power unable to sense itself, yet alive nonetheless. Torn from the body that once housed it, presumably it feels no pain. It simply exists, here in this finist, for anyone to use it. Anyone at all."
"No,"
the Jaghut rasped, eyes widening with fear.
"The finist is aspected to me alone. You foolish—"
"Enough of the insults here. Do you want to hear my proposal? Or will Perrin and I simply step back and leave you to this bonecaster's tender talons?"
The dark-haired woman approached them.
"What do you plan, wizard?"
Quickben glanced back at her.
"An arrangement, bonecaster, where everyone wins."
She sneered.
"No one wins. Ever. Leave him to me now." "The Talan vow, is that important to you?" "I think not. You are flesh and blood. You did not participate in that ritual." "I am not bound to any vow," she replied. "I act now for my brother."
"Your brother?" Perrin asked, sheathing his sword and joining them.
"Onos Tulan, who knew a mortal and called him kin."
"I imagine such an honor is rare," Perrin acknowledged. "But what has that to do with the seer?" She looked down at the bound Jaghut.
"To answer the death of Tok the Younger, brother to Onos Tulan, I must kill you, seer."
Perrin stared, disbelieving the name he had just heard. The Jaghut's response was a grim unsheathing of his lower tusks. Then he said,
"You should have killed us the first time. Yes, I remember you. Your lies."
"Tok the Younger?"
Quickben asked.
"From One Arm's host, but—"
"He was lost," Perrin said, "thrown into a chaotic warren by Hairlock." The wizard was scowling.
"To land in the seer's lap? That hardly seems—" "He appeared here," the woman cut in. "At morn. The seer interrupted his journey north to rejoin his people. A journey that, for a time, he shared with Onos Tulan. The seer tortured the mortal, destroyed him."
"Tok's dead?" Perrin asked, his mind feeling rocked in every direction.
"I saw his body, yes. And now I will deliver unto this Jaghut pain to match."
"Have you not already done so?"
the Jaghut hissed. The bonecaster's face tightened.
"Wait,"
Quickben said, looking now to both her and Perrin.
"Listen to me, please. I knew Tok as well, and I grieve for the loss. But it changes nothing. Not here. Not now."
He turned once more back to the seer.
"She is still in there, you know."
The Jaghut flinched, eyes widening.
"Didn't you understand that? The matron could only take one. You."
"No."
"Your sister is still there. Her soul seals that wound. It's the way warrens heal themselves, to keep from bleeding into each other. The first time, it was the matron that could change Jemala. Time's come, seer, to send her back. Hood knows what that finist will do. Once you release it, once you send it into that rent.
The Jaghut managed a ghastly smile.
To free my sister? Do what? You fool! You blind, stupid fool! Ask the Bonecaster. How long would we survive in this world? The Talanai will hunt us in earnest now. I free my sister. To what? A short life filled with flight? I remember, mortal. I remember! Running, never enough sleep. Mother carrying us, slipping in the mud.
He shifted his head a fraction.
Oh, how I remember you, Bonecaster! You sent us into that wound, you—
I was mistaken, the woman said. I believed it was a portal into Omto's Felak.
Liar! You may be flesh and blood, but in your hatred for the Jaghut, you are no different from your undead kin. No, you discovered a more horrible fate for us.
No, I believed I was saving you.
And you never knew the truth? You never realized?
Perrin watched the woman's expression close, her eyes flattening.
I saw no way of undoing what I had done.
Coward!
The Jaghut shrieked.
Enough of all this,
Quick Ben cut in.
We can fix it now. Return the matron to the wound, seer. Retrieve your sister.
Why? Why should I? To see us both cut down by the Talanai?
He is right, the woman said. Even so, Jaghut. Better that than an eternity of pain, such as your sister is now suffering.
I need only wait. One day, the seer hissed, some fool will come upon this site, will probe, will reach into the portal.
And will make the exchange, freeing your sister.
Yes, beyond the sight or knowledge of the Talanai, beyond—
A small child, Quick Ben said. Alone, in a wasteland. I have a better idea.
The Jaghut bared his teeth in a silent snarl. The wizard slowly crouched down beside the seer.
Omto's Felak. Your warren is under siege, isn't it? The Talanai long ago breached it, and now, whenever it is unveiled, they know about it. They know where, and they come.
The Jaghut simply glared. Quick Ben sighed.
The thing is, seer, I have found a place for it. A place that can remain hidden, beyond the ability of the Talanai to detect. Omto's Felak can survive, seer, in its fullest power. Survive and heal.
Lies!
The stick snare on his chest spoke.
Listen to this wizard, Jaghut. He offers a mercy you do not deserve.
Perrin cleared his throat, said,
Seer, were you aware that you have been manipulated? Your power. It wasn't Omto's Felak, was it?
I used, the Jaghut grated, what I could find.
The Warren of Chaos, yes, wherein is trapped a wounded god. The Chained One, a creature of immense power, a creature in pain, who seeks only the destruction of this world, of every Warren, including Omto's Felak. He is indifferent to your desires here, and he has been using you. Worse, the venom of his soul, he's been speaking through you, thriving on pain and suffering through you. Since when were Jaghut interested only in destruction? Not even the tyrants ruled with such cruelty as you have. Tell me, seer, do you still feel as twisted inside? Do you still delight in thoughts of delivering pain?
The Jaghut was silent for a long moment.
Gods, Quick Ben, I hope you're right, Perrin thought. I hope the madness of this seer was not his own, that it's now gone, torn away.
I feel, the Jaghut rasped, empty. Still, Why should I believe you?
Perrin studied the jackut, then said,
Release him, quick. Now, wait. Let him go. You can't negotiate with a prisoner and expect him to believe a thing you're saying. Seer, the place Quickben has in mind, no one will be able to manipulate you there. And perhaps more importantly, you will possess the opportunity to make the Chained One pay for his temerity. And finally, you will have a sister, still a child, who will need to heal. Seer, she will need you. You hold too much to this jackut's still retaining a shred of honor, integrity, and a capacity for compassion, the Bonecaster pronounced. With all that he has done, whether by his will or not, he will twist that child as he himself has been twisted.
Perrin shrugged. Fortunate for that child, then, that she and her brother will not be entirely alone. The seer's eyes narrowed.
Not alone?
Free him, Quickben.
The wizard sighed, then spoke to the stick snare crouching on the jackut's chest.
Let him go, Talamanders.
We'll likely regret it,
it replied, then clambered off. The sorcerous web flickered, then vanished. The seer scrambled to his feet. Then he hesitated, eyes on the finist in Quickben's hands.
This other place,
he finally whispered, looking to Perrin.
Is it far?
The jackut's child, a girl of but a handful of years, wandered from the wounded warren as if lost. Her small hands folded together on her lap in a manner she must have learned from her long-dead mother. A small detail, but it granted her a heart-breaking dignity that started tears in Perrin's eyes.
What will she remember?
Kilava whispered.
Hopefully nothing, Quickben replied. Talamandus and I will, work on that.
A soft sound from the seer drew Perrin's attention. The jackut stood, trembling, unhuman eyes fixed on the approaching child. Who had now seen them, it was clearly seeking someone else, her steps slowing. Go to her, Perrin told the seer.
She remembers a brother.
So now she finds an uncle. Still he hesitated.
We jackut are not known for compassion among our blood tide, our kin.
Perrin grimaced. And we humans are? You're not the only one who finds such things a struggle. There's much you have to repair, Panyan, starting with what is within yourself, with what you've done. In that, let the child, your sister, be your guide. Go, damn you! You need each other. He staggered forward, then hesitated once more, and swung back to meet Perrin's eyes.
Human, what I have done to your friend, to Tok the Younger, I now regret.
His gaze shifted to Kilava.
You said you have kin, Bonecaster, a brother.
She shook her head, as if anticipating his question.
He is Talan Imas, of the ritual.
It seems then that, like me, you have a great distance to travel.
She cocked her head.
Travel?
This path to redemption, Bonecaster. Know that I cannot forgive you. Not yet.
Nor I you.
He nodded.
We both have learning ahead of us.
With that, he turned once more. Back straightening, he strode to his sister. She knew her own kind, and had not yet been shorn of her love, her need for kin. And before Panyan began lifting his hands towards her, she opened her arms to him. The vast cavern's rippled curved walls streamed watery mud. Perrin stared up at the nearest diamond-studded giant, with its massive arms raised to the ceiling. It seemed to be dissolving before his eyes. The infection in Byrne's flesh was all too apparent, as inflamed streaks, radiating away from a place almost directly above them. The giant was not alone. The entire length of the cavern, in each direction for as far as the eye could see, revealed more of the huge, childlike servants. If they were aware of the arrival of newcomers, they showed no sign.
"She sleeps,"
Kilava murmured.
"to dream."
Quick Ben shot her a look, but said nothing. The wizard seemed to be waiting for something. Perrin glanced down at the stick snare, Telemandus. "You were Barghast once, weren't you?"
"I still am, Master of the Deck. My newborn gods are within me."
Actually, he thought, there's more of Hood's presence within you than your Barghast gods. But the captain simply nodded. You were the reason why Quick Ben could use his warrens.
"Aye, but I am much more than that."
No doubt. "Here she comes," Quick Ben announced with relief. Perrin turned to see a figure approaching down the long, winding tunnel. Ancient, wrapped in rags, hobbling on 2 canes. "Welcome," Quick Ben called out. "I wasn't sure."
"The young lack faith, and you, Desert Snake, are no exception."
She leaned on a single cane and fumbled in the folds of her cloak for a moment, then withdrew a small stone.
"You left me this, yes? Your summons was heard, wizard. Now, where are these fell Jaghut? Ah, and a bonecaster soul taken too. My, such extraordinary company. What a tale it must be that has seen you all brought together. No, don't tell it to me. I'm not that interested."
She halted in front of the seer and studied the child in his arms for a moment before lifting her sharp gaze.
"I'm an old woman," she hissed, "chosen by the sleeping goddess to assist you in the care of your sister. But first, you must unveil your warren. With cold, you shall fight this infection. With cold, you shall slow the dissolution, harden this legion of servants. Omtos Felak, Jaghut, free it. Here. Burn will now embrace you."
Perrin grimaced. That's a poor choice of words. The ancient witch cackled.
"But words he will understand, yes?"
"Not unless you plan on killing him."
"Don't be pedantic, soldier. Jaghut, your warren."
The seer nodded, unveiled Omtos Felak. The air was suddenly bitter cold, rime and frost misting the air. Quick Ben was grinning. "Chilly enough for you, witch?" She cackled again.
"I knew you were no fool, Desert Snake."
"Truth to tell, I'll have to thank Picker for giving me the idea. The night I crossed paths with the crippled god. That, and your hints about the cold." The witch twisted to glare at Kilava.
"Bonecaster," she snapped, "heed my words well. This warren is not to be assailed by you or your kin. You are to tell no one of this, the final manifestation of Omtos Felak."
"I understand you, witch. I begin here my own path to redemption, it seems. I have defied my own kin enough times to suffer few pangs, doing so once more."
She turned to Quick Ben.
"And now, wizard, I would leave. Will you guide us from this place?"
"No, better the Master of the Deck lead us out. That way there'll be no trail." Perrin blinked. "Me? Fashion a card, Captain, in your mind." "A card? Of what?" The wizard shrugged. "Think of something." Soldiers had drawn the 3 bodies to one side, covered them with standard-issue raincapes. Gruntle saw Corlat standing near them, her back to him. The Daru stood near the side closest to the trader road, beyond which, she could see, lay Itkovian. Motionless, forlorn in the distance. The Talan Imas were gone. The surviving grey swords were slowly approaching Itkovian, on foot with the exception of one-eyed Anasta, who sat on his dray horse, seemingly unaffected by anything, including the massive floating mountain that loomed over the north ridge, throwing a deep shroud upon the parkland forest. On the hilltop, facing the dark city, stood Caladan Brood, flanked by Humbrol Tor on his right, Heaton and Cafal on his left. Gruntle could see, emerging in a ragged line from the north gate, Dujek's surviving army. There were so few left. Rivy wagons were being driven into Coral, their beds cleared for the coming burden of bodies. Dusk was less than a bell away. The night ahead would be a long one. A troop of Malazan officers led by Dujek had reached the base of the hill. Among them, a Seer Domin representing the now surrendered forces of the Domin. Gruntle moved closer to where Brood and the Barghast waited. The High Fist had heard the news. Gruntle could see it in his slumped shoulders, the way he repeatedly drew his lone hand down the length of his aged face, the spirit of the man so plainly, unutterably broken. A warren opened to Brood's right. Emerging from it were a half-dozen Malazans, led by Artanthos. Bright, unsullied uniforms beneath grave expressions.
Mortal sword?
Gruntle turned at the voice. One of the older women in his legion stood before him. Yes?
We would raise the child standard, mortal sword.
Not here.
Sir?
Gruntle pointed down to the killing field. There, among our fallen.
Sir, that is within the darkness.
He nodded. So it is. Raise it there.
Aye, sir.
And no more of the titles or honorifics. The name's Gruntle. I'm a caravan guard, temporarily unemployed.
Sir, you are the mortal sword of Trake.
His eyes narrowed on her. Her gaze flicked away, down to the killing field.
A title purchased in blood, sir.
Gruntle winced, looked away, and was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. All right, but I'm not a soldier. I hate war. I hate killing. And I never want to see another battlefield ever again, he thought. To that she simply shrugged and set off to rejoin her meagre squad. Gruntle returned his attention to the gathering of dignitaries. Artanthos, Tashran, was making introductions. Ambassador Aragan, a tall, battle-scarred man who seemed to be suffering from a headache, here to speak on behalf of Empress Lacine regarding the governance of Black Coral. A handful of hangers-on. Brood replied that the formal negotiations would have to await the arrival of Anamanda Rake, who was expected shortly. Gruntle's gaze returned to Dujek, who had just arrived with his officers. The High Fist's eyes were fixed on Korlat at the far end, and on the 3 covered bodies lying in the grasses. The rain still falling, the stench of burning heavy in the air, a shroud descending. Aye, this day ends in ashes and rain, Gruntle thought. In ashes and rain. Running, memory's echo of glory and joy. He rode the sensation, the flight from pain, from prisons of bone, from massive arms damp and scaled, from a place without wind, without light, without warmth. From chilled meat, pale, boiled, black, charred. From numbed, misshapen fingers, pushing the morsels into a mouth that, as he chewed, filled with his own blood. From hard, cold stone with its patina of human grease. Flesh fouled, the stench of smeared excrement. Running. An explosion of pain, swallowed in a sudden rush, blood in veins, breath drawn ragged, yet deep, deep into healthy lungs. He opened his lone eye. Tok looked around. He sat on a broad-backed horse. Grey-clad soldiers surrounded him, studying him from beneath war-worn helms.
I am whole. Hail.
An armoured woman stepped forward.
Would you leave your god now, sir?
My god?
Tok thought.
Dead flesh clothing. Hard Jaghut soul. No, not a god. The seer. Fear-clutched. Betrayal-scarred. My God? Running, freed, the beast, the wolf, Tog, my namesake. He has delivered you, sir, yet would make no demands. We know that your soul has run with the wolf gods, but you are once more in the mortal realm. The body you now find yourself in was blessed. It is now yours. Still, sir, you must choose. Would you leave your gods?
Tok studied his own arms, the muscles of his thighs. Long-fingered hands. He reached up, probed his face. A fresh scar, taking the same eye. No matter. He'd grown used to that. A young body, younger than he had been. He looked down at the woman, then at the ring of soldiers.
No,
he said. The soldiers lowered themselves to one knee, heads bowing. The woman smiled.
Your company welcomes you, mortal sword of Tog and Fandery.
Mortal sword? Then I shall run once more. In the warren of Telan, Larnas Tog led Silver Fox to the edge of a broad valley. Filling it, the gathered clans of the Telan en masse, standing, motionless.
Yet different, Silver Fox thought. Unburdened.
Pain and regret filled her.
I have failed you all, in so many ways.
Pran Cole strode forward. The undead bonecaster tilted his head in greeting. Summoner? Silver Fox realized she was trembling.
Can you forgive me, Pran Cole?
Forgive? There is nothing to forgive, Summoner.
I'd never intended to deny your wish for very long. Only until...
We understand. You need not weep. Not for us, nor for yourself.
I will free you now, as I have done the Telan I will end your vow, Pran Cole, to free you. Through Hood's Gate, as you wished.
No, Summoner.
She stared, shocked, silent.
We have heard Larnas Tog, the warrior at your side. There are kin, Summoner, who are being destroyed on a continent far to the south. They cannot escape their war. We would travel there. We would save our brothers and sisters. Summoner, once this task is completed, we will return to you, seeking the oblivion that awaits us.
Pran Cole,
her voice broke.
You would remain in your torment?
We must save our kin, Summoner, if we are so able. Within the vow, our power remains. It will be needed.
She slowly drew herself up, stilled her grief, her trembling.
Then I will join you, Pran Cole. We, Nightchill, Tattersail, Belladan, and Silver Fox.
The bonecaster was silent for a long moment. Then he said,
We are honored, Summoner.
Silver Fox hesitated, then said,
You are changed. What has Itkovian done?
A sea of bone-helmed heads bowed at mention of that name, and seeing that, stole the breath from her lungs.
By the abyss, what has that man done?
Silver Fox thought. Pran Cole was long in replying.
Cast your eyes about you, Summoner, at the life now in this realm. Reach out and sense the power here in the earth.
She frowned.
I do not understand. This realm is now home to the beast thrones. There are Rivi spirits here, 2 wolf gods.
Pran Cole nodded.
And more. You have, perhaps unwitting, created a realm where the vow of Telan unravels. Telan I, now mortal once more. That gesture was easier than you had expected, was it not? Summoner, Itkovian freed our souls and found in this realm you created a place for us.
You have been redeemed.
Redeemed? No, Summoner. Only you are capable of that. The Talanimas have been awakened. Our memories, they live once more in the earth beneath our feet. And they are what we will return to the day you release us. Bonecaster, we expected nothing but oblivion upon that release. We could not have imagined that an alternative was possible.
And now, she whispered.
Prancol cocked his head. It surpasses us, what one mortal man so willingly embraced.
He swung about to make his way back down to the ranks, then paused and looked back at her.
Summoner?
Yes?
One task awaits us before we begin the long journey.
Picker sat on a smoke-stained foundation stone, eyes dulled with exhaustion, and watched the Rivi move through the rubble, seeking still more bodies. There were Panyan soldiers about, unarmed. Seemingly the only citizens left in the city were either dead or gnawed down to little more than bones. The bridge burners who had died within the keep had already left on a wagon. Picker and her meagre squad had retrieved most of them on the way out, even as the structure began to come down around them. A handful of other bodies had been found and recovered through sorcery by the Tista Andii, some of whom still lingered in the area, as if awaiting something, or someone. The only two no one had yet found were Quickben and Paran, and Picker suspected it was because they weren't there. Torches lit the area, feeble in their battling the unnatural darkness that shrouded the city. The air stank of smoke and mortar dust. Distant cries of pain rose every now and then, like haunting memories.
We were brittle,
she thought.
Destroyed months ago, outside Pale. It's just taken this long for the few of us left to realize it. Hedge, Trots, Titoran, corpses who kept saluting.
Blen spoke beside her.
I told the Rivi on our wagon to wait inside the north gate. Our wagon,
Picker thought.
The wagon carrying the dead bridge burners. First in, last out. For the last time.
A flash of light from the keep's rubble, a warren opening through which figures emerged. A scarred hound, a cattle dog it looked like, followed by Lady Envy, and two Segula dragging a third masked warrior between them.
Well,
Blend murmured,
that about does it, doesn't it?
Picker was unsure what Blend meant, did not pursue it. Lady Envy had seen them.
Lieutenant, dear, what a relief to see you well. Could you believe the audacity of that white-haired, sword-stuffed—
Would you be referring to me?
A deep voice asked. Through the gloom stepped Anamanda Rake.
Had I known you were within the keep, Lady Envy, I would have brought Moonspawn all the way down.
Oh, what a thing to say.
What are you doing here?
The Son of Darkness growled.
Oh, this and that, my love. And aren't you looking very martial this afternoon? It's still afternoon, isn't it? Hard to tell here.
Oh, Blend whispered. There's history between those two.
Really?
Picker quietly drawled.
And how could you tell?
Damned lady, she thought.
Not a scuff on that Talaba. Now there's a different world from mine. Yet there we stood, side by side, in that hallway.
Anamanda Rake was eyeing the woman standing before him.
What do you want, Envy?
Why, I have travelled half a continent, you ungrateful man, to deliver to you words of most vital import.
Let's hear them, then.
Lady Envy blinked, looked around.
Here, my love. Wouldn't you rather somewhere more private?
No, I have things to do. Out with it.
She crossed her arms.
Then I will. though the gods know why I bother bravely retaining this generous mood of mine.
Envy.
Very well. Hear me then, wielder of Dragnipur. My dear father Draconus plots to escape the chains within the sword. How do I know? Blood whispers, Anomander.
The Lord of Moonspawn grunted.
I am surprised he's taken this long. Well, what of it?
Envy's eyes went wide.
Is this bravado madness? In case you've forgotten, we worked damned hard to slay him the first time.
Picker glanced over at Blend, saw the woman standing slack-jawed as she stared at Drake and Envy.
I don't recall you doing much,
Anomander Rake was saying.
At the time, you stood by and watched the battle.
Precisely. And what do you think my father thought of that?
The Lord of Moonspawn shrugged.
He knew enough not to ask for your help, Envy. In any case, I heed your warning, but there is scant little I can do about it, at least until Draconus actually manages to free himself.
The woman's dark eyes narrowed.
Tell me, my dear, what, if anything, do you know of the master of the deck?
Rake's brows rose.
Ganoes Paran, the mortal who walked within Dragnipur, the one who sent the 2 hounds of shadow into Corrald Galane's gate.
Envy stamped her foot.
You are insufferable.
The Tista Andii lord turned away.
We've spoken enough, Envy.
They will seek a way to break the sword.
Aye, they might.
Your very life totters on the whim of a mortal man.
Anomander Rake paused, glanced back at her.
I'd best step careful then, hadn't I?
A moment later he continued on, into the loose crowd of Tista Andii. Hissing in exasperation, Envy set off in pursuit. Blend slowly faced Picker.
Ganoes Paran, the captain? Mull on it some other time, Picker replied. Either way, in the end, it's nothing to do with us.
She slowly straightened.
Gather 'em up, Blend. We're for the North Gate.
Aye, sir. Shouldn't take long.
I'll be at the arch. Lieutenant? Picker? What? You did what you could. Wasn't good enough, was it?
Without waiting for a reply, Picker set off. Tista Andii parted to either side to let her pass. She neared the blackened arch.
A moment.
Picker turned to see Anomander Rake approach. Picker's eyes involuntarily shied from the Tista Andii's hard, unhuman gaze.
I would walk with you, he said.
Unsettled by the attention, she glanced back at Lady Envy, who was now busy examining the unconscious Segula warrior.
You're a brave woman, lady, she thought. You didn't even flinch.
The son of darkness must have followed her gaze, for he sighed.
I've no interest in resuming that particular conversation, Lieutenant. And should she decide to awaken that Segula, and given her present mood she just might, well, I'm not inclined to resume that old argument either. I assume you and your squad are marching to the command position north of the city.
Were we?
She thought.
I hadn't thought that far.
She nodded.
May I join you then?
Gods below, she thought.
Picker drew a deep breath, then said,
We're not pleasant company at the moment, Lord.
No, indeed. Yet you are worthy company.
She met his eyes at that, wondering. He grimaced, then said,
I regret my late arrival, nor was I aware that there were Malazan soldiers within the keep.
It wouldn't have mattered, Lord,
Picker said, managing a shrug.
From what I've heard, Dujek's companies weren't spared any for not being in the keep.
Anomander Rake glanced away for a moment, eyes tightening.
A sad conclusion to the alliance.
The remaining bridge burners had drawn close, listening in silence. Picker was suddenly aware of them, of the words they had heard in this exchange, and the things left unsaid.
That alliance, she said, was solid as far as we were concerned. We, she thought, us, the ones now standing before you.
Perhaps he understood. Then I would walk with my allies, Lieutenant, one more time.
We would be honoured, sir.
To the command position north of the city.
Aye, sir.
The Lord of the Tista Andi sighed. There is a fallen soldier to whom I would pay my respects.
Aye, she thought, the saddest news we've heard yet this day. As will we all, Lord.
Rake stayed at her side as she walked, the 5 surviving soldiers of the bridge burners falling in behind them. She came to his side, her eyes, like his, on the figures gathering on the hilltop around them.
Do you know what I wish?
Gruntle shook his head. No, Stonny. What do you wish?
That Harlow was here.
Aye.
I'd settle for just his body, though. He belongs here, with these other fallen, not under a small pile of stones in the middle of nowhere. Harlow, were you the first death in this war?
Stonny thought.
Did our ragged troop represent the first allies to join the cause? Do you remember the bridge?
Stonny asked.
All busted down, Harlow fishing from the foundation stones. We saw moon spawn, didn't we? South horizon, drifting east. And now, here we are, in that damn thing's shadow.
Caladan Brood and Dujek were approaching Corlat, who had remained standing over the 3 covered bodies. 2 steps behind them, Teshrin, the sorcerer's partner of youth, gone from him. There was an unnatural hush in the dark air, through which their voices easily carried. Dujek had stepped past Corlat to kneel before the 3 fallen Malazans. Who was here? He grated, hand reaching up to rub at his own face. Who saw what happened?
Myself, Corlat replied without inflection, and Teshrin. The moment Silver Fox appeared, Kalor struck the 2 of us down first, ensuring that we would be incapable of reacting. I do not think he anticipated that Whiskey Jack and the 2 Marines would step into his path. They delayed him long enough for Teshrin to recover. Kalor was forced to flee to his new master, the crippled god.
Whiskey Jack crossed swords with Kalor? Dujek drew the rain cape away from Whiskey Jack's body, silently studied his friend. This shattered leg, was it responsible? Gruntle saw Corlat, who still stood behind Dujek, hesitate. Then she said, No, High-Fist. It broke after the mortal blow. After a long moment, Dujek shook his head. We kept telling him to have it properly healed. Later, he'd say. Always later. Are you certain, Corlat, that it broke after?
Yes, High-Fist.
Dujek frowned, eyes fixed on the dead soldier before him. Whiskey Jack was a superb swordsman. Used to spar with Dassem Ultor, and it'd take a while for Dassem to get past his guard. He glanced back over his shoulder at Corlat, then at Teshrin. And with the 2 Marines on his flanks. How long, High Mage, until you recovered? Teshrin grimaced, shot Corlat a glance, then said,
Only moments, Dujek. Moments. Too late.
High-Fist, Corlat said.
Kalor's prowess with the blade. He is a formidable warrior.
Gruntle could see the frown on Dujek's face deepening. Stonny muttered under her breath. This doesn't sound right.
That broken leg must have come first.
He reached out and gripped her arm, then shook his head. No, Corlat must have a reason for this, Gruntle thought. This deceit. Stonny's eyes narrowed, but she fell silent. With a rough sigh, Dujek straightened. I have lost a friend, he said. For some reason, the raw simplicity of that statement struck through to Gruntle's heart. He felt an answering stab of pain, of grief within him.
Harlow. My friend, he thought. Itkovian.
Gruntle turned away, blinking rapidly. Anamander Rake had arrived, the great raven crone flapping desultorily from his path. Beside the Son of Darkness, Picker, Gruntle saw other bridge burners behind them. Blend, Mallet, Ansi, Spindle, Blue Pearl. Armor in tatters, old blood crusting them, and all the life gone from their eyes. On the slopes now were gathered the survivors of One Arm's host. Gruntle judged less than 1,000. Beyond them, Barghast and Rivi, Tista Andii, and the rest of Brood's army. Silent, standing to honor the fallen. The healer, Mallet, strode straight to where Whiskey Jack's body lay. Gruntle saw the healer's eyes study the wounds, saw the truth strike home. The large man staggered back a step, arms wrapping around himself, and seemed to inwardly collapse. Dujek closed on him in time to take his weight, ease him into a sitting position on the ground. Some wounds never heal, Gruntle thought, and that man has just taken such a wounding. Would that Dujek had left Whiskey Jack hidden beneath the raincape. Anamander Rake was at Corlat's side. He said nothing for a long time, then he turned away.
Corlat, how will you answer this?
She replied tonelessly.
Orphantal makes ready, Lord. We will hunt Calor down, my brother and I.
Rake nodded.
When you do, leave him alive. He has earned Dragnipur.
We shall, Lord.
The Son of Darkness then faced the others.
High Fist Dujek, High Mage Teshren, Moonspawn is dying, and so has been abandoned by my people. It shall be sent eastward, over the ocean. The power within it is failing, and so it will soon settle beneath the waves. I ask that these 3 fallen Malazans, slain by a betrayer, delivered here by myself and Caladan Brood, these 3 Malazans be interred in Moonspawn. It is, I believe, a worthy sarcophagus.
No one spoke. Rake then looked at Picker.
And I ask that the dead among the bridge burners be interred there as well.
Is there room for all our fallen? Picker asked.
Alas, no. Most of the chambers within are flooded.
Picker drew a deep breath, then glanced at Dujek. The High Fist seemed incapable of making a decision.
Has anyone seen Captain Parron?
No one replied.
Very well. As to the disposition of the fallen bridge burners, the decision is yours, Lieutenant Picker.
They were always curious about what was inside Moonspawn, she said, managing a wry grin. I think that would please them.
In the supply camp haphazardly assembled in the parkland north of the killing field, at one edge the 722 Mott irregulars were slowly gathering, each one carrying burlap sacks stuffed with loot taken from the city. Leaning against a tree was a massive table, flipped over to reveal the painted underside. The legs had snapped off sometime in the past, but that had simply made it easier to transport. The painted image had been glowing for some time before anyone noticed, and a substantial crowd had gathered to stare at it by the time the warren within the image opened, and out stepped Parron and Quickpen, followed by a short, robustly muscled woman with black hair. All 3 were sheathed in frost, which began to fade immediately as the warren closed behind them. One of the Mott irregulars stepped forward.
Greetings. I am High Marshal Jib Bowl, and something's confusing me.
Parron, still shivering from Omto's Felak's brutally cold air, stared at the man for a moment, then shrugged. And what's that, High Marshal? Jib Bowl scratched his head.
Well, that's a table, not a door.
A short while later, As Perrin and Quickben made their way through the dust towards the killing field, the wizard softly laughed. The captain glanced over at him.
What? Backwards humour, Perrin. Comes with talking with the scariest mages we've ever faced.
Mages?
Well, maybe that's the wrong name for them. Warlocks might be better. Swamp-snuffling warlocks, with bits of bark in their hair. Get them into a forest, and you won't find them unless they want you to. Those Bell brothers, they're the worst of the lot, though I've heard that there's a lone sister among them who you wouldn't want to meet ever.
Perrin shook his head. Kilava had departed their company immediately after their arrival. She had offered the two men a simple word of thanks, which Perrin sensed was in itself an extraordinary lowering of her guard, then had slipped into the gloom of the forest. The captain and the wizard reached the trader track and could see it straightening and climbing towards the ridge that faced the killing field and the city beyond. Moonspawn hung almost directly above them, shedding misty rain. A few fires still lit Coral, but it seemed that the darkness that was corralled Ghislaine was somehow smothering them. He could not push the recent events from his mind. He was unused to being the hand of redemption. The deliverance of the Jaikat child from the wounded portal of Morn had left him numb.
So long ago now, he thought. Outside Pale. I'd felt her, felt this child, trapped in her eternal pain, unable to comprehend what she had done, to deserve what was happening to her. She had thought she was going to find her mother. So Kilava had told her. She had been holding her brother's hand. And then it had all been torn away. Suddenly alone, knowing only pain, for thousands of years.
Quickben and Talamandus had done something to the child, had worked their sorcery to take from her all memory of what had happened. Perrin had sensed Hood's direct involvement in that. Only a god could manage such a thing, not a simple blocking of memories, but an absolute taking away, a cleansing of the slate. Thus, the child had lost her brother, had found an uncle instead.
But not a kindly one. The seer carries his own wounds, after all.
And now Byrne's realm had found new denizens, was now home to an ancient warren.
Memories,
Quickben had said,
of ice. There is heat within this chaotic poison. Heat enough to destroy these servants. I needed to find a way to slow the infection, to weaken the poison. I'd warned the cripple god, you know, told him I was stepping into his path. We've knocked him back, you know.
Perrin smiled to himself at the recollection. The ego of gods was as nothing to Quickben's. Even so, the wizard had earned the right to some fierce satisfaction, hadn't he? They had stolen the seer from under Anamander Rake's nose. They had seen an ancient wrong righted, and were fortunate enough to have Kilava present, to partake of the redemption. They had removed the threat of the seer from this continent. And finally, through the preservation of Omto's Felag, they had slowed the cripple god's infection to a turgid crawl.
And we gave a child her life back, he thought.
Captain? Quickben murmured, a hand reaching up to touch his shoulder. Ahead, beyond the last of the trees, a mass of figures, covering the slopes of a broad, flat-topped hill. Torches like wavering stars.
I don't like the feel of this,
the wizard muttered. When the darkness dissipated, the bodies were gone, those on the hilltop and those on the bed of the wagon that Picker and her soldiers had guided onto the side of the road below. There had been nothing elaborate to the interment. The disposition of the fallen within the massive floating edifice was left to the Tista Andii, to Anamander Rake himself. Gruntle turned and looked up to study Moonspawn. Leaning drunkenly, it drifted seaward, blotting the brightening stars that had begun painting the land silver. The night's natural darkness would soon swallow it whole. As Moonspawn drew its shadow after it, there was revealed on the ridge on the other side of the trader road a small gathering of soldiers, positioned in a half-circle around a modest bier and a pile of stones. It was a moment before Gruntle understood what he was seeing. He reached out and drew Stony closer to him. "Come on," he whispered. She did not protest as he led her from the hill, down the slope, through silent, ghostly ranks that parted to let them pass. Over the road, across the shallow ditch, then onto the slope leading to the ridge, where the remaining 100 or so greyswords stood to honour the man who had once been Faina's shield anvil. Someone was following at a distance behind Gruntle and Stony, but neither turned to see who it was. They reached the small gathering. Uniforms had been scrubbed clean, weapons polished. Gruntle saw in the midst of the mostly Kapan woman and gaunt Tenascari recruits, Anasta, still astride his horse. The mortal sword's feline eyes thinned on the strange, one-eyed young man. No, he is not as he was, Gruntle thought. No longer empty. What has he become, that he now feels like my rival? The Desterant stood closest to the still form on the bier and seemed to be studying Itkovian's death-pale face. On the other side of the bier, a shallow pit had been excavated, earth heaped on one side, boulders on the other. A modest grave awaited Itkovian. Finally, the Kapan woman turned. "We mark the death of this man, whose spirit travels to know God. He has walked through Hood's Gate, and that is all. Through. To stand alone. He will not relinquish his burden, for he remains in death as he was in life. Itkovian, shield anvil of Faina's Rev. Remember him." As she made to gesture for the interment to begin, someone stepped round Gruntle and Stony and approached the Desterant. A Malazan soldier, holding a cloth-wrapped object under one arm. In halting Daru, he said, "Please, Desterant, I seek to honour Itkovian." "As you wish. I would do something else as well." She cocked her head. "Sir?" The Malazan removed the cloth to reveal Itkovian's helm. I did not wish to take advantage of him, yet he insisted that he fared better in the exchange. Untrue, Desterant. You can see that. Anyone can. See the helm he wears. It was mine. I would take it back. He should be wearing his own. This one." The Desterant swung round, looked down at the body once more, said nothing for a long moment, then she shook her head. "No. Sir, Itkovian would refuse your request. Your gift pleased him, sir. Nonetheless, if you have now decided that the helmet you gave to him is indeed of greater value, then he would not hesitate in returning it too." She was turning as she spoke, and her gaze travelling to the now weeping soldier, then passed to something beyond them all. Her words trailed away to silence. Gruntle saw the young woman's eyes slowly whiten. The grey sword's shield anvil suddenly pivoted in a soft clatter of armour. Then, a moment later, the other soldiers followed suit, as did Gruntle and Stony. The lone Malazan had been but the first. Beneath the silver starlight, every surviving soldier of Dujek's host had marched to position themselves at the base of the ridge's slope, forming ranks. Flanked by Tisti Andi, Rivi, Bargast, Black Moranth, a vast sweep of figures standing silent. And then Gruntle's scan continued eastward, down to the killing field, and there once more were the Talan mass, and they too were coming forward. Silverfox stood off to the far side, watching. The grey swords, stunned into silence, slowly parted as the first of the Talan mass reached the ridge. A bonecaster came first, holding in one hand a battered seashell hanging from a leather thong. The undead creature halted and said to the Desterant, "For the gift this mortal has given us, we shall each offer one in turn. Together they shall become his barrow, and it shall be unassailable. If you refuse us this, we will defy you." The destriant shook her head. "No, sir," she whispered. "There will be no refusal." The bonecaster walked up to Itkovian, laid the shell down on the man's chest. Gruntle sighed. "Ah, Itkovian, it seems you have made yet more friends." The solemn procession of modest gifts, at times nothing more than a polished stone, carefully set down on the growing pile covering the body, continued through the night, the stars completing their great wheel in the sky until fading at last to dawn's light. When the Malazan soldier added Itkovian's homage to the barrow, a second wave began, as soldier after soldier ascended the slope to leave the man a gift: sigils, diadems, rings, daggers. Through it all, Gruntle and Stoney stood to one side, watching, as did the grey swords. With the last soldiers leaving the hill, Gruntle stirred. He stared at the massive, glittering barrow, seeing the fate emanation of Tellan sorcery that would keep it intact. Every object in its place, immovable. Then reached up with his left hand. A soft click, and the torques fell free. "Sorry, Treach. Learn to live with the loss," he thought. "We do." The gloom remained, suffusing the entire city of coral as the sun edged clear over the seas to the east. Perrin stood with Quickben. They had both watched the procession, but had not moved from their position on the hill. They had watched Dujek join the silent line of gift-givers, one soldier honouring another. The captain felt diminished by his inability to follow suit. In his mind, the death of Whiskey Jack had left him too broken to move. He and Quickban had arrived too late, had been unable to stand with the others in formal acknowledgement. Perrin had not believed that so simple a ritual possessed such importance within himself. He had attended funerals before. Even as a child in Unta, there had been solemn processions where he walked with his sisters, his mother and father, to eventually stand before a crypt in the necropolis, as some elder statesman's wrapped corpse was delivered into the hands of his ancestors. Ceremonies through which he had fidgeted, feeling nothing of grief for a man he had never met. Funerals had seemed pointless. Hood had already taken the soul, after all. Weeping before an empty body had seemed a waste of time. His mother, his father. He had not been there for either funeral, had believed himself sufficiently comforted by the knowledge that Devora would have ensured noble ceremony, proper respect. Here, the soldiers had kept ceremony to a minimum. Simply standing at attention, motionless, each alone with their thoughts, their feelings. Yet bound together nonetheless. The binding that was shared grief. And he and Quickben had missed it, had come too late. Whiskey Jack's body was gone. And Ganu's Perrin was bereft, his heart a vast cavern, dark, echoing with emotions he would not, could not show. He and the wizard, silent, stared at Moonspawn as it drifted ever farther eastward, out over the sea, now a third of a league distant. It rode low in the air, and sometime soon, perhaps a month from now, it would touch the waves, somewhere in the ocean, and then, as water rushed once more into the fissures, filling the chambers within, Moonspawn would sink, down, beneath the insensate seas. No one approached them. Finally the wizard turned. "Captain?" "What is it, Quickben?" "Moonspawn. Draw it." Perrin frowned, then his breath caught. He hesitated, then crouched down, hand reaching to wipe smooth a small span of earth. With his index finger he etched a round-cornered rectangle, then, within it, a rough but recognizable outline. He studied his work for a moment, then looked up at Quickben, and nodded. The wizard took a handful of Paren's cloak in one hand, said, "Lead us through." "Right," Paren thought. "Now how do I do that?" "Study the card, Paren." "No, that alone will land us on its damned surface, a short but no doubt thoroughly fatal fall to the waves below." "A chamber," Picker said. "Rake's throne room. Think darkness. Corralled Ghislaine, a place unlit, silent, a place with cloth-wrapped corpses." Eyes closed, Paren stepped forward, dragging Quickben with him. His boot landed on stone. He opened his eyes, saw nothing but inky blackness, but the air smelled different. He moved toward another step, heard Quickben's sigh behind him. The wizard muttered something, and a fitful globe of light appeared above them. A high-ceilinged chamber, perhaps 20 paces wide and more than 40 paces long. They had arrived at what seemed the formal entrance. Behind them, beyond an arched threshold, was a hallway. Ahead, at the far end of the chamber, a raised dais. The huge, high-backed chair that had once commanded that dais had been pushed to one side, two of its legs on a lower step, the throne leaning. On the centre of the dais, 3 blackwood sarcophagi now resided. Along the length of the approach to either side were additional sarcophagi, upright, on which black-webbed sorcery played. Quickben hissed softly through his teeth. "Where the looter who penetrates this place?" Paren studied the sorcery's soft dance over the unadorned sarcophagi. "Wards?" he asked. "That, and a lot more, Captain. But we need not be worried. The bridge burners are within these ones flanking the approach. Oh, and 1 black maranth." He pointed to a sarcophagus that, to Paren's eyes, looked no different from all the others. "Twist. The poison in his arm took him a bell before the first wave of Duchek's companies." Quickben slowly walked towards other sarcophagus. "In here? What was left of Hedge? Not much. The bastard blew himself up with a cusser." The wizard stopped to stand before the coffin. "Picker described it well, Hedge. And I will tell Fiddler, next time I see him." He was silent a moment longer. Then he turned to Paren with a grin. "I can picture him, his soul, crouching at the base of Hood's Gate, driving a cracker between the stones." Paren smiled, but it was a struggle. He set off towards the dais. The wizard followed. Quickben spoke names in a soft voice as they proceeded. Shank, Toes, Detoran, Aimless, Runter, Mulch, Buckland, Story, Liss, DeSalle, Trots. I would have thought the Barghast. No, I suppose not. He was as much a bridge burner as the rest of us. Behind that lid, Paren, he's still grinning." As they walked, Quickben spoke aloud every name of those they passed. 30-odd bridge burners, Paren's fallen command. They reached the dais, and could go no further. Sorcery commanded the entire platform, a softly coruscating web of corralled Ghislaine. "Rake's own hand," the wizard murmured. "These spells? He worked alone." Paren nodded. He had heard the same from Picker, but he understood Quickben's need to talk, to fill the chamber with his echoing voice. "It was his leg, you know. Gave out at the wrong moment. Probably a lunge, meaning he had Calor. Had him dead. He would never have extended himself so fully otherwise. That damned leg. Shattered in that garden in Darujistan, a marble pillar toppling. And Whiskey Jack was just standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. From then to this. And now Picker and the others are watching Mallet, Paren thought.
Every moment, someone's hovering close. The healer might try to fall on his knife at any time, given the chance. Oh, Mallet, he kept pushing you away. Another time. I've too much on my mind right now. Nothing more than a dull ache. When this is done, we'll get to it then. It wasn't your fault, Mallet. Soldiers die. He watched Quick Ben remove a small pebble from his pouch and lay it on the floor in front of the dais. I may want to visit later, he said, offering Paran a faint, sad smile. Me and Kalam. Oh, wizard. Paran lifted his gaze to the 3 sarcophagi. He did not know which one held whom. For some reason, that didn't matter much. Whiskey Jack and 2 Marines. They were there for Tattersail, at the last. Always an even exchange, sorceress. I am ready to leave them now, Captain. Paran nodded. They turned and slowly retraced their steps. Reaching the arched entrance, they stopped. Quick Ben glanced into the hallway. They left everything, you know. What? Who? Rake, the Tista Andi, left their possessions. Everything. Why would they do that? They are to settle in Black Coral, aren't they? The city's been stripped clean. Quick Ben shrugged. Tista Andi, he said in a tone that silently added, We'll never know. A vague portal took shape before them. The wizard grunted. You've certainly a particular style with these things, Captain. Yes, the style of awkward ignorance, Paran thought. Step through, wizard. He watched Quick Ben vanish within the portal. Then Paran turned one last time to look upon the chamber. The globe of light was fast dimming. Whiskey Jack, for all that you have taught me, I thank you. Bridge burners, I wish I could have done better by you, especially at the end. At the very least, I could have died with you. All right, it's probably far too late. But I bless you, one and all. With that, he turned back, stepped through the portal. In the silent chamber, the light faded, the globe flickering, then finally vanishing. But a new glow had come to the chamber. Faint, seeming to dance with the black web on the sarcophagi. A dance of mystery. The carriage of bone clattered its way down the Trader Road, Emancipor flicking the traces across the broad midnight backs of the oxen. Gruntle, halfway across the road, stopped, waited. The manservant scowled, reluctantly halted the carriage. He thumped one fist on the wall behind him, the reptilian skin reverberating like a war drum. A door opened, and Beauchelain climbed out, followed by Corporal Broach. Beauchelain strode to stand opposite Gruntle, but his flat grey eyes were focused on the dark city beyond. Extraordinary, he breathed. This is a place I could call home. Gruntle's laugh was harsh. You think so? There are Tista Andi there now. More, it is now a part of the Malazan Empire. Do you believe that either will tolerate your friend's hobbies? He's right, Corporal Broach whined from beside the carriage. I won't have any fun there. Beauchelain smiled. Ah, but Corporal, think of all the fresh corpses, and look to this field below. Kachain Chamala, already conveniently dismembered. Manageable portions, if you will. Enough material, dear colleague, to build an entire estate. Gruntle watched Corporal Broach suddenly smile. God, spare me the sight of that, he thought. Never again, please. Now, barbed captain, Beauchelain said, kindly remove yourself from our path. But first, if you would be so kind, a question for you. What? I have but recently received a note. Terrible penmanship and worse written on bark. It would seem that a certain Jib Bowl and his brothers wish to pay me a visit. Are you by any chance knowledgeable of these good sirs? If so, perhaps some advice on the proper etiquette of hosting them. Gruntle smiled.
Wear your best, Beauchelin. Ah, thank you, Captain. And now, if you would. With a wave, Gruntle resumed crossing the road. The Grey Swords had established a temporary encampment 50 paces east of the massive, glittering barrow that had already acquired the name of Itkovian's gift. Ragged bands of Teniscari, emaciated and sickly, had emerged from black coral and from the woodlands, and were all congregating around the camp. Word of Anasta's rebirth had spread, and with it the promise of salvation. Recruitment, Gruntle thought. Those Teniscari could never go back to what they had once been. They too need to be reborn. The stranger within Anasta, this new mortal sword of Tog and Fanderay, has much to do. Time had come for Gruntle to take the man's measure. He'll likely prove a better mortal sword than I am, he thought. Likely smug, sanctimonious up there on that damned ugly horse. Aye, I'm ready to hate the bastard, I admit it. Gruntle approached Anasta, who was guiding his horse through the decrepit camp of Teniscari. Stick-limbed figures were reaching up on all sides, touching him, his horse. Trailing a half-dozen paces behind walked the destriant, and Gruntle could feel healing sorcery swirling out from her. The embrace of the wolf's rev had begun. Anasta finally rode clear of the camp. His lone eye noted Gruntle, and the man reined in, waited for the Daru. He spoke before Gruntle had a chance to do the same. You're Gruntle, Trake's mortal sword. The destriant has told me about you. I'm glad you've come. Anasta glanced back at the Teniscari, who hung back, within their encampment, as if its edge was some kind of invisible, impassable barrier. Then the young man dismounted. The shield anvil insisted I remain visible, he grunted, wincing as he stretched his legs. Much more of this, and I'll start walking like a Wiccan. You said you were glad that I've come, Gruntle rumbled. Why? Well, you're a mortal sword, right? They're calling me one, too. I guess, well. What does that mean, anyway? You don't know? No. Do you? Gruntle said nothing for a long moment. Then he grinned. Not really. The tension left Anasta in a heartfelt sigh. He stepped close. Listen, before this, before I arrived in this body, I was a scout in the Malazan army. And as far as I was concerned, temples were where poor people paid to keep the priests' wine cellars well stocked. I don't want followers. That destriant back there, the shield anvil. Gods, what a hard woman. They're piling expectations on me. I'm feeling like that man Itkovian is feeling right now. Not that he's feeling anything, I suppose. Hood, just mentioning his name breaks my heart, and I never even knew him. I did, Anasta. Relax, lad. About everything. Did you think I asked to be Trake's mortal sword? I was a caravan guard, and a miserable one, and I was happy with it. You were happy being miserable? Damn right I was. Anasta suddenly smiled. I stumbled on a small cask of ale. It's back in the camp of the Grey Swords. We should go for a walk, Gruntle. Under the trees, aye. I'll find Stonny, a friend. You'll like her, I think. A woman? I like her already. I'll get the ale. Meet you back here. A sound plan, Anasta. Oh, and don't tell the destriant or the shield anvil. I won't, even if they torture me. His voice fell away, and Gruntle saw the young man grow paler than usual. Then he shook his head. See you soon, friend. Aye. Friend. Yes, I think so, Gruntle thought. He watched Anasta swing back onto the horse. The man he had been knew how to ride. No, not the man he had been. The man he is. Gruntle watched him riding away for a moment longer, then turned back to find Stonny. Steam or smoke still drifted from the 4 Tregala Trade Guild carriages waiting at the base of the hill. Quickben had gone ahead to speak with the train's master, an opulently dressed, overweight man whose bone-deep exhaustion was discernible from 50 paces away. Paran, waiting with the bridge burners for Dujak on the crest of the hill, watched the wizard and the Trigala mage engaging in a lengthy conversation, the result of which seemed to leave Quickben bemused. The Daru, Crupper, then joined them, and the discussion resumed once more, heatedly.
"What's all that about?"
Picker wondered beside the captain. Paran shook his head. "I have no idea, Lieutenant."
"Sir?"
Something in her tone brought him round. "Yes?"
"You shouldn't have left me in command. I messed it up. Bad, sir."
He saw the raw pain in her eyes, continued to meet them despite a sudden desire to look away. "Not you, Lieutenant. The command was mine after all. I abandoned all of you."
She shook her head. "Quick's told us what you two did, Captain. You went where you had to, sir. It was well played. It seemed to us that there was no victory to be found in any of this, but now we know that's not true, and that means more than you might realize."
"Lieutenant, you walked out of that keep with survivors. No one could have done better." "I agree," a new voice growled. Dujak's appearance shocked both soldiers to silence. The man seemed to have aged 10 years in the span of a single day and night. He was bent, the hand of his lone arm trembling. "Lieutenant, call the bridge burners over. I would speak to you all." Picker turned and gestured the 5 soldiers closer. "Good," the High Fist grunted. "Now hear me. There's half a wagon of back pay being loaded onto one of those Trigala carriages below. Back pay for the company known as the Bridge Burners. Full complement. Enough to buy each of you an estate and a life of well-earned idyll. The Trigala will take you to Darujistan. I don't recommend you head back to the Empire. As far as Teishren and Fist Aragan and I are concerned, not one bridge burner walked out of that keep. No, say not a single word, soldiers. Whiskey Jack wanted this for you. Hood, he wanted it for himself, too. Respect that. Besides, you've one more mission, and it takes you to Darujistan. The Trigala has delivered someone. He's presently in the care of the High Alchemist, Baruch. The man's not well. He needs you, I think. Malazans. Soldiers. Do what you can for him when you're there, and when you decide that you can't do anything more, then walk away." Dujek paused, eyed them, then nodded and said, "That's all, bridge burners. The Trigala are waiting for you. Captain, remain a moment. I would a private word with you." "Oh, Picker, send High Mage Quickben up here, will you?" Picker blinked.
"High Mage?"
Dujek grimaced. "That bastard can't hide any longer. Teishren's insisted."
"Yes, sir."
Paran watched the small troop head down the hill. Dujek drew a palsied hand across his face, turned away. "Walk with me, Paran." Paran did. "That was well done, sir." "No, it wasn't, Ganowis. But it was all I could do. I don't want the last of the bridge burners to die on some field of battle, or in some nameless city that's fighting hard to stay free. I'm taking what's left of my host to 7 cities, to reinforce Adjunct Tavora's retributive army. You are welcome."
"No, sir. I'd rather not."
Dujek nodded, as if he had expected that. "There's a dozen or so columns for you, near the carriages below. Go with your company, then, with my blessing. I'll have you counted among the casualties."
"Thank you, High Fist. I don't think I was ever cut out to be a soldier."
"Not another word of that, Captain. Think what you like about yourself, but we will continue seeing you as you are. A noble man."
"Noble?"
"Not that kind of noble, Ganowes. This is the kind that's earned, the only kind that means anything. Because in this day and age, it's damned rare."
"Well, sir, there I'll respectfully disagree with you. If there's but one experience I will carry with me of my time in this campaign, High Fist, it is that of being humbled, again and again, by those around me."
Go join your fellow bridge burners. Gano is Baron.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, High Fist.
Goodbye.
As Perrin made his way down the slope, he stumbled momentarily, then righted himself. My fellow bridge burners, he said. Well, the achievement is short-lived, but even so, I made it. Ignoring the grim-faced soldiers on all sides, Tok, Anasta, reined in beside the small tent the Greyswords had given him.
I remember Anasta, and this may be his body, but that's all.
He slipped from the saddle and entered it. He hunted until he found the cask, hid it within a leather sack, and slung that over a shoulder, then hurried back outside. As he drew himself into the saddle once more, a man stepped up to him. Tok frowned down at him. This was no Tenascari, nor a Greysword. If anything, he looked, from his faded, tattered leathers and furs, to be Barghast. Covered in scars, more scars of battle than Tok had ever seen on a single person before. Despite this, there was a comfort, there in his face. A gentleman's face, no more than 20 years of age, the features pronounced, heavy-boned, framed in long black hair, devoid of any fetishes or braids. His eyes were a soft brown as he looked up at Tok. Tok had never met this man before.
"Hello. Is there something you wish?" he asked, impatient to be away.
The man shook his head.
I only sought to look upon you, to see that you were well. He believes me to be Anasta. A friend of old, perhaps. Not one of his lieutenants, though. I would have remembered this one. Well, I'll not disappoint him.
Thank you, I am.
This pleases me.
The man smiled, reached up and laid a hand on Tok's leg. I will go now, brother. Know that I hold you in my memory. Still smiling, he turned and strode away, passing through the midst of curious Greyswords, heading north towards the forest. Tok stared after him.
Something about that walk.
Mortal sword? The shield anvil was approaching. Tok gathered the reins. Not now, he called out. Later. He swung his horse round.
All right, you wretched hag. Let's see how you gallop, shall we?
He drove his heels into the beast's flanks. His sister awaited him at the edge of the forest. You are done? She asked him. I am. They continued on under the trees. I have missed you, brother. And I you. You have no sword. Indeed, I have not. Do you think I will need one? She leaned close to him. Now more than before, I would think. Perhaps you are right. We must needs find a quarry. The Barghast range. A flint, the colour of blood. I will invest it, of course, to prevent its shattering. As you did once before, sister. Long ago. Aye, so very long ago. Under the impassive gaze of the two brothers, Lady Envy relinquished the sorcery that kept Mok from returning to consciousness. She watched as the third slowly regained awareness, the eyes within the mask dulled with pain. There now, she murmured. You have suffered of late, haven't you? Mok struggled to sit upright, his gaze hardening upon finding his brothers. Lady Envy straightened and glanced over at Senu and Thurul with an appraising eye. After a moment, she sighed. Indeed, they are a sight. They suffered in your absence, Third. Then again, she noted brightly, you've not fared much better. I must inform you, Mok, that your mask has cracked. The Segula reached up, probed tentatively, finding then following the hairline fissure, running 2/3 of the length on the left side. Lady Envy continued. In fact, I reluctantly admit, none of our facades has survived, unfractured. If you can imagine it, Anamanda Rake, the 7th, has unceremoniously banished us from the city."
Mock climbed unsteadily to his feet, looked around.
"Yes," Lady Envy said. "We find ourselves in the very same forest we spent days trudging through. Your punitive exercises concluded, perhaps satisfactorily, perhaps not. The Panyan Domin is no more, alas. Time's come, my 3 grim servants, to begin the journey home."
Mock examined his weapons, then faced her.
"No, we shall demand an audience with the 7th.
"Oh, you foolish man! He'll not see you. Worse, he'll have to carve your way through a few hundred Tista Andi to get to him. And no, they won't cross blades with you. They will simply annihilate you with sorcery. They're a perfunctory people, the children of Mother Dark. Now, I have decided to escort the 3 of you home. Isn't that generous of me?"
Mock regarded her, the silence stretching. Lady Envy offered him a sweet smile. On their long journey north, the white-faced Barghast broke up into clans, then family bands, ranging far and wide, as was their wont. Heaton walked with Kafal, lagging behind their father and his closest followers, and angling some distance eastward. The sun was warm on their heads and shoulders, the air fresh with the gentle surf brushing the shore 200 paces to their right. It was midday when she and her brother spotted the 2 travellers ahead. Close kin, Heaton judged as they drew nearer. Neither one particularly tall, but robust, both black-haired, walking very slowly side by side, closer to the coastline. They looked to be Barghast, but of a tribe or clan unknown to either Heaton or Kafal. A short while later they came alongside the 2 strangers. Heaton's eyes focused on the man, studied the extraordinary scars crisscrossing his flesh.
"We greet you, strangers," she called out.
Both turned, clearly surprised that they had company. Heaton now looked upon the man's face. That the woman beside him was his sister could be no more obvious.
"Good. You," she called to the man. "What is your name?"
The man's smile made her heart catch.
"Onos Tulan."
Heaton strode closer, offering a wink to the dark-haired woman, then settling her eyes once more on the man called Onos Tulan.
"I see more than you imagine," she said in a low voice.
The young warrior cocked his head.
"You do?" "Aye, and what I see tells me you've not bedded a woman in a long time."
The man's eyes widened.
"Oh, such lovely eyes. A lover's eyes."
"Indeed," he said, his smile broadening.
"Oh, yes, my lover's eyes."
Epilogue. Perrin shoved the door open. Shouldering his heavy, gold-filled pack, he stepped into the antechamber beyond. "Raced! Where are you?" The armour-clad Jagat emerged from somewhere to halt before Perrin, said nothing. "That's right," Perrin muttered. "I've decided to take up residence here." Raced's voice was a cold rasp.
"You have?"
"Aye. 3 weeks in that damned inn was enough, believe me. So here I am, courage worked up, ready to settle into the dreaded, infamous Finnist house. And I see your skills as housekeeper leave much to be desired."
"These 2 bodies on the threshold, what will you do with them?"
Perrin shrugged. "I haven't decided yet. Something, I suppose. But for now I want to drop this gold off, so I can sleep easy for a change. They're opening the place up tonight, you know."
The giant warrior replied, "No, Master of the Deck, I do not."
"Never mind. I said I'd go. Hood knows, I doubt anybody else in this city will, except maybe Cropper, Coll, and Murillo."
"Go where, Master of the Deck?"
"Ganoes, please. Or Perrin." "Where, you ask? Picker's New Tavern, that's where."
"I know nothing of—"
"I know you don't. That's why I'm telling."
"Nor do I care, Ganoes Perrin, Master of the Deck."
"Well, you're lost, Raced. As I was saying, Picker's New Tavern. Her and her partners, that is. They spent half their pay on this insane project.
Insane?
Yes. You don't know the meaning of insane?
I know it all too well. Gano is Paran, master of the deck.
Paran was brought up short by that. He studied the helmed face, seeing only shadows behind the visor slots. A faint shiver ran through the Malazan. Yes. In any case, they purchased the Kral temple, belfry and all, made it into a
tavern.
A temple everyone in the city calls haunted.
I imagine,
Race said, turning away.
It came cheap, all things considered.
Paran stared after the armoured jaghut. See you later, he called. Faintly came the reply.
If you insist.
Emerging from the battered gateway onto the street, Paran almost stumbled over a decrepit, hooded figure sitting awkwardly on the edge of the gutter. A grimy hand lifted from the rags towards the Malazan.
Kind, sir. A coin, please. A single coin.
Luckily for you, I can spare more than one, old man. Paran reached for the leather purse tucked into his belt. He drew out a handful of silvers. The beggar grunted, dragged himself closer, his legs trailing like deadweights.
A man of wealth.
Listen to me. I have need of a partner, generous sir. I have gold, counsels, hidden in a cache on the slopes of Tarlian Hills. A fortune, sir. We must needs only mount an expedition. It's not far.
Paran dropped the coins into the old man's hands. Buried treasure, friend? No doubt.
Sir, the sum is vast, and I would gladly part with half of it. The repayment to your investment will be 10 times at the very least.
I've no need for more riches, Paran smiled. He stepped away from the beggar, then paused and added, By the way, you probably shouldn't linger over long at this particular gate. The house does not welcome strangers. The old man seemed to shrink in on himself. His head twisted to one side.
No,
he muttered from beneath his ragged hood.
Not this house.
Then he softly cackled.
But I know one that does.
Shrugging at the beggar's obscure words, Paran turned once more and set off. Behind him, the beggar broke into a wretched cough. Pika could not pull her eyes from the man. He sat hunched over, on a chair that had yet to find a table, still clutching in his hands the small rag of tattered cloth on which something had been written. The alchemist had done all he could to return life to what had been a mostly destroyed, desiccated body, and Baruch's talents had been stretched to their limits. There was no doubt of that. She knew of him, of course. They all did. They all knew, as well, where he had come from. He spoke not a word. Had not since the resurrection. No physical flaw kept him from finding his voice, Baruch had insisted. The imperial historian had fallen silent. No one knew why. She sighed. The grand opening of Kral's bar was a disaster. Tables waited, empty, forlorn in the massive main chamber. Paran, Spindle, Blend, Ansi, Mallet, and Blue Pearl sat at the one nearest the blazing hearth, barely managing a word among them. Nearby was the only other occupied table, at which sat Crupper, Murillo, and Carl.
And that's it,
Pika thought.
Gods, we're finished. We should never have listened to Ansi.
The front door swung open. Pika looked over hopefully. But it was only Baruch. The High Alchemist paused within the antechamber, then slowly made his way forward to where the other Daru sat.
Dearest friend of Honourable Grappa, Baruch, stalwart champion of the Rujistan, could you ask for better company this night? Here, yes, at this very table. Grappa was astonishing his companions, and indeed these grim-faced ex-soldiers next to us, with his extraordinary account of Grappa and this tavern's namesake, conspiring to fashion a new world.
Is the tale done, then? Baruch asked as he approached.
Just, but Grappa would be delighted to.
Excellent. I'll hear it some other time, I suppose. The High Alchemist glanced over at Dika, but the Imperial Historian had not so much as even looked up. Head still bowed, eyes fixed on the cloth in his hands. Baruch sighed. Bika, have you mulled wine?
Aye, sir, she said. Behind you, beside the hearth.
Ansi reached for the clay jug, rose to pour Baruch a cup.
All right,
Bika said in a loud voice, walking over.
So, this is it. Fine. The fire's warm enough, we've drunk enough, and I, for one, am ready for some stories to be told. No, not you, crupper. We've heard yours. Now, Baruch here, and Cole and Murillo, for that matter, might be interested in the tale of the final taking of Coral.
Cole slowly leaned forward. So, you'll finally talk, will you? It's about time, Bika.
Not me, she replied. Not to start, anyway. Captain, refill your cup, sir, and weave us a tale.
The man grimaced, then shook his head. I'd like to, Bika. Too close, Spindle grumbled, nodding and turning away.
Odds breath, what a miserable bunch.
Sure, Spindle snapped. A story to break our hearts all over again. What's the value in that? A rough, broken voice replied, There is value. Everyone fell silent, turned to Dika. The Imperial Historian had looked up, was studying them with dark eyes.
Value? Yes, I think much value. But not yours, soldiers. Not yet. Too soon for you. Too soon.
Perhaps, Baruch murmured, perhaps you are right in that. We ask too much.
Of them, yes.
The old man looked down once more at the cloth in his hands. The silence stretched. Dika made no move. Bika began to turn back to her companions, when the man began speaking. Very well, permit me, if you will, on this night, to break your hearts once more. This is the story of the Chain of Dogs, of Coltane of the Crow Clan, newly come fist to the 7th Army. This ends the third tale of the Malazan Book of the Fallen. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Memories of Ice by Stephen Erikson. Copyright 2001 by Stephen Erikson. Performed by Ralph Lister. Directed by Michael Naramore. Performance copyright 2012 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number: 1-800-222-3225 or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.